Owen Tennyson has been given leave to make a statement on the impact of US trade tariffs on Northern Ireland, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they do so by rising their places and continuing to do so. All other members will have up to 3 minutes to speak on this subject. I remind members that interventions are not permitted. I will not take points of order on this or any other matter until this item of business has been finished. Mr. Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And last week, the US President launched a destructive and damaging trade war, following a path of populism and isolationism that will damage the global economy for years to come, irrespective of how long Donald Trump's tariffs are ultimately in place. And this upheaval comes despite all of the selfies at Congress and the White House, and despite the Prime Minister's almost sycophantic approach to the President in recent weeks and months. Because despite what we have heard in respect of a Brexit advantage for the UK has been slapped with exactly the same tariffs as the Taliban. That is an outrageous position to be in, where a US President is slapping tariffs and attacking his allies, as well as Ukraine, rather than putting the focus on those who are actual enemies to the United States. However, our collective focus in this chamber must be on ensuring that we protect jobs, livelihoods and businesses in Northern Ireland in these turbulent economic times. That means, first of all, that we need to be engaging proactively with the UK Government and the Irish Government to ensure that Northern Ireland's unique position is well understood at a European level, that we stand firm with our allies and use collective bargaining to place pressure on the US administration. And yes, of course, negotiation must be the first step in our response to mitigate the impact of these tariffs and see their removal. But we must also be willing to find a backbone where that is necessary. And I would say to the Prime Minister, if the price is removing the digital sales tax on tech companies, if the price is undercutting our agricultural producers, if the price is refusing to regulate toxicity on social media, then that is the price that is too much to bear. We need to be working with our allies, as I have said, to bring these tariffs to an end, but also collaborating closely with our European partners to strengthen the UK economy and exert growth. I would also say to the Economy Minister that there is much that we can be doing at a Northern Ireland level in order to support our businesses and manufacturers. We need to see efforts towards a Shop Local scheme for Northern Ireland. We need to see progress in respect of a manufacturing strategy, and we need support and advice for our businesses at this turbulent time. So whilst this is a global issue, Mr. Speaker, this will have severe consequences for the Northern Ireland economy, and I think irrespective of our differing political views and beliefs, it is incumbent on all of us in this chamber to work together to overcome them. Thank you.
Emma Sheeran.
Concordia. I want to thank the member for bringing this matter of the day before the House today, and I think a lot of the points that he has made are salient in terms of the regrettable actions that have been taken by the most recent President of the United States at a time when our whole world is in turmoil. We see the continuing genocide of the Palestinian people and people closer to home really struggling to pay their bills as it is, and a lot of worries for our local businesses and employers. And we see our most vulnerable in society being attacked again by the new British Labour government. I note that the proposer of the matter of the day has referred to actions that can be taken by the Economy Minister, and I know that Kiva Archibald is currently meeting with businesses and trade unions just this morning to try and plot out a way forward and to see what actions we can take here to mitigate against any damage that this is going to bear upon our local businesses. This is a time for cool heads and for a planned, measured response. It's vital that we exercise caution, and I know that again the Minister has met with her counterparts in London and in Dublin in an attempt to try and do that. And it's important that we need to see a lack of divergence between Britain and the EU, and we want to recognise the special place that the North has in our unique circumstances here and support our local businesses, and that's what we really need to see at the heart of this. We need to see stability, and we need to see resilience embedded in for our local businesses, and I hope we can all work together to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was once historically remarked that when the United States sneeze, the whole world gets the cold. I suppose those remarks could be true today, where there is a lot of concern, righteous concern, from those that have investments in the stock markets in relation to the tariff announcement by the President of the United States. But I think it's only fair that we set out the rationale. What is the rationale from President Trump for tariffs? US national debt over 36 trillion, trade deficit around 122 billion, and government debt rising faster than GDP. The situation in the United States was unsustainable. Action had to be taken. And that is why, I suppose, when I look at this, I say this clearly. Nobody should want to see trade barriers. Nobody. I don't call for tariffs. Pretty sure every member in this House has said that they don't agree with tariffs, but action speaks louder than words. And that is why I think Mr. Tennyson's words are hollow in this matter. Because he wants to shout and champion about a European Union that is the most protectionist racket across the world. We see it when it comes to its protectionism in relation to subsidies, in relation to barriers to entry, whether that's stringent regulations, protection of the single market. They want free trade, but they want free trade on their own terms. So for the United States, I hope this is a short-term action. And I hope globally that countries can break down trade barriers and come to a level playing field, because that is what is needed. We need to see trade barriers broken down. But I'm afraid that the language used by Mr. Tennyson, and when he talks about some people in this House, and I think he alludes to me, Mr. Speaker, that went to the United States, that spoke to the President Trump, to try to articulate a Northern Ireland first perspective, something that has always been missing from Mr. Tennyson when he goes out to champion his cause. Because look at the past. He, and indeed the Alliance, SDLP and Sinn Féin, run to Europe, in fact got a train to Dublin to go down and shout about Northern Ireland being tied to the hip of the European Union, rather than putting Northern Ireland first. And when he talks about the UK, 10% tariff rate for the United Kingdom, 20% to the European Union, I hope that Mr. Tennyson will be as quick to scurry down to Dublin and indeed over to the European Union to call for the European Union to protect Northern Ireland, because that is his actions in which he is bound into.
Well, Steve Egan.
Speaker, today the turmoil in the global stock markets continues, heading into territory not since the COVID pandemic. 10% tariffs on our exports to the USA kicked in this weekend. For our neighbours, that figure is 20%. And while the pharma sector is yet to be sanctioned, the impact of tariffs on this large part of the Republic's economy will not be far off. Some think this differential tariff is somehow good news, and that it will give a boost or advantage to our economy. If the Windsor framework debacle has taught us anything, that trade diversion, excessive bureaucracy and punitive measures only adds costs and uncertainty. We will all soon become very familiar again with Article 16 of the Protocol. If any United Kingdom company, including ones based here, gets any perceived advantage, you can rest assured that the European Union will implement countermeasures. Have we forgotten how the EU strove to cut access to COVID vaccinations? Sadly, our own government has failed to defend our economy and not even engaging the storm brake mechanism when they needed to. The Deputy First Minister has highlighted the potential problems, but the Prime Minister must put the protection of our economy and Northern Ireland workers first. If the European Union seeks to engage in countermeasures, we should use the joint mechanisms to put a hold on all Windsor Framework provisions. I have spoken many times of this being the worst of both worlds with the Irish Sea border. We will now see if the EU implements a hard border on this island as well. But no matter what, the next weeks and months are going to be particularly challenging. But not enough, yet again, for our very own Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee to generate some curiosity. Some things, Mr. Speaker, apparently never change. So, for Northern Ireland, we need our Prime Minister and our government to work strongly together, both against trade dumping and also from overzealous application of the Article 16 provisions of the European Union. Because rest assured, members, those are coming, and we will not be able to get the best of both worlds, indeed the best of only worlds. That's where we are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the member for bringing this matter of the day. We are certainly living in very difficult and dangerous times. To watch the news outlets this morning after 8 when the markets opened and just to see it slumping is really, really very, very scary indeed. President Trump has introduced a sweeping new tariff regime, a blanket 10% for all, and imports to the US. EU goods facing 20% levy and UK goods the 10% baseline. These tariffs are not just numbers on a spreadsheet. They represent real and immediate threat to local jobs, regional investment and the future prosperity of communities right across Northern Ireland. Many of our key exporting sectors, including manufacturing, agri-food and advanced engineering, rely heavily on access to the US market. These businesses are already navigating a really complex post-Brexit trading realities, and now they are being asked to absorb yet more costs in an already difficult global trading environment. While there has been some suggestion that Northern Ireland may gain a competitive edge over our neighbours in the south, since the Republic of Ireland's goods will face a 20% tariff under EU designation, this is far from a guarantee. There are no winners in this risky game. Relative advantage is not the same as security. Tariffs hurt everyone, and no one should mistake this for an opportunity without acknowledging the serious risks. Mr. Speaker, Northern Ireland does have a unique position. Our ability to access UK and EU markets through the Windsor frameworks gives us a platform that no other region enjoys. The question is, how and what are we doing to take that advantage further? And that is why the Minister for the Economy must set out what steps the Executive plans to take, not only protecting our exporters, but to ensure that working people are not forced to carry the cost of economic decisions that are made elsewhere. We must not allow local workers, families and small businesses to become collateral damage in a global trade war. We are a small region, yes, but we should not be passengers. We must be active participants in shaping the response from this moment. That means working with Westminster, that means working with Dublin, that means engaging with Europe, and crucially, it means taking strategic cross-departmental action right here in Stormont to support our local economy. These tariffs are a flashing red warning light for the direction of global trade. We already see where isolation leads, and we cannot afford to go down that road again. Thank you.
Timothy Galston.
Mr. Speaker, a number of points deserve to be made in response to President Trump's announcement, which, unsurprisingly, have passed the member who brought us this matter of the day by. The first is this: the EU is not some champion of free and unfettered trade. President Trump is correct when he says the US has been taken for a ride by the EU. The EU is an aggressive entity, a protectionist bloc which stifles free trade by imposing tariffs on anyone seeking to import into it. The US has now called time on that. That is entirely understandable from a US perspective. In normal circumstances, Northern Ireland would face the prospect of being able to benefit from this situation, as the tariff on UK goods is half that of the EU. However, businesses can thank Mr Tennyson and indeed the entirety of the Nationalist and Republican alliance in this House for making the situation far from clear. Because the protocol has left us in the EU Customs Code, when Brussels imposes counter tariffs, anything coming from the USA into Northern Ireland will be subject to them. Great Britain will not face that problem. Furthermore, if the EU seeks to use Northern Ireland as a backdoor into the US, I have little doubt that Washington will clamp down on that. Therefore, while the announcement of President Trump highlights the benefits of being free from the shackles of Brussels for GB, once again it highlights the folly of the protocol which leaves Northern Ireland in a foreign customs code. It also reminds us that when the leader of the DUP, Gavin Robinson, wrote in the newsletter that the DUP set out to remove internal trade borders, we have achieved exactly that. He was indeed lying to the people of Northern Ireland.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to address the impact of US trade tariffs on Northern Ireland, particularly on our small and medium-sized enterprises. Northern Ireland's SMEs are a vital part of our economy, driving innovation, creating jobs and supporting local communities. Many of these businesses rely on exports, with the US market being a key destination for sectors such as agri-food, whisky and manufacturing. Tariffs increase costs, and for SMEs already operating on narrow margins, this burden is difficult to absorb. As a result, businesses are faced with either raising prices for consumers or losing competitive in the US market. Moreover, the EU's potential retaliatory tariffs in response to the US measures add further uncertainty. Northern Ireland businesses could face tariffs on exports to the EU as well, compounding the problem. For SMEs in Northern Ireland, the stakes are high. Without the right support, they risk losing access to vital markets. The UK Government must engage directly with the US and the EU to mitigate these tariffs and explore exemptions on reductions, particularly in sectors where Northern Ireland plays a key role. But the Northern Ireland Executive must also step up and ensure that local businesses receive the support they need, including providing clear guidance, simplifying regulatory compliance and offering financial assistance where needed. Both the UK Government and the Northern Ireland Executive must act quickly and decisively to support our businesses. SMEs cannot be left to face these challenges alone. With the right backing, Northern Ireland SMEs can continue to thrive and maintain their position in global markets, but only if we address these issues head-on. Northern Ireland's membership of the United Kingdom internal market provides a key competitive advantage, but that advantage is at risk if businesses cannot navigate the growing trade barriers and rising costs. It's vital that we protect this advantage by supporting our local businesses, ensuring they have the tools they need to succeed. Thank you.
Diane Forsyth.
Mr. Speaker, and the tariffs are hugely significant globally, and we need to quickly figure out what it means for us here in Northern Ireland. And it is clear that the UK Government must take some urgent steps to protect Northern Ireland's interests and ensure that our place in the UK internal market is fully safeguarded. There's still a lot of detail that needs to be worked through, but what is clear that President Trump's tariffs will have a far-reaching impact on international trade, but importantly for us, Northern Ireland is vulnerable to being caught in the crossfire of any EU retaliation. And my party leader, Gavin Robinson, made the same case to the Prime Minister last week. The Prime Minister has said he will protect the national interest, and that must include Northern Ireland, and our DUP MPs will continue to raise this in Westminster. And this is another key example of why it was so important for us to be in Washington last month, making the case for Northern Ireland. And I am proud that Emma Little-Pengelly took those opportunities every chance that she had when she was over there. And we will continue to fight day and daily to safeguard Northern Ireland's economic interests, and the best way to do that is by fully restoring our place in the UK internal market. Anything less leaves us at risk.
David Honeyford.
Mr. Speaker, it's DUP TUV bingo morning. We get the usual lines trumped out just because it's a Trump tariff. They talk about Northern Ireland first, yet all we've heard this morning is the priority of American companies and the tax that they're going to pay coming into the EU, not realising maybe I'm not sure what's clicked, but we don't pay tariffs into the EU, so I don't know why we've had minutes and minutes upon the risk to America. That we're here to speak for Northern Ireland, we're here to speak for our companies and our businesses here, but it is interesting to hear the DUP speak in support and give the opinion of the America rather than give the opinion of Northern Ireland. If you want to continue shouting on, go ahead. Do you want me to give way? There's no giving way, so sit down. You know, actions speak louder than words, is what Johnny said a minute ago. Let's talk about red tape, he talked about a minute ago. Let's talk to all our sporting clubs who have had levelling up funding, let them hear about red tape, because it was way easier when we were in the EU and we had funding that was easy to access for all of our groups. So you can scaremonger, you can talk, and you can be addicted to being on the wrong side of the argument all you like, but the tail's wagging the dog with the one member at the back and you are jumping to it. But let's call it for what it is. Taxes are tariffs. Tariffs are taxes, and these are our businesses that we're here to stand up for. They're the ones that are paying the taxes. It ain't you. And we've got people that are coming to the pension age and their pensions are falling through the floor, and you're in here getting social media clips to look hard and look at the big man on TV. It is ridiculous that you've constantly called for borders and barriers, and Alliance will continue to speak up that we don't have trade barriers and we don't have tariffs on our companies. This is a time when we should be working closely with our partners.
Order, a member needs to be heard.
Yeah, we should be working closely with the UK government, with the Southern government, and with you to make sure that Northern Ireland's voice is clearly heard. We have to maximise the voice of this Assembly to speak as one. This is a time when we should be investing into innovation and R&D. We should be increasing the amount of stuff we have of products to sell and products and our business given the support to our businesses. We need a manufacturing strategy. We need stuff to come through that actually delivers for business. What we don't need is cheerleaders for a Trump administration that is taxing the very people and causing... bingo! I'll end when the DUP TUV bingo. Here we go. The usual slow, thick lines that come out every single time. Let's have calm heads and not cheerleaders for Trump. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Honeyford. And I move to the next item. I get a wee bit excited there. Just calm down a bit. Next item in the order of paper is member statements. I call Philip McGuigan.
I want to speak today just to highlight and express my concern at the most recent statistics for waiting times for cancer patients, which were published last week and relevant to the period of October to December 2024. These figures do not make good reading. Only 87.5% of cancer patients started treatment within 31 days of a decision to treat, instead of the target of 98%. Only 37.9% of patients started treatment within 62 days following an urgent GP referral for suspected cancer, when this target is set at 95%. And just 31.7% of people were seen within 14 days by a breast cancer specialist following an urgent referral, despite the fact that all urgent breast cancer referrals should be seen within this 2-week period. I acknowledge that, as with any statistics, there are always several caveats in play, and therefore some caution should be exercised. However, what is clear is that the expectation that people will have when beginning their journey of cancer tests and of appropriate diagnosis and treatment is falling far short of reality. And any delay in diagnosis or in treatment will clearly impact on patient outcomes. It is important to remember that these are not just statistics. These percentage figures equate to real people. And for too many, these delays are their lived experience. And for others, it's the experience of their partners, their family members, or their friends. I note that the Health Minister has now a confirmed budget and ring-fence money for red flag, cancer and time-critical treatment. Can Collier, we are now in the 3rd year of a 10-year cancer strategy, and we must do better. Moving forward, we need to see the Minister building on the recommendations within the cancer strategy, and we need to see the money the Minister now has available to him invested wisely, and these target waiting times for cancer met.
Frank Hickson.
Speaker, and on Saturday afternoon I attended a community commemoration on the Shankill Road marking the 50th anniversary of the bomb and gun attack on the Mountain View Tavern by the IRA. That attack on Saturday the 5th of April 1975 resulted in the deaths of 5 civilians, with over 60 people being injured. I spoke on Saturday to various people who were injured or bereaved in that atrocity. Just as it was this year, that date in 1975 was Grand National Day, and the bar was packed with people who had enjoyed watching the race. Republican terrorists drove up to the bar, 2 shot into the entrance area, while another planted a bomb just inside the door and lit the fuse before they made their getaway. When the bomb exploded, it blew a hole in the ground floor ceiling and brought people crashing down from the upper floor. 4 people were killed in the explosion and a 5th died later in hospital. Those killed were Joseph Bell, Alan Madden, Nathaniel Adams, William Andrews and Albert Fletcher. On Saturday, I spoke to Kenneth Digger Whiteside and Billy White, who were injured in the explosion. Having played football that afternoon, they were upstairs when the bomb exploded and fell down as the floor was blown away beneath them. Billy White sustained considerable leg injuries and spent 6 weeks in Musgrave Park Hospital after surgery to insert metal pins and screws. He was unable to work for 7 months and was never able to play football again. Kenny Whiteside suffered neck and hand injuries in the explosion. Another survivor, Dennis Larmer, told me that he was working in the upstairs bar when the bomb exploded. He subsequently had 5 separate operations to help restore his hearing. Many survivors also suffered post-traumatic stress disorder. To my knowledge, the IRA never claimed responsibility for this heinous, murderous, sectarian attack on a civilian target designed to cause multiple deaths and injury. Perhaps that is an indication that even by their warped standards, this attack could never be justified. The getaway car was found abandoned on the nearby Springfield Road. On the Shankill, this atrocity is remembered alongside other Republican bombings of civilian targets during the Troubles at the Balmoral Furniture Showroom and the Four Step Inn in 1971, the Bayardo Bar also in 1975, and Frizzell's Fish Shop in 1993. We must never forget that atrocities took place, that they were evil and they were wrong. There was, of course, an alternative to that campaign of terrorism. Ultimately, what did it achieve? Only a lot of death and suffering, which endures to this day. My thoughts today are with those killed, injured and bereaved. We will remember them.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Thursday, some parents woke up to admission emails from the EA regarding preschool and P1 places for their children. These emails came as a surprise, given that parents had been told by the EA to expect this announcement on the 9th of April. This may seem like a small issue, but for the parents, children and schools impacted, it isn't. It caused additional anxiety for parents who did receive an email, and even more so for those that didn't. Those that got a place for their child were left questioning whether it was confirmed or whether it was a mistake. Those that didn't get the place they wanted, or any place at all for their child, it caused additional confusion on their next steps. And of course, those who didn't get any update were left in the dark wondering why they hadn't heard and what this means for their children. Because of this confusion, schools were naturally being contacted by worried parents and having to pull together quickly updates. Since Thursday, the EA have been able to confirm the issue was with their IT system. And I have to say thank you to the staff that were answering calls and trying to reassure and advise parents. But families need to know that lessons have been learnt and that it won't happen again. This is the absolute basics from the EA, telling parents what school their child is going to. So we need to have confidence that it won't happen again. Today, the EA portal is due to open for parents to accept preschool places and for some parents to begin the second round of applications for places. And I hope this goes smoothly. It is difficult enough being a parent. They don't need additional anxiety, so I hope the EA can outline clearly what changes have been made.
In April 2021, we all watched in horror as fire tore through the Mournes, and we were promised swift action then. We were promised a comprehensive fire prevention and management plan to ensure such devastation could never happen again. But here we are, it has happened again. The mountains are ablaze as we stand here. There is massive damage caused by a 2-mile-wide fire front. There has been a severe risk to life and property, and terrified people moved from their homes in the middle of the night. What people want to know is, where is the plan? 4 years on, we still don't have the robust strategy that was pledged. The communities around the Mournes, the groups working daily to protect and conserve the Mournes, those whose livelihoods depend on the mountains, and those whose homes and lives were put at risk this weekend deserve leadership and they deserve action. And I just want to take this opportunity to pay tribute and put on record our thanks to the heroic fire and rescue services who have been battling, not just over this weekend, but over recent weeks to try and control fires in the Mournes. And while we wait for a plan, the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs continues to allow controlled burning in the Mournes and across the north right up until the 14th of April. Because the emergency isn't over. The mountains are burning as we speak, and these controlled burns are anything but controlled. The regulations and safeguards and enforcement mechanisms are clearly not working. How many more fires? How much more damage? And how much longer do we have to wait? I'm calling on the Minister to urgently review the current burn period and to deliver on the promise of a fire prevention and management plan for the Mournes, because this is not just about protecting our natural heritage, it's about safeguarding communities, biodiversity and the future of our environment. The Mournes are burning as we speak, and we can't wait any longer for somebody to start doing something about it.
Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commend Killyman District on their fundraising evening on Friday and Saturday night. Killyman does strictly. Mr. Speaker, I am hard to impress, in fact very hard to impress, but on Saturday night I was certainly impressed. The dancers were excellent, the planning was excellent, and a considerable amount was raised for the Killyman project and air ambulance. In closing, Mr. Speaker, there were moves on that dance floor I've seen before. There are moves on that dance floor I hadn't seen before. And there are moves on that dance floor I don't want to see again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for some levity, Mr. Buchanan. It's always useful. David, or John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to bring a recent report on the impact of climate change in Northern Ireland to the Assembly's attention. The study, led by the University of Bristol and linked to Queen's University Belfast, provides critical insights into the increasing climate risks that our rural areas face, particularly regarding health and agriculture. Localised research was conducted focused on towns across Northern Ireland, including Castlederg and County Tyrone, which holds the record for Northern Ireland's hottest and also its coldest temperatures. The lead author, Dr. Alan Kennedy-Asser, who is himself from Moira, County Down, said the research emphasises the valuable insights we can gain from local experts, such as those in Castlederg, who are already facing the impacts of global warming, changes that other areas of Northern Ireland are likely also to encounter in coming years. For instance, the study shockingly shows that extreme heat in Northern Ireland could result in nearly 100 deaths each year, primarily affecting our rural communities. The statistics highlight that as climate change intensifies, heat-related health issues such as cardiovascular and respiratory complications will emerge as more significant public health challenges. In addition to public health, the report findings show that the impact on our agricultural sector will be significant. We can anticipate more disruptions from flash flooding, which will hinder operations and extend drought periods, necessitating more water supplies for crops. Furthermore, such unseasonal weather can have disastrous effects on farm planning and management and pose risks to animal health and welfare as well. The report suggests we might experience the peak of these effects in just 50 years' time. Nevertheless, we are already seeing these issues arise, including increased water temperatures affecting Lough Neagh, along with biodiversity and species decline. Climate change isn't a future threat, it's happening now, impacting our farming methods and the well-being of our rural communities. Speaker, this report contributes to the increasing evidence of the ongoing harm we are causing to our planet and the anticipated impacts on our daily lives. As members of this Assembly, we need to face this truth as we are swiftly running out of time to undo the harm that we have caused and that we are still causing. The Alliance Steering Minister has already been actively working to address the effects of climate change, but such efforts require equal commitment from all parties in this place. We have a responsibility to future generations to make sure of this. In conclusion, it is probably important to mention today, with the backdrop of the report that I've referenced, that although there has been some scepticism expressed from some parties on the appointment of a Climate Commissioner and indeed on climate change in general, existing and emerging science shows that we must work at pace on climate action. This is especially important given that various collapses of this Assembly and gaps in delivery have resulted in Northern Ireland falling behind when we could have been making progress on these issues. Thank you.
Linda Dillon.
Last Wednesday, an email was issued in error by the Education Authority regarding preschool and primary 1 placements. The error in itself caused confusion and anxiety. The start of a child's educational journey is a significant milestone for families and one that is already stressful. And this has only added to the concern and uncertainty of many families in my area. The Education Authority has since said it is investigating why this happened, and it's vital that they take steps to ensure this does not happen again. The error has also created a situation whereby any parent wishing to appeal the decision regarding their placement is unable to do so, as the appeals form will not be available until later this week, when parents should have received the placement notification. I have been contacted by many parents and preschool providers, both in the statutory and community sector, about a severe shortage of placements for children in nursery placements, and this is right across urban and rural areas of Mid-Ulster. But as in all of these things, the rural areas are often hardest hit because of already limited provision. Many working parents are being told that there is no available preschool placement for their child, and this is not acceptable. Every single child should have the opportunity to avail of a preschool placement to ensure the best possible educational experience and outcome for all of our children. The Minister needs to have a flexible approach to the number of placements within community settings. I have spoken to many who have said that they have capacity and would be willing to take additional numbers, but this will require the Minister to give a clear direction on a flexible approach to the Education Authority. The Minister needs to listen to and work with the providers, with parents and with families to deal with this current challenge. It is simply unacceptable in this day and age that children would not be able to access a preschool placement. Cancorlia, before I finish, I would also like to congratulate Colisland na Fianna on their unbelievable efforts in fundraising for children from Palestine to come here to be operated on in Dublin, and they raised over £53,000.
I would like to congratulate the Fianna from Colisland, who collected money for children from Palestine recently.
Deborah Erskine.
Mr. Speaker, and at the outset I want to declare an interest as somebody who has family that live along the A5 route. Mr. Speaker, this is a reminder to all in the Assembly that road infrastructure projects are for everyone in Northern Ireland. And I say this because, unfortunately, commentary last week from the GAA President Jarlath Burns seemed to miss this point, as he claimed the A5 was a GAA road. Now, I can only imagine the outcry if the Grand Master of the Orange Order called it an orange road. And there are those that seek to dismiss those comments, but those who do so have very little concept or understanding of the feeling on the ground. As someone who represents an area of which the A5 will be constructed in, to classify a road for one section of the community is crass. It does not take into account of the fact that all sections of the community lost their lives on the A5. And it doesn't recognise the funding was not won by the GEA. Never mind the fact that farmers and landowners who care for the land are trying to manage their own business at this time and its future viability. Last week, myself and my DUP agriculture spokesperson, Michelle McLeveen, met with landowners on their farms to hear their concerns. All the landowners ask is for fairness when they are giving up their land. And Mr Burns's comments are ill-founded and disgracefully tone-deaf given the wider issues that are currently under consideration. It is the hard-earned money of taxpayers that will pay for road infrastructure projects in Northern Ireland. No road can be claimed by a sole entity or a person. Everybody in this chamber will recognise, sadly, the amount of lives that have been lost on the A5, and we send our sympathies to each and every family. It is important that respect is given to all. I have written to Jarlath Burns asking that he retract his comments and for the recognition of the hurt caused to families, some of whom I have spoken to in recent days, who feel their loss was not reflected by the GA President's comments. I trust Mr Burns will reflect on the hurt he has caused.
Don Buckley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. At the outset, I feel it is appropriate to place on record of the House my prayers and deepest sympathy to the family of young Morgan Henry, 18 years of age, killed on Saturday morning on the Dungannon Road, Portadown. Today they face the devastating task of preparing a funeral for a young family member and the life sentence of grieving his loss. I also want to put on record my thoughts and indeed prayers with those that were injured in the accident, many of them in hospital with severe injuries. Members, it gives me great pleasure to stand here today to recognise the outstanding achievements of a very special group of athletes in Upper Bann. I'm sure the House will join with me in congratulating the Portadown College Under-16 girls football team on being crowned Schools Cup winners with their 2-0 victory over Park Hall Integrated College last week. Goals from Heidi Bird and Sasha Thompson helped the girls secure this trophy for the second year running. This is more than just a trophy. It's a testament to their hard work, determination and team spirit displayed by these girls right throughout the season. It's fair to say that women's football is really starting to capture a lot of attention, and I think that the girls' wins in Portadown simply go to reinforce that. Many of them left the football game immediately to go to prepare for a hockey game straight after. That's true grit and determination that I expect from Upper Bann. A huge congratulations to the players, the coaching staff, and all those who supported them on a very special day at Windsor Park. Prior to this, the girls also lifted the Mid-Ulster Schools Cup on Monday, retaining the title for the second year in a row. You've made the school proud, you've made the people of Portadown proud, and you've shown what it means to represent Portadown College with pride and with excellence. I would also like to pay tribute and commend the efforts of Craigavon Senior High School team, who competed in the Under-16 Schools Cup boys final on the same day. While the result may not have gone your way, reaching a final is a fantastic achievement in and of itself. On that, it reflects your talents, dedication and hard work throughout the year to reach the final of that competition. It takes real character to get to a final, and you've done your school proud in all your efforts. Hold your head up high, and thank you for doing Craigavon proud. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last month, I launched a public consultation on new legislation to tackle age discrimination in the provision of goods, facilities and services, something that should have been addressed in Northern Ireland long ago. At present, it is still entirely lawful for someone to be treated unfairly simply because of their age when trying to access everyday services, from insurance to financial products, car hire to travel, and in some cases even healthcare. Other parts of the United Kingdom and Ireland have already legislated to stop this, and Northern Ireland is now the only region without this protection. That failure sends a very clear message that age-based discrimination is tolerated here, and that people, particularly older people, are not valued equally. I cannot accept that, and I know many others across this House won't accept it either. When I first entered the Assembly over 11 years ago, I made it a point to get into the heart of my constituency, and the most active and organised voices that I encountered were from older people groups, and this was the first issue they raised. This led me to establish the all-party group on ageing and older people, and I've worked closely with the sector ever since. But while my motivation has come from those conversations with older people, this legislation will protect people of all ages. Age discrimination can affect younger people too, whether it's in financial services, access to housing, or how they're perceived when trying to access services. Everyone deserves to be treated fairly regardless of their age. This legislation isn't about giving anyone special treatment, it's about equality. It's about ensuring that people are judged on their circumstances and needs and not their date of birth. But this is also about the bigger picture, how we value people in our society. We have an ageing population. Many are living longer, often with complex needs and often without the support networks they once had. At the same time, we've seen cuts to transport, to community services, to benefits. Isolation is rising and issues like elder abuse remain under-recognised and under-reported. I saw this firsthand as Justice Minister, and one of the first events that I supported was a conference on tackling elder abuse in an area where the silence has been deafening. And yet, despite all of this, Northern Ireland has still not delivered on this basic protection. This would be the last major piece of equality legislation left to enact. For a region that talks so often about equality and rights, that omission is hard to justify. So today I encourage members from across this House to support the consultation and to encourage their constituents, local groups and service providers to respond. It's time to bring Northern Ireland into line with the rest of these islands, and it's time to show that age discrimination in any form has no place in our society. Thank you.
Philip Redd.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to put on record and welcome the fact that Northern Ireland looks set to host the 2035 Women's World Cup as part of the United Kingdom bid. This will be the first time, Mr. Speaker, that Northern Ireland has hosted such a prestigious tournament, and is a huge opportunity for the economic, cultural and sporting development of this part of the United Kingdom. In recent years, women's football has gone from strength to strength in Northern Ireland, and just like our men's national team, our women's international team bring people together from all sections of our community who proudly play for our national team. The economic opportunities are hugely impressive, and the 2022 Euros that were held in mainland GB were a huge economic boost, and I look forward to welcoming the World Cup to Northern Ireland. One of the most exciting aspects of our bid, Mr. Speaker, is that our national stadium at Windsor Park will soon be upgraded and further extended. I want to put on record my thanks to Conrad Kirkwood, the President of the Irish FA, who, unlike others, doesn't simply talk the talk, Mr. Speaker, he walks the walk, and I look forward to the forthcoming expansion of our national football stadium, and I'm sure that all members of the House will proudly be supporting our national team in Northern Ireland as we host the 2035 Women's World Cup.
Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to appeal to the Education Minister regarding the current allocations for community-based playgroups in North Antrim. To date, TUV has received representations from Seesaw Playgroup in Moss Side, Kirknarola Early Years Playgroup, Resharkin Community Playgroup, Glenravel Community Playgroup and Clough Early Years. All of these playgroups have the same problem. Their pupil allocation numbers for this year are too low to deal with the number of children, listing them as their preferred choice for preschool. Each playgroup can take more children than this year's number allocated to them. Take Clough as an example. Over the last 5 years, they've had an average enrolment of 14. Last year, the Education Authority threatened to remove their funding as they were below the minimum of 8 children due to a low birth year in the village. Thankfully, the EA saw the folly of their decision and they picked up their 8th child during October. This year, instead of allowing the playgroup to return to their previous numbers, they have been told they can only accept 8, with 11 listing them as their first choice. For next year, they already have 14 parents who have signalled that they want their child to attend this playgroup. The staff in Clough have poured their hearts into the playgroup over the last 12 months to ensure they wouldn't find themselves in the same position as last year. They now boast one of the best facilities in my constituency, and their reward is for the Education Authority to slap a cap on them whilst children from the village have to go elsewhere to get a preschool place. Let's look at Seesaw in Moss Side. This facility can offer 24 places. It has 24 first preference applications, but is being limited to only 19 places. The enrolment number over the last number of years is between 24 and 26. Yet the powers that be like in Clough-Mills, are forcing children who can be catered for in their first choice setting to go elsewhere, which puts unnecessary stress and hardship on parents. What makes matters worse, and indeed discriminatory, is that the criteria provides that in the Irish medium sector, all first preferences are guaranteed their place of choice. But in Clough-Mills, Kirknarola, Glenravel, Resharkin and Mosside, it's slamming the door in the face of local children destined to progress through the controlled sector. Where is the fairness in that, Minister Given? I trust you will act on this great injustice.
That brings to a conclusion member statements. If members wish to take their ease before we move to the next item of business. Thank you.
The next item of business is the second stage of the Death, Stillbirth and Baby Loss Bill. I call the Minister of Finance to move the second stage. No, sorry. Sorry. I'll start again, okay? So I've received notice from the Minister, thank you, of Finance that he wishes to make a statement, and before I call the Minister I would like to remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions. It's not an opportunity for debate or long-winded introductions. So, without further ado, I call the Minister.
And thank you for the opportunity to make a statement on the final budget 25-26. The Executive agreed its final budget on 25-26 on the 3rd of April, and I led a written ministerial statement on the same day. Given the pressures the Executive faced and the limited resources available, the Executive has strived to provide a budget for 25-26 that focuses on providing funding for the delivery of our programme for government priorities. We have considered the consultation responses from our stakeholders, organisations and citizens alike. The budget reflects our programme for government commitments and shows this Executive's determination to work together to deliver. This budget includes £16.8 billion of investment in public services, plus £2.4 billion in capital spending, with health receiving £8.5 billion, education £3.3 billion and justice £1.4 billion, meaning that these three departments alone account for some 80% of the funding for day-to-day spending available, providing vital funding for our health service, schools, policing and the wider justice system. It sets out the direction of travel, which shows that the Executive is prepared to do things differently and use our limited resources to do what matters most. We all know someone on a waiting list, a mother, a father, a child, a grandparent. This budget will mean £215 million going towards cutting health waiting lists and supporting investment in elective care. £165 million of this earmarked within the health final budget settlement, and a further £50 million will be provided in June monitoring. Our children are the future. We must invest in them. This budget doubles our investment in early years and childcare strategy to £50 million, with a commitment to provide a further £5 million in June monitoring, supporting our children and help hard-working families. It provides an additional £15 million for special educational needs. It delivers a further £8 million for skills, bringing the total to £15 million to build the skills needed both now and in the future to grow our economy. It provides an additional £5 million to make our communities safer and £2 million towards ending violence against women and girls. It recognises the importance of Lough Neagh and our desire to protect it through a £5 million ring-fenced investment. It supports our agricultural, agri-environment and fisheries and rural development with £332.5 million ring-fenced for this, recognise the importance of this sector to our economy and local farming communities. It also provides £21.3 million for transformation projects in health, justice, infrastructure and special educational needs. £100 million has been provided to create more social housing, and in line with that commitment we also are investing £105.7 million in water infrastructure. There's also capital allocations of £12.3 million for the Just Transition Programme, in line with our commitment to climate change. This budget shows this as executives prepared to do things differently and prioritise the limited funding we have available to make real change for the better in people's daily lives. There is no doubt that the financial outlook still remains incredibly challenging, particularly given the Westminster Government's continued policy of austerity. The Chancellor Spring's statement, in my view, continued the austerity agenda by choosing not to invest in public services and instead cutting benefits and targeting those most in need. It provided limited additional resources, 12.5 million resource and 1.6 million capital dealt for the Executive in 2025-26. This, together with the 146 million Employers' National Insurance contribution support, will be included in the Executive's dealt totals following main estimates in May-June, meaning they will be available for allocation in the June monitoring round. Given the need to provide departments with the ability to plan, indicative June monitoring allocations for these funds have been agreed in its final budget. As there is no additional funding for the final budget, the allocations made were to distribute the funding held centrally at draft budget and the unallocated financial transactions capital. Recognise the important work of our public servants. The draft budget set aside 26 million to meet the cost of the pay settlement for those civil service on civil service terms and conditions. That pay award has now been agreed, and this funding has been allocated to departments in the final budget. Some costs are inescapable, and this budget provides funding for those costs associated with the open and for statutory salaries. To provide further support for the health sector and recognise the important role family health services play, 3.5 million has been earmarked to help support for the impact of national insurance increases on GP practices, dentists, pharmacists and other family health service providers. This final budget also gives each department a general allocation to be used towards wider pressures, including on pay and employer national insurance increases. The Executive gave a commitment to provide funding of up to 20 million capital on an equal basis to education and infrastructure if it became available. Therefore, this final budget provides both departments with a general capital allocation of 7.7 million, with a further 1 million each as an indicative June monitoring allocation. The final budget also sees the allocation of 8.4 million financial transaction capital, which remained unallocated at the draft budget. The Department of Economy will receive 6.1 million towards Invest NI capital grants to businesses. The Executive Office 2.3 million towards interest payments. For the first time, the FTC funding has been oversubscribed, and with the DFE bid exceeding the funding available, an indicative June monitoring allocation of 1.1 million has been agreed. This reflects the amount which will be carried forward from 24-25. Mr. Speaker, or last Cancolia, pre-last Cancolia, there is no doubt that the Executive's finances remain under pressure. While the financial position in 25-26 remains challenging for all departments, the budget agreed by the Executive clearly prioritises its programme for government priorities, and excluding earmarked allocations and in-year transfers provides every department with an uplift on its 24-25 budget position. Including the indicative allocations, this budget provides departments with 19.3 billion of funding. That is money which will be spent on running our public services and investing in our infrastructure. There will never be enough money to fund all our ambitions, but we are able to make a positive difference. Regrettably, it seems likely that the second phase of the spending review, which is to be announced in June, will be a continuation of the austerity agenda Treasury is pursuing. On behalf of the Executive and the people we all serve, I will continue to make the case for better funding, not just for the Executive, but for all public services. It's incumbent on us all to manage our budgets efficiently and effectively. All decisions should be taken with the intent of making things better, and every pound should be treated with the same care as we would our own money. I will continue to work together with my Executive colleagues to support workers, families and communities. As you will be aware, I intend this to be the last single-year budget, now that the Treasury has committed to a multi-year spending review. I believe the introduction of a multi-year budget will be a game-changer. This will provide departments with the ability for longer-term planning. The 5-year departmental financial plans will play a crucial role in this. Behind these millions and billions of figures are people and families. It's on all of us in this chamber to work together to improve their lives and opportunities for the future. For now, I commend the final budget for 25-26 to the Assembly. Thank you.
Gormagat Ara, I call Colin McGrath on behalf of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, given that the First Minister said last week that this executive is investing in dealing with waiting lists, and it now transpires that this so-called investment is merely the ring-fencing of existing money, and as such the First Minister says investment, you say ring-fencing, and the Health Minister now says creative accounting, do you think that this executive owes the public, those languishing on waiting lists and our hard-working and dedicated healthcare staff, an apology for this executive's gaslighting and fake news about the money to deal with health?
Answer that whatever way you want, Minister.
Last Concordia, let's be very clear. This executive has ring-fenced £215 million to tackle waiting lists. Be under no doubt about that. Things are going to be done differently. We cannot continue the position where we continually uplift the health budget and expect different outcomes and don't get those different outcomes. The executive has made its position quite clear. We expect a different outcome from this budget. And from this budget, we have ring-fenced £215 million to start tackling waiting lists. The Health Department has received over £200 million additional funding this year. What the Health Minister chooses to do with that funding is a matter for the Health Minister, but the Executive, in agreement with the Health Minister, has set out quite clearly what he wishes to do. I took my time to read, Mr McGrath, your press release in relation to the budget, which is entitled Underwhelming. Yes, it is. It's also absent of an alternative budget. I look forward to reading your alternative budget. I look forward to reading your alternative budget and how the member intends to deal with waiting lists.
Okay, could members just chill their jets, please? Okay, Diane Forsyth, Deputy Chairperson of the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for bringing this statement on the budget to the House. This week, the impact of Labour's budget decisions are being acutely felt across the country by the increases in wages and employers' national insurance contribution. In this budget statement, we see an acknowledgement that our core Northern Ireland public sector will be short £55 million this year towards the increases in employers' national insurance contributions, and our GPs, community pharmacists, will be short over £30 million. And Minister, I want to ask, what are you doing to outline how we will go into 25-26 addressing these upfront shortfalls?
Minister.
The Executive has made a conscious decision to redistribute the £158 million extra funding they had as a result of party consequences in the way they have. And around £50 million of that is going towards tackling waiting lists. £15 million of that is going toward, or £8 million of that is going towards tackling the skills deficit, £5 million towards Lough Neagh, £15 million towards special educational needs. These are priorities within the programme for government, and I'm not suggesting for 1 second the challenges faced by the sectors which you read out are not real. They are real. But the Executive has made a conscious decision to direct its limited resources in a certain way, and I think that is the correct decision. I will continue to engage with the Treasury over the time ahead. I have put forward a very robust case to the Treasury that their funding mechanism for national insurance contributions is unsatisfactory, as have the other administrations. We'll continue to make that case, and we are continuing to make the case ahead of the spending review in terms of the needs-based analysis for the Executive. I believe this Executive remains or continues to be underfunded significantly by the Exchequer and by the Treasury, and will continue to make that case.
I call Deirdre Hargey.
Thanks very much, and thank you, Minister, for this important statement today. And as you highlighted there in terms of the allocation of Lough Neagh, it's just to see in terms of the Executive's commitment and the importance of dealing with the issues pertaining to Lough Neagh and how that's been prioritised within the budget. Thank you.
The Executive continues to recognise the challenges that is faced in relation to Lough Neagh, and we also recognise the fact that it's going to take considerable investment and time to correct the mistakes of the past. But I think the fact that we have ring-fenced £5 million in this budget for the DAERA Minister to engage with sectors and to continue to take on the challenge of the pollution around Lough Neagh is only right and proper.
Thank you, Minister. I call Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, you mentioned both our underfunding and the second stage of the spring statement, which is due, or the spending review, which is due in June. Minister, given that Professor Holton was only appointed this year to undertake a review, are we in the 11th hour, and is there a risk that we're too late?
No, there's already a lot of work undertaken on research and data which Professor Holton will have access to, and I'm confident that his report will be available in sufficient time for us to submit it to the Treasurer ahead of the spending review. No, the case was originally made by the Fiscal Council. We continue to make a case, and Professor Holton's work will add to that case.
I call Steve Aiken.
May I thank the Minister for his statement so far. Minister, it's to be welcomed the £250 million being ring-fenced for health, but I noted that £50 million of that is due to come from June monitoring, which of course is 3.5 months away from here. Is there a risk that this monitoring money may not be available, and what faith do you have that we will have sufficient funds in June monitoring to be able to make sure that we deal with this vital issue?
The funding which we have set aside, and we took the conscious decision to allocate this funding at this time. We can't include it as part of the budget spending because we have yet to receive the letter from the Secretary of State confirming it. So we're dealing with a number of technicalities here. But in reality, there's £50 million set aside for tackling health waiting lists. I think it's only right and proper that we inform the Health Minister that it's available now to allow the Health Minister to plan for that spend from June onwards. So I think we've taken the appropriate action in this case.
I call Deirdre Hargey. Sorry, Jam Dolan.
I'll go free last and I thank the Minister for this statement this afternoon. Given that it's one of the Programme for Government's priorities, how does this budget support the investment in skills?
Minister.
Again, I think this is a strategic investment by the Executive. We have almost doubled the investment in skills. In the draft budget, it was £7 million. The Executive now has taken a decision to increase that to £15 million in skills. And I think that's a huge boost to either upskilling current workforce, bringing new workers into the workforce, and it's a huge boost for the economy.
Call Deborah Erskine.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. I noted in the Minister's statement to the Assembly on the 3rd of April, he highlighted that DFI has identified an easement of £15.7 million. As Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, I do want to put on record that the Infrastructure Committee were sadly not briefed on this during any of our budgetary sessions. But given the amount of pressures within this particular department, could the Minister outline where this easement has arisen from, and including whether it was ring-fenced?
Minister.
My understanding is the A1. There'll be more details available in terms for the member in terms of the easement and the processes of how the committee engages with the departments and matter for the committee and the department. But I have no concerns as in terms of the easement that has been identified. And that the department has a proven record of investing the limited resources, like all departments, in frontline services.
Call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Research, development, innovation, skills development are absolutely vital if we're to grow our economy and deliver a more productive, globally competitive economy. The Minister's already mentioned the additional funding for skills, which is really, really welcome. But can he outline how the budget will support research and innovation across all the executive departments, including delivering funding required for R&D within our universities?
Minister.
I have given you the headlines of additional funding that has been allocated to departments as a result of Barnett consequentials, etc., unexpected Barnett consequentials. The funding as identified in the draft budget stands, and the projects identified in the draft budget, and the department's responsibility to outline their own projects also stands. So I have allocated the funds to departments. We have ring-fenced, in this occasion, significant amounts of funding, but it's now up to departments as to how they spend their allocated funding.
I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister, for the statement.
You talk in your statement about this executive doing things differently, but I also do think that ministers need to do things differently as well. I would like to ask you what interrogation your department, along with the Department of Health, is doing into a situation where the management costs of the Belfast Trust of £63 million are more than the management costs of the Southern and the Western Trust put together. Surely bureaucracy and administration should be managed in a way that will allow more money for waiting lists.
Minister.
I don't have responsibility to micromanage departments, though I do obviously have an overview and have an interest on how funding is delivered within departments. I think we do need to have a long, hard look at bureaucracy in terms of how we deliver public services and the amount of public bodies and quangos we have in place to deliver those public services. I think it's quite clear that moving forward we're going to continue to have significantly constrained budgets. So every penny counts. So if we are having an over-bureaucratic delivery of public services, then I would encourage ministers to remove the bureaucracy and put the savings into frontline services.
I call Colin Crawford.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, can I ask, have you given any consideration to ring-fence any funding for the PSNI on the back of the recent comments made by the Chief Constable? Thank you.
Here. Well done.
Well, contrary to popular belief, there's not a business case sitting on my desk. There is a business case in the Department of Finance being scrutinised appropriately by the relevant officials, who will then, working along with the Department of Justice, who will then, at the appropriate stage, provide me with a report. I'm awaiting the outcome of that scrutiny of that business case. When it comes to me, I will continue to engage with the Minister for Justice as to how we support policing moving forward and ensure that investment in policing is sufficient, is delivering the safer communities that all our citizens want, and that is being delivered in a frontline services way. But there is a process to follow here, and that process will not be speeded up by Googling or doing anything else. There's a process to follow, and I'll be following it.
Call Joanne Bunting.
Principal Deputy Speaker, just following on from my colleague's question, the Chief Constable has indicated that the PSNI is going to struggle to carry out its basic functions and indeed some of its statutory responsibilities as a result of this budget. And I note from the Minister's statement last week that he intends to allocate £5 million to safer communities and a £4.7 million general allocation to the Department of Justice. But could I ask him then, in light of the comments from the Chief Constable, could he outline the ways in which this budget is going to prioritise keeping people safe if the people tasked with doing it indicate they cannot with the money allocated to them?
Minister.
The 5-year business plan that has been presented to my department covers obviously 5 years, and this would have been the first year of it. The amount of additional expenditure in the first year was quite limited as far as I'm aware, and wouldn't have had a significant impact on policing numbers or plans. As I said, there is a process to go through. I'm sure the member will want to ensure and want me to ensure that any bids for quite significant additional funding is going to be spent appropriately and is fully required. We cannot run our public finances as to who gets the most dramatic headline on whatever day of the week it is. We have to run our public services on the basis of the programme for government priorities and that ensuring ourselves that the limited public resources we have are being best utilised.
Call Sinead McLaughlin.
Can I thank the Minister for his statement? Minister, it's welcome to see additional funding for childcare, but with families protesting on our streets this weekend because of high costs, this funding barely touches the sides. Do you agree that this budget means we will continue to underfund childcare compared to elsewhere on these islands?
I think this executive and indeed this assembly has to be commended. From a standing still point last year, we are now spending £50 million on early years in childcare and have placed actually an additional £5 million in the June monitoring. So £55 million from a standstill point of view this time last year. There are thousands of families who are benefiting from the fact that the executive took decisive action in this regard. There's more work to be done, and I look forward, as I've said earlier, to seeing the alternative budget from the opposition. I'll study it closely and see what suggestions they would have. I'm always keen to engage on that basis. But £55 million compared to zero.
I call Philip Brett.
Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement today. The Minister will be aware that the executive priority of growing the economy in his statement mentions 6.8 million allocated to Invest NI. Can the Finance Minister confirm, is that a new grant support scheme or is that the continuation of a current scheme? Thank you.
As I understand, it's a continuation of a current scheme and fulfilling projects that wouldn't go ahead without this money. So it is a welcome investment in the economy along with the skills investment.
Budget is in danger of being called the yes but budget, with the Health Minister saying, "We will not be helped by creative accounting or the political equivalent of a 3-card trick." What does the Finance Minister say about this extraordinary language? What does this commentary do for public confidence? Who is gambling with the future of our elderly and vulnerable, and who is performing sleight of hand here?
Minister.
I think it's vitally important, whether you're a minister, an MLA, a chief executive, a public servant, that you use your language very, very carefully, and that you do not unnecessarily raise anxiety and concern either among the general public, among patients, and particularly among the workforce in the health service. We all have a responsibility to act responsibly in these matters. And therefore, I would caution everyone who's on the airwaves and seeks to be on the airwaves to use their language with extreme caution. The sentence in the Health Minister's letter that stands out to me, and I commend him for this: "I accept the challenge of trying to deliver better with less funding." That's the challenge all executive ministers have. But it's a challenge we have to take on. We simply can't throw our hands in the air and say it can't be done. We have a duty to do better.
Thank you. I call Brian Kingston.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. I note that in the welcome announcement of £100 million for more social housing, he has stated that in line with that commitment, there will also be investment of £105 million in water infrastructure, and we're aware that that is quite often the major issue in planning applications. Will the Minister impress on his party colleague, the Infrastructure Minister, to ensure that that investment in wastewater infrastructure will be allocated across all parts of the community and would stand up to scrutiny in terms of equality impact assessment?
Minister.
I don't think I have to impress upon the DFI Minister at that point, but the member will be aware that that funding will be allocated to NI Water, that has a chief executive on a board who are ultimately responsible for how that money is spent.
I call Mark Durgan.
Yes, can the Minister explain why he neglected to mention that £15.7 million DFI easement raised by the Chair of the Committee from his oral statement, yet presents the reallocation of £7.7 million of that exact money back to DFI as a new capital allocation? Now, the Minister laments the lack of an alternative budget, but I think it's fair to say we're seeing plenty of alternative facts.
Minister.
If I was to go through every financial transaction and movement which occurs in the 25-26 budget, we'll be sitting here to midnight. So what I've given you is the headlines, the movements of finances, and tables attached to the statement of all the financial transactions and headlines involved in that. So look, it's understandable and quite right that the budget is open to question, and I have no difficulty with that. I fully support it, in fact, because then I think we end up with a better, more transparent system. But I would like to compare it against something. I would like to compare it against the opposition budget. Thus far, I'm unable to do that because you haven't reduced one.
I call Nolan McAllister.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, I agree with your remarks that we can't keep doing the same thing within the health service and keep getting the same negative results, and we need to do things differently. Given as the money for waiting lists was ring-fenced by the Executive, what engagement can you confirm have you had with the Health Minister regarding how things might be done differently? Because as history has taught us, when it comes to the Department of Health and all of the health trusts, there is very much that reluctance for change.
I have had some engagement with the Health Minister, but the £50 million extra is on the proviso that the Health Minister brings forward a plan as to how that will be invested. So the 165 is ring-fenced within the Health Minister's budget, and the £50 million additional funding that I'm bringing forward for him is on the proviso that he brings forward a plan as to how that will be invested in tackling waiting lists. And I don't think I'm putting a challenge to the Health Minister in that regard, because the Health Minister is on the same page as that, in fairness to him.
I call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Does the Finance Minister dispute the Chief Constable's contention on Friday that the policing budget has reduced by 6% since it was devolved in 2010 to the tune of £836 million without accounting for inflation? And if not, why are you giving additional money to the Executive Office instead of policing when it comes to tackling ending violence against women and girls?
Minister.
I think we can all be very, very thankful that policing is in a different place than it was in 2010, and that our society is a much more settled place than it was in 2010. So there needs to be some sort of reflection in terms of comparing policing budgets over that period of time. But as I said earlier to some of your colleagues, there is a business case in my department. My officials are analysing that as they would with any business case. When it's appropriate, it will be brought to my attention. I will continue to engage with the Finance Minister, or engage with the Justice Minister at that stage as to how we move financing for policing forward. But the member will be, I'm sure, will be the first to tell me, if someone is looking at an extra £200 million of very, very limited public resources, you would expect that I follow proper process, and proper process will be followed.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes questions to the Minister for Finance on the statement. The next item of business is the second stage of the Deaths, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill, and I call the Minister of Finance to move the second stage.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. The second stage of the bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate, so therefore I call the Minister to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
I welcome the opportunity to open this debate on this incredibly important piece of legislation. The bill before us today is an important step forward for our registration services. There are a few things which touch on the lives of everyone living here in the way that registration of births and deaths do. Many families have had the positive experience of registering the birth of their child, providing formal recognition of the joyful news of their arrival. While sadly, other families have had very different experiences of registering the death of a loved one or a stillbirth. Regardless of our background, whether we are young or old, births and deaths are part of our shared lived experience, and how we record them matters. As legislators, our job is to make positive change. The bill before us will, with members' approval, afford families who suffer losses early in pregnancy the same formal recognition as those who experience the death of a loved one. It will remedy disparities in birth and stillbirth registration processes for some same-sex couples. It also represents the modernisation of the registration service. It is a bill which will impact on a great number of people we are here to represent, and I will hope it will gain the support of MLAs. I will now consider the three areas of the bill's focus in turn. Firstly, the bill will make permanent the temporary provisions of the Coronavirus Act, which relate to the registration of deaths and stillbirths. These temporary powers have enabled these registrations to take place remotely and provided for the electronic transfer of documents between parties. Rather than coming into a council office, grieving members of the public can make arrangements to register a death or a stillbirth from their home. They can be assured that key documents which enable a timely burial will pass electronically between doctors, officials and undertakers. Over this last 5 years, this has become the normal way in which the vast majority of these registrations take place. The provisions have enabled our registration service to be more modern, more efficient and more effective, and they have enabled us to provide an empathetic service to people at a difficult and often emotionally challenging time around the death of a loved one or following the terrible circumstances of a stillbirth. It's right that we should not put any new burden on grieving families, that we should run our public services in a way that supports them and makes their lives easier. The bill will therefore put these temporary arrangements on a solid statutory footing, providing permanent powers which sustain remote registration and electronic transfers of documents, and will end the use of the Coronavirus Act 2020 powers in the context of this registration service, something which I know members on all sides are keen to see. Secondly, the bill will provide a statutory footing for a baby loss certificate scheme. As members on all sides will sadly be able to testify, the impact and trauma of losses early in pregnancy is significant. Estimates of how many pregnancies end during the first 24 weeks vary. The charities SANS and Tommy's suggest that there may have been around 4,000 such losses here in 2021. Because of a lack of reporting, this could underestimate the true figure. For these families, the loss of a baby early in pregnancy is a tragedy. The very real hurt which they feel is often borne in solitary silence, with little formal recognition and little support as they navigate their grief. Under existing law, the registration service can only recognise losses during pregnancy which occur after 24 weeks. Losses after this point are treated as stillbirths. However, this bill will change that and make the provision to recognise losses which occur earlier in pregnancy. A new baby loss certificate scheme will offer the opportunity for those who have experienced a baby loss prior to 24 weeks to have their loss formally recognised. When no certificate can undo their pain and grief, this new scheme will help to support families at a very difficult time, providing a voluntary way of acknowledging and recognising their loss. It will confirm that their baby existed and can be used to start a conversation with siblings or other family members. The certificates can help them to start to navigate the grieving process. Where they have been introduced, certificates of this kind have been widely welcomed. This support has been reflected in the large number of questions my department has received about the proposed scheme and in the supportive and often personal letters that have been received on this matter. I am grateful to all those who have been in touch and who have often bravely talked about their experiences. It's important to me that families, charities and third sector organisations have the opportunity to shape this certificate scheme so that it meets their needs and expectations. To that end, we will hold a public consultation on this new scheme. This consultation will help to determine the details of the scheme, including consideration of who can apply for a baby loss certificate, the time period it will cover, and the content of the certificate. Once the consultation is complete, secondary legislation will be brought forward to implement the scheme. I am grateful to the Minister of Health, whose officials have worked together with my department to bring this legislation forward, and I look forward to working with Minister Nesbitt to specify the detail of the scheme which will follow. If these matters progress slowly or smoothly, I anticipate that the scheme will be operational by the end of the year. Thirdly, the bill will rectify differences in the registration process for some couples. Under current law, different birth and stillbirth registration options exist for same-sex and heterosexual couples who are neither married nor in a civil partnership. Same-sex female couples in this position cannot jointly register a birth or stillbirth in the same way that heterosexual couples can. And some second female parents do not have the same birth and stillbirth registration options as their father and heterosexual couples. The provisions in this bill will fix these disparities, ensuring that unmarried, non-civil partner couples have the same choices about how to register a birth or a stillbirth, regardless of whether they are same-sex or heterosexual couple. This change will remedy our legislation to ensure equality in the registration process. As I have outlined, the provisions of this bill will impact on a large number of the people we are here to represent, often at some of the most difficult and challenging times of their lives. It contains provisions which make permanent the steps we have taken to modernise the registration service. It introduces important remedies for disparities in our birth and stillbirth processes, and it provides the statutory footing required for a new baby loss certificate scheme. I would urge members to support the provisions of the bill, and I therefore commend the bill to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. Excuse me, I called Diane Forsyth, Chair of the Committee for Finance, Deputy Chair of the Committee for Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And in the absence of Matthew O'Toole, the Chair of the Committee for Finance on paternity leave, I will speak on the committee's scrutiny of this bill, and I thank the Minister for his comments. I would also like to put on record that the committee very much welcomes this bill. I know that other members on the committee will agree that it has been quite a journey to get here. However, that does not diminish the importance of this bill or the very positive impact that it will have. Members will be aware that it was the committee that pressed for baby loss certificates to be included in the bill, and the presence of an enabling power to bring the certificates forward is very welcome. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee takes its legislative scrutiny role extremely seriously and will be diligent in its approach to examining and reporting on this bill if, as expected, the House agrees that it is referred to the committee for its consideration. I do not plan to repeat what the Minister has said regarding the content of the bill, other than to say that the committee is supportive of the provisions of the bills which make the reporting of deaths and stillbirths and the transfer of documents which make the process less onerous on all parties concerned. This is important at a time which will already be very difficult for all those concerned. As members will be aware, the House has previously supported the introduction of baby loss certificates, and it was the committee which urged that those should be included in this bill. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee has noted that there has been no consultation on this bill. As per normal procedure, the committee will undertake a call for evidence on the provisions of the bill, should the bill be referred to the committee following this debate. The committee previously agreed statutory rules made under provisions of the Coronavirus Act 2020, which relate to the recording of deaths and stillbirths. These changes have allowed the registration of deaths and stillbirths by telephone without an informant's signature and the electronic transfer of registration documents between the various parties in the process. The committee agreed at its meeting of the 10th of April 2024 to extend the use of the provisions of the Coronavirus Act 2020 until 24th of September 2024 through SR 2024-57 on the provision that this would be the last time that the Coronavirus Act would be used. Departmental officials indicated to the committee that at that time they would proceed to make these changes permanent so that the continued use of the Coronavirus Act 2020 would no longer be necessary and that this could be accomplished using delegated legislation. The committee, while supportive, was sceptical whether this would be possible through the use of delegate or secondary legislation. However, the Department's initial discussions with the Departmental Solicitor's Office seemed to suggest that statutory rules could be brought forward under the Civil Registration Regulations Northern Ireland 2012, following an amendment to those regulations which would alleviate the need for primary legislation. The committee was content for this to happen to allow the Department to move away from the extensions under the Coronavirus Act, which was not designed for this kind of long-term application. Due to this reassurance from the Department, the committee considered to propose statutory rules, and the committee indicated at its meeting of the 8th of May 2024 that it was content with the proposals. The two statutory rules were, however, never laid with the Business Office. The committee was notified on the 19th of June 2024 that the Office of Legislative Counsel ruled, and the Departmental Solicitor's Office subsequently agreed that there was insufficient scope within the regulations for the changes and that primary legislation would be required to make the changes permanent. Thus, the hope that the changes could be made permanent via delegated legislation was dashed. The committee received an urgent oral briefing on the issue from the Permanent Secretary at its meeting of the 3rd of July 2024, when the committee confirmed its disappointment in the requirement for new primary legislation, having previously outlined its scepticism over this being possible and being reassured that it was. Members went on to express concerns over the delay which would inevitably lead to the provisions of the Coronavirus Act 2020 having to be extended again. It was confirmed to the committee that the Department had also looked to see if there was any appropriate upcoming legislation that could be piggybacked, which the committee would have been supportive of. However, nothing appropriate was identified, leading for the need for primary legislation. The committee had an evidence session with the Registrar General on the 11th of September 2024, when members expressed regret that the changes could not be made through delegated legislation. The committee again outlined its disappointment over the further extension of these provisions under the coronavirus legislation. The committee also expressed its view at that time that a baby loss certificate scheme should be included within the legislation, potentially through enabling powers in the bill. The committee agreed at its meeting of the 2nd of October 2024 to recommend to the Assembly the extended use of the provisions of the Coronavirus Act 2020 until the 24th of March 2025 through SR 2024-172. Minister Archibald outlined to the committee on the 27th of November 2024 that the inclusion of a baby loss certificate scheme meant that legislation would require more development, further delaying the process. The committee welcomed the inclusion of the certificates nevertheless. At its meeting of the 26th of February 2025, the committee considered a further extension with the intent to extend the provisions until the 24th of September 2025. The committee agreed with the intention of the proposal, and the motion for this to be approved by the Assembly will take place in early May. The Department has expressed the hope to the committee that the bill will have completed its legislative process by the 24th of September 2025, so no further extensions would be required. However, while that hope is laudable, the committee must be given appropriate time and space to undertake appropriate scrutiny. The committee will consider a bill timetable at its meeting this week, should the bill be referred, and at that point the committee, and the committee alone, will decide the length of extension it requires to properly deal with the bill and report to the House. The committee wishes to express its disappointment that the provisions of the Coronavirus Act are still in effect at this stage. The use of the powers in these regulations were only meant to be used in a time of national crisis, and the continued use of these provisions is of great concern. The committee supports the principles of the bill. The ability to register deaths and stillbirths without having to attend a registration office in person is to be welcomed, and the opportunity for bereaved parents to obtain a baby loss certificate is an important step. The committee does wish to indicate its disappointment at the length of time it has taken to get to this stage, especially for legislation such as this, which has the support from all parties. If the bill passes second stage today, the committee looks forward to working with the Department to ensure robust scrutiny of the bill. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, as I indicated previously, the committee welcomes the bill and is supportive of the process today, which should ultimately see the bill referred to the Committee for Finance for its committee stage. And speaking briefly as a DUP MLA, I welcome this legislation. Increase in efficiency to the process at a time of compassion through death and stillbirth is very welcome. But as per my committee notes, it's very disappointing that this legislation, which was a simple and efficient process note, was not sitting ready to go last February. The coronavirus regulations were to make things efficient throughout the time of national crisis, and to have to repeatedly extend and now live under coronavirus regulations now is not the place where we would want to be. However, the delay enabled myself and my colleague Paul Frew to recognise this as an opportunity for a legislative vehicle by which we could progress baby loss certificates to bring us in line with Great Britain. Our action on this in committee, for which we had full committee support, has enabled the potential for baby loss certificates to be introduced in Northern Ireland within this mandate, rather than waiting for a standalone piece of legislation to be developed at a later date. The DUP are a pro-life party. We recognise and value every life from the moment that it's formed in the womb. And for those devastated by baby loss before 24 weeks, we have no recognition in Northern Ireland of that life, except for these women's medical records and in their hearts. And we welcome the introduction of baby loss certificates for families right across Northern Ireland. As the Minister mentioned, so many people have been in touch and are really looking forward to seeing this come forward. The tales I've had, even since this was introduced to first stage there the other week, are really heartbreaking, and people are really looking forward to this. So I would ask and urge the Minister to see this progress at pace with a consultation that's meaningful and takes account of this, and we're able to deliver for people here in Northern Ireland, and the DUP supports the progression of this legislation.
Thank you, Diane. I call Mark Durkin.
I rise today on behalf of the SDLP to support this bill on an issue that I personally am passionate about and have been persistent on. We thank the Minister for bringing forward the bill, and I'd also like to give some recognition to the former Minister for Finance who laid much of the groundwork for it. Reform of the processes through which we manage the issuance of death certificates is long overdue. It's an issue that was communicated to the Assembly by affected families a long time ago, and it's an issue where there has been, I believe, and I believe we'll hear again today, broad consensus across this Assembly. I think it's fair to say there's been a hugely positive public response to the news that this important piece of work that will mean so much to so many will be legislated on, and for so many grieving parents that I've spoken to, merely the recognition of their loss, of the life that they never even got to share, will mean the world to them. I'll speak first to the provisions in the bill surrounding baby loss certificates and proceed then on to some of the issues relating to the improvement to death and stillbirth registration. As those of us who have had a child know, from the moment you get that first positive test or see that first sonogram, your entire future changes before you. It's a frightening, exciting frenzy as parents immediately begin to start thinking about their baby, trying to decide names, thinking about cribs and nappies and onesies. Will it be a boy? Will it be a girl? What will their first words be? What school might they attend? What great things might they accomplish? Will they have my eyes? Will they have my smile? Will they have my hair? It's an unusual kind of grief to have that future, that life you had, taken from you, to mourn not just what you've lost, but everything that you were meant to have, to know that that baby that you were so excited to hold in your arms will be out of your reach forever. What makes it worse is that this is a pain that women and their partners must often face alone. We've no way of knowing how many pregnancies end in miscarriage each year, but the most common estimate that we hear and that we use is that as many as 1 in 4 pregnancies could end in a miscarriage. That means that this is a sorrow that a huge section of our society have endured and do endure. Yet, if you ask people across our country, do you know a woman that's had a miscarriage? A significant number of people would say no. And I think fewer still might be able to say that they know a man who has lost a baby in this way. As a society, we don't encourage people to talk about this or share our guilt. How many of us were told to keep our pregnancy secret for the first trimester, just in case something goes wrong? That it would be better in that case if no one knew? I understand that instinct entirely, but I also know that that means that women are made to feel like it's something to keep secret, something to be ashamed of. It's often not until years later that women and men feel comfortable sharing their experience, and others still never share it at all. At his trial, Oscar Wilde spoke of the love that dare not speak its own name. This is like the grief that dare not speak its own name. And this bill won't solve that. No piece of legislation could. But it's our sincere hope that this bill, by creating the option of and for a baby loss certificate, will allow those going through the miscarriage to have some way to mark their pain, to acknowledge the loss that they have suffered, and maybe have just some degree of closure, of catharsis. It's also our hope that the creation of the baby loss certificate scheme will also encourage more couples to share their experience of miscarriage. The mere existence of the scheme will allow us to gather more data on the scale of the problem. This, I hope, will help further to destigmatise baby loss, show those going through a miscarriage that they are not alone, encourage them to tell their loved ones what happened and get the emotional support that they need, and facilitate us as a society to have a wider conversation about baby loss and rethink our own attitudes towards it. So while we wholeheartedly support the bill and the intention behind it, there are one or two matters that we do believe will warrant further exploration at consideration stage. In particular, if we look at clause 3, paragraph E, this empowers the Department of Finance to set fees for a baby loss certificate. Now, I'd be grateful if the Minister could set out his intentions on this more clearly. Does he intend, as is the case across the UK, that accessing a baby loss certificate will be free, or is it the intention of the Department to issue a fee in order to access the scheme? If it's the latter, I believe that that would be a mistake. I understand the financial pressure the Executive is under, every department, and I'm confident that any Minister's sole intention in attaching a fee would be to cover the projected costs of running such a sensitive scheme. However, while I don't doubt, and never would, the Minister's good intentions, any step to charge a fee for the issuing of a baby loss certificate risks being perceived as callous and may even compound grief. Neither England nor Scotland have felt the need to request any fee to access this service, and if they can deliver that in a financially sustainable way, I see no reason why we cannot. We've also seen recently through the budget sustainability plan that even the smallest charge can then be tied up in the department's budget. In the plan, we saw the hospital car parking charges and charges for ordnance survey maps all being tied into the department's financial plan. Having a fee for baby loss certificate creates the option, no matter how repugnant and I'm sure everyone here as well would find that baby loss certificate fees could come in the future to be seen as a source of revenue. I'd also point out that beginning the scheme with a fee will make it much more difficult to decide to remove it later on. Once the department begins receiving this fee money, it will inevitably play a role in its internal budgeting processes. Having the scheme free from the beginning prevents that. Turning now to the remaining reforms, and they are just common sense. Despite our differences in and around this chamber, I'm sure we've all had a bereavement within our families. We all know the pain of losing someone, the grief, the way lives get turned upside down, families get thrown apart. However, an element that doesn't always get spoken is that it is also a very hectic, busy time. From the moment someone dies, when we are emotionally distraught, we need to begin the process of registering the death, organising and planning a funeral, paying for it, notifying relevant government departments, maybe cleaning out your loved one's home, that you have a week to do so following their sad passing, valuing the estate, legal processes around wills. And that's before you begin to look after yourself and your family, review your own needs, see what bereavement support that you and others might need to access. If the deceased has a next of kin or dependent, decide what support they need, what changes they may need to make to their own taxes and benefits. In some extreme cases, even review your own immigration status. It's an overwhelming labyrinth of forms and bureaucracy, which can often feel callous, given everything else the bereaved and their families are going through. And while much of this work, painful as it may be, is needed, it is a simple point of compassion to ease the burden if and when we can. The pandemic was a brutal test for governments, businesses and families around the world. In the midst of the shutdowns, innovative solutions had to be found to manage almost every aspect of our lives, from shopping to working to socialising with friends and family. I'm sure I'm not alone in being relieved that those dark and challenging times are done, but there are some elements where I think we would be remiss not to learn from those solutions and ask whether or not they do improve matters. And this bill is one such example. Steps that we took during the pandemic to allow people to give details of a death and stillbirth over the phone or digitally rather than attend in person, providing the option to share the relevant documents technologically and allow electronic signatures for death certificates, enabling medical professionals to transfer death and stillbirth forms, all proved to not only be common sense, but also to make the entire process of registration of death and stillbirths more expedient and a wee bit less distressing for the families involved. I'm also pleased that this bill removes restrictions that removes the rights of lesbian couples to afford of the same rights as a heterosexual couple when registering a birth, stillbirth or baby loss. The fact that there is no provision, as there is for heterosexual couples, for the same-sex partner of a pregnant woman to register the birth of a child is just absurd. It's a relic of a darker time where the government felt it appropriate to devalue one form of love or relationship over the other and only consider a rigid, exclusive definition of family. Not allowing the same-sex partner of a new mother to register a birth is to deny their status as a parent. To say that because there's perhaps no biological connection between the child and them is to say that the woman who will feed that child, clothe that child, sit and do homework with that child is not a mother, not an equal partner in raising that child. What's more sinister, what is frankly cruel, is that a same-sex unmarried partner cannot register a stillbirth. Most of us can only imagine how painful and upsetting it would be for a woman to suffer a stillbirth. In that scenario, it is only natural, only human, that your partner may want to take as much burden off her shoulders while she physically and emotionally recovers. We understand and accept this with heterosexual couples, married or not. To deny this to same-sex couples is both senseless and heartless. However, this is not the only area of the register process where lesbian couples continue to face barriers and discrimination. On the 17th of September last year, my office reached out to the then Minister for Finance to raise an issue with the registration of same-sex couples who had a child through IVF under the Human Fertilisation and Embryology Act 2008. If a same-sex couple conceive a child through IVF within Northern Ireland, both mothers are automatically registered as parents. However, if the IVF treatment is administered abroad, which is common, as many fertility clinics often have an international sister clinic, then they are unable to have both parents registered on the birth certificate. So given this obvious gap in the legislation, I'd be interested in hearing the opinion of the Minister on whether he feels this falls maybe within the remit of this bill, and if so, doesn't it make sense to fix this anomaly now rather than have to return to the matter in follow-up legislation? And our party, the SDLP, would be more than happy to work with the Minister on a friendly amendment to include this within the reforms set out in the bill, or even to support an amendment from the Department. But again, we welcome a second stage of this important piece of legislation and look forward to playing a constructive role as it passes through the Assembly.
Thank you. As question time begins at 2 o'clock, I just want to say our next speaker, before I call a suspension, will be Gemma Dolan. Okay. So, and this debate will continue after the urgent roll question. I therefore propose by leave the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 o'clock. The sitting is by leave suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
For Education, I call Peter McReynolds.
I do not have the power to repeal Article 4(1)(c). That would be a matter for the Assembly. I am presently considering whether I will bring any such proposals to the Executive.
Mr McReynolds.
Minister, this is an issue that I raised with you on the 30th of April. Why has nothing changed in almost a year?
Mr Speaker, this is an issue where there has been differing views expressed, particularly by those who are in our schools that have to navigate what can be very difficult challenges. That's why I moved to have a working group established, invited participants to be part of that in order that we can look at what guidance could be provided for, and obviously the outworkings of that would provide a better understanding to then take a decision as to whether or not this article would need to be repealed or should be.
Question 2 is withdrawn. Call Dan Armstrong.
Mr Speaker, thank you.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to group my answers to questions 3 and 8 together. I condemn the disruption caused by the recent school closures due to security concerns, and I welcome the speedy response from the PSNI. Our young people and staff should be able to attend school without concerns about their safety or security. The Department's Building Handbook specifies the use of CCTV in schools with respect to building and site security, and is for the protection of school premises and grounds against vandalism and theft. The handbook also provides for an intruder detection system and external lighting to be provided for school security purposes. For new build schools, consultation with the PSNI Crime Prevention Design Advisor and the Architectural Liaison Officer takes place on all aspects of site and building security from an early stage of development. If existing schools have concerns about their existing security infrastructure, they should submit an unavoidable minor works application supported by a PSNI report. Guidance on security and personal safety is available on the Department of Education's website, and the Education Authority's Health, Safety and Emergency Planning Service are also available to provide schools with information and guidance. And while this guidance was originally introduced in 1997, it remains relevant and is largely current. However, I am happy, Mr. Speaker, to commit to a review of the guidance to ensure that it remains appropriate and up to date to mitigate the risks in today's world.
Ms Armstrong.
Thank you for the Minister for his response, and I welcome your condemnation of the security hoaxes and also the steps you are taking. Can I press the Minister on just the issue of communication with parents and stakeholders in the event of any unfortunate future security alerts? What steps you will be advising? Thank you.
Minister.
Can I thank the member for her interest in this issue, and also the question in light of the security threats that came through by way of an email. However, that advice was obviously that it was a hoax and schools were able to reopen again. Obviously, when it comes to communication, schools are very well placed to be able to advise parents of any circumstances that may require a response from the parents, including if they need to come in to collect their children. That is something that schools should have in place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Apologies, I missed the first part of your answer. I'm just really wondering whether there are any capital funds that your department would consider putting in place, particularly for those smaller rural schools. And I should have declared an interest. I am a parent of a child that was impacted by the school closures. Two of my children go to a school that was closed in Ballycastle, but particularly those rural schools who might not necessarily have the large infrastructure of security and have very open sites. Will there be anything in terms of a capital fund for those schools?
Mr. Speaker, so where there is a need for any capital, that can be brought forward by way of an unavoidable minor works application, and obviously that would be considered in terms of any security measures that may need to be provided in a particular school. So if a school feels that they need some security infrastructure, I encourage the school engage with the relevant managing authority and bring forward those applications, and then they can be considered.
John Bunting.
I'm grateful to the Minister for this information, because he'll be aware that particularly with secondary schools there are a number of entrance points to the schools, and also certainly within my constituency there's at least one school that has several different buildings. The Minister has indicated that there may be funds available and people should apply. Could he indicate how schools apply for this associated funding for security for their estate?
So it would be by way of a minor works application, an unavoidable one, and that then would be then considered through the normal processes. And each school is different in terms of what would need to be developed. It would need to be tailored to their own unique circumstances. So schools are well placed to know what it is that they feel is necessary by way of any capital investment around security-related equipment, and then they should engage through the Education Authority, put forward that application, and then it can be assessed.
Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, understandably, those calls and emails caused a lot of stress and concern for parents. Does your department feel at this moment in time all of our schools in Northern Ireland are adequately prepared for emergency situations, events or threats? And will you be revisiting the current protocols around this matter?
Sure. So, Mr. Speaker, where there is a security incident, there should be a security policy in place where schools have that strategy, setting out how to deal with a wide range of issues, and that can range from security of cash, personal property, personal safety, incidences around violence. The school's response to any incident should be led by their safety strategy. And while it's not realistic to plan for every possible situation, the safety strategy should set out appropriate responses which can be implemented in an emergency.
Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you.
Minister.
Integrated design team for the project to improve access to St Brigid's College was appointed on the 2nd of April of 2025 this year.
Ms Ferguson.
Thank you to the Minister for your update. Minister, as you're aware, the demand on the physical resources within the school is extremely challenging. Just for instance, in visiting the school and seeing the likes of the toilets, no ventilation, they're 50-year-old toilets in really bad condition, and likewise change the facilities, the disabled parking, taxis. Can you ensure that it's really full comprehensive approach will be taken to St Brigid's College to improve accessibility for all students? Thank you.
Minister.
So, Mr Speaker, the good news being that the ICT has now been appointed, that they will take forward, as the group that has the relevant expertise on this, the works that would be needed in terms of St Brigid's. So that now does allow things to commence. There was a business case in terms of specialist provision classrooms, the associated accommodation at St Brigid's as well. That business case was for a 5-classroom specialist provision extension, total costs of around £4.5 million, and that was received in November of 2024. But due to the level of cost, it's currently with my department's economists for review before submitting to my Director of Finance for consideration. So we don't have a complete timeline for works in respect of that particular aspect as to needed in St Brigid's, but there is progress that's being made, and I'll continue to seek to make that progress.
Michelle Guy.
And thank you to the Minister for his answer so far. Can I ask the Minister how will ensure that any physical works required in order to allow a pupil to access a new placement at school in September 2025 will be completed before the start of the new academic year?
Minister.
Well, works that need to take forward, obviously there's teams involved in what would be necessary to take forward particular works in a school. That's actively monitored by the department, by the Education Authority. So where there are commitments for work schemes to be completed by September, then there will be effective monitoring of that, and if it's not going to happen, then it should be being flagged up to both the school but also to the department.
Patsy Midlone's not in his place. I call Declan McAleer.
Question 6, please.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the Council for Catholic Maintained Schools, as the Planning and Managing Authority for Catholic Maintained Schools, has indicated that it will seek to increase the admissions and enrolment numbers at Dean McGurk College via the development proposal process under Article 14 of the Education and Libraries Order of 1986. As a statutory process, CCMS will work with the school in this regard. The DP process can be separated into 4 main phases. 1, the identification of need in the area planning process. 2, the pre-publication consultation. 3, publication of a DP. And 4, the statutory objection period leading to a decision by the Minister. I should point out that the Department's role in the DP process commences when a proposal is published. On the 16th of January this year, the Education Authority published its second operational plan, 2024 to 2026. Dean McGurk College features in the operational plan under a short-term work stream, which says that the Council for Catholic Maintained Schools is reviewing the approved admission and enrolment numbers for Dean McGurk College. The Council for Catholic Maintained Schools will engage with the Board of Governors regarding provision for the area. So while this work is ongoing, the school does, Mr Speaker, remain able to apply for temporary variations to enable it to increase its intake whenever there is oversubscription in the area.
Mr McAleer.
I thank the Minister for his response. I should declare an interest as a former pupil, former teacher and current parent at the school of 2 children. Minister, do you have any indicative timeline at all as to when this development DP process will commence and indeed when it might conclude? Because the school was built in 1966 and there's an urgent need of capital investment.
Well, Mr Speaker, I know the member has pursued this issue very effectively and has raised the issue with me on a number of occasions and continues rightly to do so. On the 9th of May of 2024, last year, I met with the Council for the Catholic Maintained Schools along with other elected members, departmental officials and representatives from Dean McGurk College to discuss the admissions and enrolment numbers at the school. CCMS subsequently did indicate that it would bring forward a DP to seek to increase the admissions and enrolment numbers at the school through the DP process, and that they would work with the school to bring this forward. So I've mentioned the reference to Operational Plan 2 in terms of the reference to Dean McGurk. So it's not possible for me to be able to put a specific time frame on bringing forward the DP. That process is a statutory one, and there's a number of steps that need to be carried out before it can be published. So the initial steps in this case, Mr Speaker, has to be carried out by CCMS, and then it has to be carried out by the Education Authority. At that stage, as I've stated already, it is the Department's role in the when the DP process commences that a proposal is published, and then my department is engaged in that process.
Colin McGrath.
Number 7.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the priorities for youth policy review commenced in September 2023. My department is taking a co-design approach to the review, which includes children and young people, the Education Authority, which is the statutory provider for youth services, youth work practitioners, the voluntary and community sector and other government departments. My officials are gathering, reviewing and assessing evidence from a broad range of sources, including a young person's reference group, a regional advisory group, a cross-departmental group, 5 thematic subgroups, the project board, the Education and Training Inspectorate, relevant research reports and other policy areas within the department. The review findings and evidence-based policy options will be brought to me for consideration during the summer of this year. Quarterly updates on the policy review are made available on the department's website, and the next update on the website is scheduled for later this month, April 2025.
Mr McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Thank the Minister for the answer. Can I ask, inherent in the previous priorities for youth document was the protection and enhancement of the voluntary sector as being the leaders in the delivery of youth work within our communities. I'm not always sure that the Education Authority actually delivered upon that policy element of the previous document. Could the Minister assure us that the voluntary sector that is delivering, that is the most flexible within our communities to meet the needs of our local children, will still get that prevalence and will be able to deliver quality youth work?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the point that Mr McGrath makes is one that I've heard repeatedly from a number of the community groups that I engage with, but it's also one that I can speak to from my own constituency point of view, where I see how the voluntary community sector do excellent work when it comes to youth services, and that's why I am very much keen to make sure that they are enabled to do their work, and where they can do that work, then there shouldn't be the need for statutory provision because the voluntary community sector are able to do it. So there is always going to be a role for statutory, absolutely there will be, but this review is currently working through all of the various aspects that I've just outlined. Once we get to that place where there is a policy, then of course that will be subject to a public consultation process, and that will give a further opportunity for community and voluntary groups to have an input into shaping this policy.
Robert Clark.
Answers thus far, and I hear your response in terms of going through a consultation process and whatever, but is there any indication about how long that will take before there's a launch date for the policy?
Sure. So, Mr Speaker, the time frame, and I've questioned my own officials around this because I would like to see things expedited more quickly. However, a number of the voluntary community groups have indicated that they need to get this right and they would rather go through the detailed work on this. And that is why the time frame is slightly longer in my view than what I would like it to be, but it is hoped that there would be a launch in early 2026. So we need to get the proposals to me in the summer. We need to then take decisions, put that out to a public consultation. That needs time to work through, but the objective is obviously to move towards having a launch of this in early 2026. But the sooner all of the key stakeholders can move forward in this process, I want to enable the outworkings of this policy, but I am dependent on all of the various organisations playing their part to aid me.
Matheson.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers. I really just want to pick up in a bit more detail from Colin McGrath's question and your response to that. Will the priorities for youth policy, when it is published finally, will it clearly set out the Department's policy on whether or not the community and voluntary sector is to be the primary delivery mechanism for youth services in Northern Ireland?
Mr Speaker, I can't predetermine the outworkings of the current processes that are being engaged in. I want to enable an effective youth policy. I have my own view on that, but that view has to be shaped by those who are actively engaged in this important work. So the direction of travel that the member indicates is one that I have a lot of sympathy with, but there needs to be the detailed work taken forward, which is currently underway. That process then will allow me to be engaged, and we move forward into a consultation process, and members in this House, as with other organisations, will be able to help shape that.
On Tennyson.
Question number 9, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, as you'll be aware, my department is operating within an extremely constrained capital budget. Within these current budget constraints, minor works are restricted to Ministerial Priority 1, which are those works that meet the inescapable statutory requirements such as health and safety, fire protection, safeguarding and statutory obligations under the Disability Discrimination Act. Schemes which meet those requirements are prioritised for delivery, although the timescales for delivery will vary depending on issues. For example, like the state of readiness, in terms of the need for planning approval, the logistics of delivery. So some projects can only be delivered when pupils are not on site, limiting the window to holiday periods, typically during those summer months, and the availability of funding. So some small-scale projects can be mopped up at the end of the financial year if there is available funding. Unlike major works or school enhancement programme projects, minor work projects are initiated on an almost daily basis to address inescapable concerns. The minor works programme, therefore, needs to include a degree of flexibility to respond to those emerging priorities.
Mr Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that answer. Minister, Bridge Integrated Primary School in my constituency submitted an unavoidable minor works application in June 2023 and has been awaiting a feasibility report and business case since. Do you accept that school leaders' confidence in the minor works system has been shattered, and will you commit to a review to restore that confidence?
So, Mr Speaker, a lot of the issues around confidence questions are being raised by members in this House who actually created a false narrative, created inaccuracies, and therefore, where there is a lack of confidence in the process, it is for those members that created it. I am absolutely confident in the processes that have been followed. And therefore, the answer to the member's question is no, I won't be committing to a review. It's a matter for others if they feel they need to review their processes. The Education Committee can carry out their own review around these particular aspects. But to ask me to initiate a review based upon a false premise is something that I don't have the resources available to waste my time on.
Johnny Buckley.
The Minister is absolutely right to highlight that the biggest undermining of confidence is false information from members in this democratically elected chamber. So can I ask him to confirm that again that this is currently being allocated only to priority 1 cases, and could he perhaps set out a further context about why that is at this stage?
Minister.
So, Mr Speaker, I can confirm that it is around priority 1 cases. The reason for that being, I outlined earlier, but it's to meet the inescapable statutory requirements such as health and safety, fire protection, safeguarding, statutory obligations under the Disability Discrimination Act. And projects are also progressing to provide the minimum accommodation required to implement approved development proposals. So, as members will appreciate, the Department is operating within an extremely constrained capital budget. Decisions have necessarily been taken to direct available investment to keep schools open, pupils safe, and to provide education access for the most vulnerable. So, Mr Speaker, I very much want to be able to fund not just the school that Mr Tennyson has raised today at question time, but many members in this House who bring me to their constituency advocating on behalf of their schools. We can only spend what is available to be spent, and that is dependent then on the budget allocation that my department receives. So I encourage members, advocate on behalf of the Department of Education and help us to put in that funding into our schools community, rather than advocating for a new canteen for prisoners in McGilligan. I would sooner have the funding spent in our schools. That's where the priority should be.
Question 10 is withdrawn. Call down Dodds.
Mr. Speaker, in recent years there has been an unprecedented increase in the number of children with special educational needs. Since 2019, the total number of children with statements has risen from 19,000 to 27,000, and there has been a 21% rise in pupils attending a special school, with many operating at or beyond capacity. As part of my statement to the Assembly of the 30th of April in 2024, announcing the establishment of a SEN capital investment programme, I announced that one of the 4 strands of the programme would focus on the development and delivery of SEP projects at special schools. I set out that there are currently 10 SEP projects announced in special schools, and these projects will be prioritised and expedited for delivery. I can confirm that this does not mean that the mainstream SEP projects have been paused or placed on hold. However, at present, the SEP projects at special schools have been prioritised, with resource directed to take forward these schemes. Regrettably, this has meant that the programme of mainstream projects has been prolonged. However, the EA is currently exploring options to increase its resource to take forward SEP programmes in mainstream controlled schools as soon as possible. And I can assure you that there has been no change to the policy regarding SEP. Funding continues to be available to progress SEP projects through the design stages to pre-tender. A decision to release projects to tender for a contractor will be taken on a case-by-case basis, dependent on budget availability at that time.
Mrs. Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. It is good to hear that some of the SEP programmes in mainstream schools are still being progressed, but progress is slow. And I know that you will agree with me that many of these schools become very disheartened. They have extremely challenging accommodation needs, and I would be keen to explore or for you to explore what additional resources the EA need to actually progress the cases. For example, in the case of Carrick and Lurgan, been waiting almost 10 years for that business case. So I'd be keen to know what we can do further to progress this issue.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member has had me in Upper Bann on a number of occasions where I've been able to see schools and around these SEP projects. So I can assure the member that my department and the Education Authority are actively working to consider how processes could be accelerated, because I share the frustration that the member has raised. I have also indicated to EA that where they require additional capacity to help move these projects forward, that I want to be able to assist them and for my department to be able to assist them. So that work is underway. I want to see these projects move forward. We need to get to them to the point where they are sitting ready to go. Then it is another battle in order to secure the funding, but we first need to get a lot of these projects to the point of being shovel ready, and then I can engage in seeking to get the finances, and currently there's too many projects that are not at that stage.
Annie Donnelly.
Thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. Could I ask the Minister to outline how he will ensure that schools most in need of emergency works will be able to access this via minor works?
Sir.
Mr. Speaker, I encourage the member to engage in the significant amount of applications that are considered and processed. They are substantial in terms of the volume. The Education Committee will know that, having looked into this particular issue. These are all priority 1 cases. I think that's indicative of the financial pressures that the school estate is under. Countless reports are indicating that there needs to be much more investment in our school estate. That's what I want to see achieved. Decisions that are taken are delegated at appropriate levels within the department, within the Education Authority. Those decisions follow the proper processes in terms of how they are reached.
Owen Crawford.
The Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, will you commit to publishing a quarterly update on SEP progress, including which schools are prioritised and why?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a good point, one that I ask my own officials to provide me with updates on the capital programme. I think there is a strong argument to be made that could be published and made available so that people can see the transparency around the process and also help keep people informed. So that is something that I'm actively considering in terms of setting up a process to provide that information.
Question number 12.
Mr. Speaker, academic selection supports the principle of parental preference in education, a principle that underpins the legal foundations of the education system in Northern Ireland. For every study that criticises academic selection, there is one that highlights the shortcomings of comprehensive education. In England, for example, the shift from selective grammar schools to comprehensive education did not improve social mobility as intended, and rather selection by ability has been replaced by selection through postcode. Work by the Centre for Economic Performance within the London School of Economics shows that among the reasons for low social mobility in England is poor access to high-quality schools by economically disadvantaged groups. The increase in house prices near high-quality schools means that even though choice is available, poorer parents cannot make use of it because they cannot afford the catchment areas with inflated house prices. So there is no societal, political or academic consensus on academic selection. We can either continue to have these same tired old conversations trying to socially engineer better education outcomes and setting school sectors against each other, or we can focus on what the evidence tells us is important. The most fundamental feature of an education system which promotes social mobility is one in which every child is able to attend a good school. That's why my new Transform Ed strategy sets out the most detailed and systematic programme of transformation in over a generation, which will make Northern Ireland a truly world-leading education system. It provides a pathway to educational excellence based on supporting effective teaching and a renewal of curriculum, assessment, qualifications and school improvement, all underpinned by a relentless focus on tackling educational disadvantage. So let's focus on building that truly high-quality school system where all of our children and young people can flourish.
Mr. Duggan. Obviously, the flourishment of our young people is something that we all desire. However, I don't think you see many or any reports that have much good to say about putting children under such pressure at such a young age, while previous ministers essentially privatised this process. Can the Minister acknowledge the role that private tuition now plays in so much that it's become de facto and puts so much pressure on so many parents and children and has created an unequal playing field?
Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, the points the member makes can be debated. It is one that I have some sympathy for, that the decision to abolish academic selection by the state led actually to the privatisation of the transfer process, which I find quite ironic for those who advocate greater state control. So that is one I have a lot of sympathy for. And that's why some parents say, why can we not sit these exams in our school environment? Why can it not be regulated by the state? So there are points of conversation and debate. However, I suspect we're not going to reach consensus. And if I spend the next 2 years debating this particular issue, then we miss what I think is critically important, which is to ensure that every child is able to access a good school. That's why I published my Transform Ed document, which is very much at its core about closing the attainment gap between those who come from a more socially deprived background compared to those who are better off, as the member quietly outlines, is able to engage in private tuition to help aid their child.
Al Robinson. Minister, you have about half a minute.
Mr. Speaker, it was announced on Friday the 28th of March that following individual consultation with members, the NITC was not in a position to ratify an agreement on the management side's revised formal offer to resolve the teachers' pay dispute, and then a second pay offer was rejected. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I personally intervened, took control of the situation, met with the trade unions, put forward a proposal that braked the deadlock, and now as a result of that action, our teachers are getting that 5.5% increase, and they will get their backdated pay in May of this year, and it is something that I know that the teaching profession has very much welcomed, and we continue to work on the issues that they raised around workload.
Moving to topical questions, and I call Cara Hunter.
Minister, understandably, the error from the EA distributing letters to parents on preschool placements has caused great distress, leaving many parents devastated to learn they'd not secured a place for their child and scrambling to make alternative arrangements. Minister, can you detail to this House how many children in Northern Ireland currently have been left without a nursery place, and will you commit to delivering necessary funding to ensure that these families can avail of a placement within one of their preferred nurseries?
Minister. So I agree entirely with the member around the regrettable information that was put out in advance of what was meant to be later this week. The Education Authority, having looked into it, engaged with the company who was responsible, version 1. They apologised. They were seeking to prepare themselves for releasing that information this week, and it would appear down to human error they released this information in advance. That was wrong, and they've apologised for that. So it did create considerable distress, as it often does at this time of year. But as a result of the earlier information being released, there would have been, I think, less, certainly in the preschool settings, disruption, because they were still working through trying to find resolutions to that. And so the Education Authority is currently working through making sure that we provide places for every single child in Northern Ireland.
Ms. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your response. Can I ask, what action will the Department take to ensure transparency and fairness in preschool place allocations, particularly in rural areas like my own constituency? Or it's equal and fair, given the Education Authority's recent policy change on pupil allocation notice and the impact of the standardisation programme?
So, Mr. Speaker, the member again rightly outlines that the Education Authority is responsible for the allocation of numbers, the PAN number, to providers. That is something that annually takes place, and that can change, and that does create instability in some of those settings, but they're actively trying to manage the number of places for the need in our community, and they need to make sure that there isn't oversupply. So this year, the circumstances have not been satisfactory in terms of the information being communicated. We're trying to investigate and understand how that happened. But I also accept what the member has said. That's why I've now commissioned a review into the process of allocating numbers to preschool and nursery providers. That's a piece of work that I've asked EA now to take forward to see, is there a better way for this process to operate rather than every year members in this House and the Department having to deal with the issues that have been brought to my attention.
Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Minister indicate the consequences of the request for an extension of the committee stage of the Uniform Bill to 3rd of December 2025?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The committee stage extension that will be debated later today in the Assembly would have the result of not having the legislation taking effect until September 2027, were the committee to follow its inefficient approach that it seeks to do. So it is vitally important that later today in the Assembly we support the amendment that's been brought forward. The committee and the committee chair on this one is absolutely wrong. The first priority has to be hard-working families. They must be our priority. The committee then needs to reorganise its workload, do what they are elected to do, which are members of the Legislative Assembly, carry out its scrutiny work in a much more efficient time frame than what is being proposed to do, and that they put the interests of hard-working families first, not seeking to deny the DUP implementation of our manifesto pledge, which was to deliver on this education. They shouldn't play politics on this matter. They should put hard-working families first.
Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Minister, for a wholesome response. Minister, with respect to scrutinising the bill by the committee, what other options are open to them?
Well, Mr. Speaker, they could work harder. I think there's a realisation out there from the public that they expect this place to get on with its job. And I note in September 2024, 27th of September, whenever the consultation went out on the school uniform bill, this was the chairman, Mr. Matheson, and I quote him, "This is an issue which has gone on for too long." I agree, too long, and yet he wants to bring forward a proposal that would lead to legislation not having effect for 3 years from he made that statement. So I think the Alliance Party need to sit back, ask themselves, why are they here? Are they here to just frustrate and delay this assembly? Or are they going to allow me as a minister to get on with the job and deliver for hard-working families? So I'll be supporting the amendment, and I trust that the Alliance Party will support the amendment rather than frustrating the work of this assembly.
And on the subject of frustration and delay, does the Minister accept his share of responsibility for the delay in reaching a teacher pay settlement just last week?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was delighted that we were able to reach an agreement when it came to teachers' pay. This was a commitment that I wanted to deliver on. When I first came into post, a new recruit coming out of our teaching training college was paid £23,000 a year. As a result of a DUP education minister, new recruits now will start on £31,650, £7,500 paid per year more than whenever I wasn't in this particular post. So I'm delighted that we've reached an agreement. I welcomed the trade unions, and I would refer the member to the trade unions' press releases where they thanked me as Education Minister for my intervention. I would encourage him to listen to those unions who actually were praiseworthy of the work that I carried out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I believe the Minister lives on another planet and mustn't have been engaging directly with teachers and support staff recently who are not happy with where the situation has landed. So can I ask the Minister, what steps is he actually going to take to address the workload issues and caseload issues that those teachers have been raising?
Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, again, maybe the member is incapable of reading and he might want to go back to school and then he can read the agreement. The agreement has 26 areas of workload. That was the commitment that management side entered into with the teaching trade union. So not only have we delivered a 5.5% increase, we have committed to 26 areas around workload, so we have listened, rightly so. And then I intervened and said, let's set up a commission. We'll appoint 3 members to it. It will carry out oversight. It will report to me. It will hold not just me and my department to account, but others, so that this is delivered upon. So as an education DUP minister, I have engaged, I have listened, and I have delivered, and will continue to do so.
Trevor Clark.
Of their special schools, or sorry, the number of special schools that are still requiring places allocated to the pupils?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is an important issue and one where we continue to engage with the Education Authority on. As we have identified the need in September 2025, we believe that there's a requirement of around 1,300 places in order to accommodate the need that exists. So whilst the Education Authority has been working to increase the majority of the capacity across the school estate, there is an assumed pressure of around 400 places remaining in advance of the new academic year.
Mr. Clark. I ask you, Minister, I mean that number is quite high, but what steps are we taking to actually reduce that number and allay the fears of that large number of parents?
Sure. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that there's ongoing engagement. Indeed, over the past week, this week, we have the most senior representatives in the Education Authority, the Chief Executive Directors, actively meeting with schools in areas where need has been identified, in order to provide those assurances that where they engage with the Education Authority to enhance the provision in their school, that they will be supported. Because there is a concern in some schools that they aren't supported whenever they make provision available. And so EA is currently engaging in that outreach work with the schools. The SEN task force, which was established last year. It will be meeting on the 16th of April, where my most senior officials, Permanent Secretary, Deputy Secretaries, they are also part of that task force to make sure that whatever support that the Education Authority need, my department is there engaging with them, because we need to ensure that every child who should have a place will have a place for the next academic year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Can you give us an update on any of the actions taken since the launch of Transformed?
Minister. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, following the launch of the Transform Ed strategy, there's been a number of important announcements about assessment and professional learning. Working with SEA, we've introduced a new system-level sample assessment in literacy and numeracy for pupils at the end of key stage. This mirrors arrangements in many high-performing jurisdictions. The new tests will involve a representative sample of around 1/3 of schools. It will begin in March 2026, and that will provide important data on how our system is performing in these areas. And it's an area, Mr. Speaker, which the trade union representatives have welcomed, because it will assist in reducing workload for teachers because of the involvement of SEA in terms of the assessment. I've also announced a new programme called Making Best Practice Common Practice, and that aims to bridge the gap between academic research and classroom practice. Transform Ed contains a specific action to improve access for teachers to educational research. The Making Best Practice Common Practice programme includes 3 key elements: funding for school and school clusters to support research-informed conferences, a monthly newsletter for teachers on the science of learning, and a quarterly Northern Ireland publication for teachers on wider education research. Most critically, my officials are working on a detailed implementation plan to support delivery of the Transform Ed strategy over the next number of years. This will identify lead organisations and delivery mechanisms, as well as funding requirements. Officials are engaging with stakeholders to discuss the plan. And this week, finally, Mr. Speaker, I'm issuing a new Transform Ed magazine that will keep school leaders and teachers updated each term on the programmes and reforms that are being taken forward as part of the Transform Ed strategy.
Mrs. Dodds.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister. I think that all of us in this House recognise that excellence in our schools and throughout the whole of our education system for all of our pupils is really, really important. What do you see as the long-term stages in this process?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I concur with the remarks made by the member? She is absolutely right in terms of the importance of excellence. And the next stages on the Transform Ed strategy will be a detailed implementation plan to support the delivery of the strategy over the next number of years. This will identify lead organisations and delivery mechanisms, as well as funding requirements. Officials are engaging with key stakeholders to discuss the plan. I'm also delighted that the inaugural Transform Ed conference will be held on the 8th of May. This event will bring together school leaders and policy makers to provide an opportunity to engage directly with global education experts, learn more about the reform agenda. Speakers will include members of the International Ministerial Advisory Group, such as Daisy Christodoulou and Tim Oates. Lucy Crehan will also present key outcomes from the strategic review of the Northern Ireland curriculum, offering a first look at potential changes that could redefine education in Northern Ireland. This conference, Mr. Speaker, will be a huge event. We already have over 500 principals who are going to be coming in attendance to that. I expect that number to increase, and we anticipate having 800 educationalists on that particular date as we move forward our education system in Northern Ireland.
Paula Bradshaw.
An update on your discussions with the Health Minister to ensure nursery provision is restored to those special educational needs schools where it has been withdrawn. Thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, it's an issue where the Chief Nursing Officer has been commissioning a piece of work for allied health professionals that operate within our special schools. It's an area that I've engaged on with the Health Minister and will continue to do so, and we're awaiting a report in terms of how that work is being taken forward, because I've heard those concerns from those principals about the need to have that support within our special schools.
Ms. Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, given your support for this process, what support can you give to those principals, leaderships of those schools in the interim while that work is undertaken? Thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, obviously there is support for our special schools, but they're managing increasingly difficult medical complexities. The pupils who are coming forward, thankfully, they are living much longer than used to be the case as a result of advances within the medical world. But that requires support to take place then within our special schools to enable the principals to, first and foremost, provide an education for those young people. But that will only be possible where there is the appropriate medical support. And some of the principals who I have met are deeply concerned that they're reaching the point where they don't want to say to a child, you're not able to come into the school because the medical needs that you have cannot be catered for. That's not a tenable position. It's not something that we will want to be the case, and that's why we need to get the appropriate support, and I'm working to seek to do that with the Minister for Health.
Okay, thank the Minister for Education. Now we turn to questions to the Minister of Finance, and the first question is from Doug Biddy. Mr. Biddy. Sir.
Creation of the centralised next HR function in 2017, the data controller moved to the Department of Finance for all civil service staff files. Given the security considerations for prison grade staff, it was agreed that all live and legacy hard copies would remain within NI Prison Service headquarters.
Mr. Biddy.
Speaker, and the Minister will know that there have been concerns raised with the Information Commissioner's Office in regards to the break-in in Dundonald House and those who feel that there may be personnel files which were kept in there which were not secured. So can the Minister outline the processes for accounting for all personnel files, be they prison officers or anybody else from the civil service, particularly in transit between your department and the Department of Justice?
The member is correct, and it's well on the record that Dundonald House was accessed in recent times. The room containing the files in relation to the prison service was not accessed, and even if it was accessed, there was no access made to the storage facilities within which these files were held. So I have asked directly as to whether the room was entered or whether cabinets were opened, and the answer to both of those is no. In terms of transport, I understand that the files were transported securely in agreement with the prison service to a new location.
Linda Dillon.
Minister, given the recent break-ins at Dundonald House, can you give us assurance that all steps have been taken to secure Dundonald House going forward?
Since the break-in and further incidents of and attempts at unauthorised access, all locks on the entry-exit doors to Dundonald House have been changed. Chains and padlocks have been put in place where access is believed to have been gained. Access to the roof has been closed off, and 24-hour on-site security put in place inside the building. The Department of Finance is also arranging for wire mesh to be installed internally to cover up the windows on the lower floors of the building to help prevent further unauthorised entry, and has closed the pedestrian access point adjacent to Dundonald House. The need for ongoing or further security measures at or around the building will be kept under review by my department.
Kelly.
John Kelly, I cast the question to
At the beginning of March, the Executive approved an increase to the procurement control limits to reflect inflation over the last 5 years and to introduce greater flexibilities for public bodies. The new limits were effective immediately. These changes allow public bodies to target spending below 50,000 or 65,000 for utilities to micro-businesses and the voluntary and community and social enterprise sector. For these contracts, public bodies can seek price checks or quotations by email. The simplification means that businesses will not be required to use the e-tenders NI system, which can be seen as a barrier by these groups. The flexibility will also ensure local accountability and allow spending decisions to be made locally. There are many reports which point to a risk-averse culture across the public sector. I would encourage ministerial colleagues to ensure their department is maximising the flexibilities the new limits creates, and also ensure this flexibility is replicated in its arm's-length body, such as schools. In addition to flexibility in procurement practices, my department is currently in the process of raising the delegated limits, where departments are required to seek approval from the Department of Finance Supply Division. Again, I would encourage ministers to review the practice in their own departments to ensure that delegated limits for their arm's-length bodies are proportionate and focused on delivery.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank the
Minister for his answer.
On a little on how the new simplified procurement process helps local small businesses access to public sector contracts.
I am committed to ensuring our procurement practices are simplified and are easily accessible for local businesses, particularly as 85% of businesses here have between 1 and 9 employees, and 97% of businesses have less than 50 employees. The simplification of the procurement process and practices for contracts below 50,000 or 65,000 for utilities will mean that businesses will not be required to use formal tendering to provide quotations. This will make it easier for public sector to do business and, more importantly, for businesses to bid, negotiate and work in partnership with the public sector.
Neil McAllister.
For his answer so far. Minister, during the last 5 years, the health trusts in Northern Ireland have spent close to $3 billion in care home contracts without going through procurement processes. What is your assessment of how that spending aligns with the requirements and best practice, given that there are concerns around the lack of flexibility for those availing of places in care homes?
It's a matter for the Department of Health and the Health Minister, and indeed the Health Committee, to assess and interrogate. I think it's important that obviously public funds are used wisely and are accountable for, and we're getting maximum value for money, but also that small and medium enterprises are not ruled out or barriers placed in their way to accessing considerable amounts of public funding, which can make a huge difference to a small business and therefore make a huge difference to our local economy. But in terms of the detail of the member's question, I would encourage her to engage with the Department of Health in that matter.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister too. In regard to arm's length bodies, what methods or what mechanisms are available to the Department to ensure that not only are proper procurement procedures adhered to, but also proper payment procedures?
Minister.
Well, each contract and each procurement exercise will have its own contract, which departments should monitor and satisfy themselves from the outset the procurement process has been followed properly, and that, as I said to the previous questioner, that value for money is achieved. The Department of Finance sets out policy on these matters. We can and will offer support to departments when asked for, but we do not have an interventionist role within the Department of Finance in regards to these matters. But as I say, I'm more than happy, where resources allow me, for my officials to support other departments if and when questions arise or where queries arise around these matters or where they want advice on best practice.
Mark Durkin.
I've had no specific engagement with the Minister for Infrastructure regarding a potential overspend by NI Water. My officials monitor each department's spend against budget on an ongoing basis through the regular forecast outturn processes. It is for each individual minister to manage their budget, including that of any Land Bank's body, in line with the allocation agreed by the Executive. I am aware of the Infrastructure Minister's statement regarding NI Water's budget position and her intention to appoint forensic accountants to investigate how NI Water have ended up in this position. That appears to be a very sensible measure, in my opinion. My officials will continue to engage with DFI officials in relation to the position of NI Water and its impact on the DFI budget, and will remain in close contact as this investigation proceeds.
Mr. Durkin.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer. The Minister has given his view that this is a sensible way forward from the Infrastructure Minister, and I don't disagree. But is he aware of any other departments or arm's length bodies who have incurred similar overspends and departments have taken similar action in terms of recruiting or employing a forensic accountant to look at it? And what can and should we be doing to improve oversight and budgetary discipline of ALBs?
Minister.
Well, maybe in reverse order. In terms of monitoring of ALBs and arm's length bodies, there's obviously a role for the Assembly. There's definitely a role for the committees. It shouldn't be a case that arm's length bodies come into the committees, make statements, and if their statement suits the political agenda of members of the committee, they nod in agreement, or if it doesn't, you shake your head in disagreement. Arm's length bodies control and spend huge amounts of public funds, and I think the work of the committees in the assemblies is very, very good. It's not given enough credit, I have to say, but I think the committees are a great way of holding those arm's length bodies to account. In terms of the use of forensic accountants by any other department, I'm not aware of it. I think it's a very innovative approach by the DFI Minister, and as I said, I think it's a reasonable measure. If other departments feel they should follow suit, then I would encourage them to do so.
And the Minister indicated there that he thinks it is a sensible approach by the Infrastructure Minister, so can we take it that he agrees then with the Infrastructure Minister's approach to this issue?
I do agree. As I said to the previous questioner, arm's length bodies are responsible for spending huge amounts of public funds. And they also have a responsibility to live within budget, as does their chief executives or their accounting officer. And their accounting officer has a responsibility to live within budget. So when an accounting officer steps forward and indicates or confirms that they can't live within budget, then I think the board of that arm's length body should be very concerned about that and carrying out due diligence. But certainly the Minister of the sponsoring department should be very concerned in carrying out due diligence in that regard, and I think in this case the Minister has acted appropriately.
McLaughlin.
Number 4, please.
Minister.
With permission, Can Collier, I intend to answer questions 4, 5 and 9 together and ask for an extra minute if that's appropriate.
Absolutely.
I have made clear to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury that we need investment in frontline services which support families, workers and communities. What we needed to see was funding for education, health and housing. It's disappointing that instead of this, the Chancellor Spring statement provides the continuation of austerity, neglecting investment in public services and yielding benefits that target some of those who need the most support. In terms of the impact on the executive finances, the Spring statement provided the executive with additional borne consequentials of 14 million in 25-26. Of this, 12.5 million is for Resourcedale and 1.6 million is for Capitaldale. Whilst welcome, these additional funds will not meet the many significant pressures on our budgets. These borne consequentials are unhypothecated, and meaning they are available to use. They are available to use in line with the executive's priorities and needs. The Chancellor also announced the creation of £3.25 billion transformation fund to support the reform of public services in England and Wales. The borne consequentials for allocations from this fund in 25-26 will be notified at the Whitehall main estimates in June. Consequentials in further years are likely to be provided in the spending review in June. Thank you.
Ms McLaughlin.
Thank you for your answer. Minister, your ministerial call, the Minister for Communities has said he has not enough money in his department to mitigate the outline cuts to PIPs. Has the Minister of Communities met with you to discuss the possibility of mitigations, including providing funding for the long-awaited anti-poverty strategy that would actually help mitigate some of these far-reaching cuts?
Minister. I've had no meeting with the Minister for Communities in relation to the current rounds of proposed cuts to welfare by Westminster. In fairness to the Communities Minister, I think he's reading further detail from Whitehall departments as to how exactly these cuts will be implemented, over what timescales and what impact that will have on AMI, etc. In terms of the anti-poverty strategy, there may have been correspondence between myself and the Communities Minister, but I'm not aware of any formal meeting during my time in post in that regard. The Executive has, rightly so, invested a significant amount of money over a number of years in mitigating against the worst excesses of Tory austerity. We're now dealing with Labour austerity, but I would be very, very challenged to understand as to how we could continue to mitigate against the proposed cuts on the scale of them when you see the scale of what's being proposed in the time ahead.
Gemma Dole.
And I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, when will Phase 2 of the spend review be announced?
Sure. It's expected that Phase 2 of the spending review will be announced in June. And while it's a very welcome development in the sense that it will give us my ability to deliver a 3-year budget, present a 3-year budget to the Executive for resource and a 4-year budget for capital, I do believe that we're going to be facing quite a significant challenging 3 years as a result of the fiscal and economic policies being adopted by the current administration in Westminster. But what it will do, it will allow departments to plan ahead, and in terms of delivering public services, having that 3-year window is really a game changer.
Guy Middleton.
Mr Speaker. Minister, the Chancellor's Spring statement outlined a significant increase in defence spending with a strong emphasis on investment in areas like AI and drone technology. Given Northern Ireland's increasing and growing capabilities in these sectors, Minister, what steps are you and your department taking to ensure that Northern Ireland businesses can effectively capitalise on these increased defence expenditures?
Minister.
I'm firmly of the view that there's enough rockets, missiles, bombs, guns in the world. We don't need any more. What we need is more teachers, more nurses, more healthcare workers, more special needs assistants, more domiciliary care workers, frontline staff, and a whole range of areas. So we do. There's enough guns and bombs out there. You can only have to look at your television to tell you there's enough guns and bombs out there. What we need is leadership on the world stage that will bring peace to this planet and allow those, particularly from poorer nations, because usually what happens is rich nations make the bombs, sell the bombs, and then drop them on poorer nations. Let's give everybody a chance and move on from what is a disastrous policy being processed and proceeded with at this time.
Donny Baker.
Question number 6.
Minister.
The Digital Inclusion Team Go On NI programme provides free digital training sessions in libraries, community centres and hubs. These digital skills sessions introduce digital technology to people who are not familiar with going online and support people who want to improve their online skills. In the last financial year, the programme helped nearly 3,576 people with digital training. In addition, the Digital Inclusion Team worked closely with businesses in the community and last month hosted an online schools event for Safer Internet Day, which had 3,758 pupils registered from 51 different schools. My department is committed to maximising the number of citizens able to use online channels, including those to access public services and to access low-cost, convenient computing and digital skills training. Activity and initiatives are across-departmental to ensure that we use technology to grow the economy, reform our public services and make life better for every citizen.
Mr Baker.
Minister, for your answer, and you touched on it there. The department is working in partnership with other departments, and is it working with more sectors to improve digital inclusion?
The Digital Inclusion Unit has aims of getting citizens online, promoting access to high-level digital skills and supporting the digital economy. It achieves this by coordinating activities and projects, creating partnerships, including with Ofcom, as I said, libraries, supporting communities and other government departments, and with other devolved administration. The unit also works in partnership with the public, private, voluntary and community sectors in delivering joint up, working through Digital Assets Steering Group.
Orlia Flynn.
Question number 7, please.
Sir.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I will answer questions 7 and 12 together. I am pleased that Professor Holtham is conducting an independent review of our level of need. This work is essential if we are to make the case to the British Government for a higher relative need factor to be included in our funding arrangements. Professor Holtham's review is ongoing, and I expect a report from him later this month in order to inform Phase 2 of the spending review, which is due to conclude in June 2025. Officials in my department are providing technical and administrative support to Professor Holtham as he requires it. It's essential that the Executive is funded fairly and sustainably to ensure us to deliver the public services our people deserve. That is my focus and the purpose of this work.
Ms. Flynn.
Thanks very much. Can the Minister explain why should the 124% needs-based factor be amended?
Minister.
I think it's a general view of Executive colleagues that while it's very welcome that we're now receiving funding at 124, that the level of need here is actually greater than that, and that Professor Holtham's review is very timely in that in terms of the spending review. It's been clear we've been underfunded for many, many years. I'm old enough to remember when we used to call for more funding that we were accused of going to Downing Street with a begging bowl in our hand, but in fact we were proven correct all along that we were underfunded. If we are to drag our public services up to an appropriate level, then we need the funding to do it, and we need that funding to support those who are working in the public services who, despite all the pressures that are thrown at them on a daily basis, go above and beyond the call of duty to help our citizens.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you for the answer so far. It is a few months really sufficient time for a review so fundamental for our public finances to take place?
Minister.
Yes, I think it is. And the time frame perhaps not set by ourselves, but in terms of the spending review, I think that the work that's been carried out over a number of various reports, including the work of the Fiscal Council, provides a good platform for Professor Holcomb to work on. He obviously will have access to all the data and will come to his own independent conclusions in that regard, but I do think the time frame, not ideal, but I do believe it is achievable.
Timothy Gaston.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly welcome the appointment of Mr. Hotham to identify the up-to-date level of need for Northern Ireland, having mentioned his work in the Assembly in the past. Can I just ask the Minister, as part of his review, will he be taking submissions from parties or indeed MLAs?
Minister.
No, it's largely a desktop review in terms of data and provisions. So it's not that type of review. I don't think the time frame would allow for that. It's really accessing papers and data to bring forward the report.
Justin McNulty.
Hold, can call it.
Since the relaunch of the Back in Business scheme in May 2024, 36 businesses have benefited from the 50% rates discount, provided more than £93,000 in rate support. The Back in Business scheme aims to help bring vibrancy, footfall and investment back to our high streets, while providing businesses with a boost at the start of their business journey, helping to support jobs, bringing long-term vacant units back into use. The scheme offers businesses a 50% rates discount for up to 2 years if they move into a business which were previously used for retail purposes and have been unoccupied for 12 months or more. I am grateful to the Assembly for their continued support and renewing the scheme earlier this month. I would urge anyone planning to start a business or expanding their existing business to consider setting up in an empty unit and avail of the rate support on offer through the Back to Business scheme.
Mr. McNulty, yes.
Count Carter, thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Has the Minister given any consideration to learning from the success of Atlantic Link Enterprise Campus and potentially expand the number of enterprise zones here in the north to tackle dereliction?
Minister.
It would sound maybe perhaps more of a Department of Economy programme, but I'm more than happy to work in conjunction with any Minister to see how we can support businesses, how we can ensure that we do bring our high streets back, how we create new innovative businesses and create employment as well. I am awaiting the final draft of the cost of doing business report, which I think will also be beneficial in these discussions.
Question 11.
Minister.
There has been significant progress across the 4 city and growth deals, with many positive milestones achieved over this last year. The Belfast Region City deal is in delivery phase, with legally binding contracts for funding, planning permission and construction commencing across many of the projects. The Derry City and Strabane District Council City deal signed its deal in September 2024. Council is finalising the required deal documentation and working on legally binding contracts for the most advanced projects, which will allow funding to flow. The 2 growth deals, Causeway, Coast and Glens and Mid-South West, signed heads of agreements last year and are working on outlined business cases to progress towards deal signing. The A4 Enniskillen and Bypass project, part of the Mid-South West growth deal, is currently in delivery, as funding was made available for this project by the Executive in February 2024.
Ms Hargey.
Thanks very much for your answers, and it's just to see, Minister, what benefits you will see these city growth deals delivering, and I suppose complementing the programme for government and the budget that you announced earlier today.
Minister. The £1.3 billion investment in the 4 city and growth deals will support significant shifts in many of our indicators, such as improving regional balance, creating employment opportunities and increasing productivity. Across the 4 deals, there are 50 projects at full business case stage. Each project will specify the benefits to be realised from that project. Identified benefits will include job creation where appropriate. I also think one of the benefits of the city deals has been the collaboration between the Assembly and the Executive and local councils in delivering these projects. I think it has that local dimension at local council level has been vitally important in this, and the delivery of these projects will make real changes to people's daily lives, the economy and the well-being of citizens.
John Bunting.
Please, Mr. Speaker.
Sir.
The Registrar General Office has data sharing arrangements in place with several agencies which enable death registration data to be provided to them. These data sharing arrangements enable the transfer of information on a weekly or monthly basis and contain only those data items permitted by data sharing legal powers and agreed with the organisation in the relevant data sharing agreement. There are no arrangements in place to automatically notify agencies and statutory bodies when a death is registered. GRO officials are currently scoping out legislative pathways which will allow for increased data sharing arrangements. However, it will take time to progress this work and to put the necessary legislation in place.
Ms. Bunting.
I'm grateful to the Minister for that answer, and he's highlighted the fact that they are working on it. The Minister will be aware that in Great Britain there is a campaign called Tell Us Once, and that is being promoted by Marie Curie here, and as chair of the APG for terminal illness, I would be keen to see that those in bereavement would only have to notify one agency to ensure that they don't have to keep repeatedly making calls in a time of grief. Could the Minister indicate, obviously he's taken this forward, but could he give us any indication of timeframes and scoping for such legislation?
Minister.
I can't give the member any times at this stage. The work is at an early stage in regards to this, but it is important for the very reason the member outlined, to Tell Us Once, to assist grieving families at that most awful of times immediately after the death. So I will update the member with more information, but I agree with the objectives of the campaign.
Emma Sheeran.
The Minister has just answered my question.
Okay, move on then to Colm Gildernew. Minister.
The member will be aware that the baby loss certificate scheme has been taken forward as quickly as possible to give bereaved families the opportunity to have formal recognition of their loss. I want all parents and families who suffered the devastating loss of a baby to feel that their grief is recognised. The death and stillbirth and baby loss bill, which will provide a power to make these regulations, is, as the member will be aware, is currently being discussed through its second stage in the Assembly today.
Mr. Gildernew.
And I thank the Minister, and I'm aware that you are dealing with this in more detail today, but for now, can you just outline in brief what a baby loss scheme might entail, Minister? Thank you.
A baby loss certificate scheme is intended to recognise the grief and pain which many families feel in the event of a loss of a baby in the first 24 weeks of pregnancy. Although a certificate cannot undo this suffering, the scheme will recognise and validate their loss, which is often a very private matter in the same way that stillbirth or death certificates do. The scheme will be entirely voluntary, with no legal requirement to record the loss. The resulting certificates will have no legal standing, but will provide a formal means of recognising the loss and its impact.
Carolyn Killian.
Question 15.
Minister.
I have just received today a copy of the report of the cost of doing business from the Ulster University Economic Policy Centre, which I will be considering. The study was commissioned following concerns raised in the aftermath of the British Chancellor's autumn budget. Research has looked at the impact of labour costs, energy, property, transport, materials and insurance costs on sectors and by business size, as well as the VAT differential for the hospitality sector on the island. The report provides me with a strong independent evidence base to present a case to Treasury ahead of the June spending review. I will also be sharing with my ministerial colleagues as the impact will be felt by employers in both private and public sector, including voluntary and community and healthcare providers.
Mr. Killian.
I appreciate the Minister's still looking at the report, but even at this stage, could he even give an indication of what actions he's minded to bring forward after his final consideration into the report, the cost of doing business?
About half a minute, Minister, please.
I have, as a member said, I've literally received the report today into my inbox. I will study it closely, and obviously we want to carry out whatever measures we can to support businesses moving forward. We already do quite a considerable amount of support for businesses through our various rates relief scheme. We talked earlier about the Back to Business scheme as well. So we'll see what additional support is achievable within the limited resources available to the Executive at this time.
That brings us to a conclusion of the roll questions. Move now to the topical questions, and I call Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, not long ago you and your executive colleagues published a programme for government that promised to, quote, do what matters most. Can you provide assurances that all of the necessary finance is available to deliver upon the priorities and promises in that document?
Mr. The budget sets out what will be financed in this financial year, and as the member will be aware, is aligned with the programme for government. I look forward to being able to present the Executive with a 3-year resource budget and a 4-year capital budget later in the autumn, which will all further allow the Executive to fund the priorities through the programme for government. As I said in the earlier question time, I believe the next 3 years are going to continue to be very challenging financially, but the fact that we can plan for 3 years is a game changer.
Mr. McGrath.
Thank you. Given that just about 5% of the overall budget deals with the priorities in the programme for government, Minister, which do you believe is most lacking, the overall percentage of funding available for the priorities or the ambition of the programme for government?
Minister, I find lacking the absence of an alternative from the opposition. So, you can't simply stand up anymore and criticise. You can criticise what the Executive is doing. Of course, you should challenge what the Executive is doing, and you should question what the Executive does. But a year in, it's time to see some paperwork from you. You know, it's time. It's time to see some paperwork which sets out what you would do differently. Now, in terms of I think the programme for government sets out a realistic programme of work for this Executive. I think the budget that is set out matches that, and as I said, we will be delivering a 3-year resource budget and a 4-year capital budget later in the autumn.
Can the Minister provide an update on the work of the Interim Transformation Board?
Minister.
Yes, this morning I met with Fleur Anderson, the Minister of State from the NIO, to discuss the next steps in relation to the Interim Transformation Board. I hope to be able to go out to executive colleagues in early summer and ask for further bids in relation to the remaining funds of around £102 million. And in conjunction with that, the Board and the TEO are also studying the digital maturity projects that have been submitted as well. So I will be appointing further members to the Board as well, and confirming the terms of reference. So the work of the Board continues, and the further transformation project bids will be asked for by early summer.
Zenas.
Thank you, Minister, and I appreciate that response. Can you just tell us, Minister, how much funding is allocated for transformation projects in the 25-26 budget?
Minister.
I think it's around, in this financial year, I think it's around £21 million has been allocated. As the member will know, the Transformation Fund has been profiled over 5 years. We are engaging with the Treasury around how that profiling will work and how it will match the ambitions and the strategies of the Transformation Board and the Executive, but we're confident we'll be able to match those two up.
Mr. Trevor Clark.
I'll ask the Minister, I don't know if you heard the interview last week from the Chief Constable in terms of the pressure within police numbers, but can I ask you, Minister, has the Justice Minister made any specific bids to address the issue of the recruitment within the PSNI?
Minister.
I didn't hear the entirety of the interview, I heard some of the interview, but the member will be aware that the Justice Minister has submitted a business case to my department. That business case, and for the record, is not on my desk. It is being studied by departmental officials, as would be the case for any business case that comes into the department. And at the appropriate case, it will be submitted to me. So once the business case has been appropriately analysed, I will engage with the Justice Minister on the way forward.
Mr. Clark.
The Minister has said in relation to business cases. However, I suppose given that there's a commitment from within the Executive and all of the Executive Ministers in the programme for government to address the shortfall of numbers within the police, given there was an original commitment of 7,500, I think now the target's even 7,000. So can I ask you, Minister, regardless of what the business case would say, given that this is a strong case made by the Chief Constable and indeed supported by evidence across the water, what support he would give to it regardless of what that case would say?
Minister. As I said earlier during the statement in relation to the budget, I'm not going to set my spending priorities on the latest headline or whoever seeks the most dramatic headline. That is because if I follow that course, somebody tomorrow will have an even more dramatic headline than the one today. So the business case, I cannot simply disregard a business case. The business case is there to protect public funds. If the business case stacks up, well and good. I will take the next step then along with the Justice Minister as how we identify the £200 million to direct towards policing over a 5-year period. Currently that £200 million doesn't exist. It simply doesn't exist. So we'll have to look at it over the spending period of that business plan, and I think the spending review gives us a great opportunity to plan on the way forward.
Question 4 is withdrawn. Call Harry Harley.
Mr. Speaker, what discussions have you had, Minister, with your devolved counterparts and with the government in relation to the impact of US tariffs?
Minister.
I had no opportunity as yet to have discussions with finance ministers in the devolved institutions. I understand that the Economy Minister is taking forward discussions with the devolved institutions in relation to the impacts of tariffs.
Thank you for your answers so far, Minister. Minister, has any initial work been done to undertake and establish what sectors will be worst impacted in this part of the UK specifically?
Sure. Again, I understand the Economy Minister is leading in this regard, and of course I'll work closely with her in that matter in terms of any financial concerns or pressures that are placed on our businesses. But I come back to the point, we are working in significantly constrained financial times, and it would be I can't raise expectations beyond reality.
Ms. Sharon.
Concordia, Minister, can you provide an update on last week's NSMC meeting, please?
Minister.
Attended last week's NSMC meetings in terms of SUPB as a sponsor minister for that department. A very useful engagement with our southern counterpart and the SUPB about the projects and the work they are doing, which are making real differences in communities and people's lives, supporting businesses, community projects, education projects. So it has been a very important piece of work.
Sharon.
Minister, would you be able to provide an update on the Peace Plus programme, please?
Minister.
Again, it's rolling out. The SUPB are managing the project with bids being processed and hopefully funding issued in the time ahead. I think the PEACE programme from its inception has made a huge difference to the society across all sectors and has proven invaluable in creating the positive change across our society.
Number 7's withdrawn. I call Gemma Dillon.
Corlia, can the Minister outline the main changes in the final 25-26 budget from the draft budget?
Minister.
Yeah, as I announced this morning, we have ring-fenced a significant amount of the part of health money to tackle waiting lists. We have added an additional £50 million in that regard to tackle waiting lists, along with the 165 ring-fenced. We have increased skills spending by £7 million, bringing it up to £15 million. We've added an additional £15 million for special educational needs. We have ring-fenced £5 million for the protection of Loch Ness and directed significant amounts of money towards Invest NI through the Department for Economy to support and create jobs.
Ms Dolan.
Minister, you mentioned the money towards the waiting lists. Will health benefit any further in this budget?
Minister.
I don't think we will see the significant Barna consequences which we witnessed last year, but I suspect there will be Barna consequences flow as part of the spending review in June, and obviously it will be up to the Executive to decide as to where that funding goes. The Health Minister is bringing forward a plan to the Executive in relation to the release of the additional 50 million. I look forward to seeing that. If the Health Minister indicates that he can spend more than that on programme for government priorities, then that's a question which will have to be put to the Executive.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, can I ask if you've yet received a copy of Professor Jerry Holtham's review into the needs-based formula?
Minister.
No, I haven't received a copy of it yet.
Mr Tennyson.
And, Minister, given that the independent review of funding in Wales was conducted over a period of 18 months by a number of individuals, are you absolutely confident that this desktop review, as you referred to it earlier, is sufficient?
Minister.
I think Professor Holtham, as one of the people who was involved in the review of the Wales formula, is very familiar with this process. He has a lot of casework and documentation to build on and learn from, so I am confident that Professor Holtham will be able to carry out the task and provide us with that independent oversight that is required.
Mr Bradley is not in his place, so that brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister of Finance. Very commendable, Minister. Like Mr Lyons, you've got through all of your questions, both fronts, so we congratulate you for that. Mr Given didn't quite do that. He got close on the main questions, but not the topicals. So the Ministers are coming into line very well in terms of answering questions promptly, and I think it's better for the Assembly when that happens and Ministers do that. Mr Madlone.
Just, well, not a point of order. My apologies. I wasn't in my place for a previous question. You had surpassed yourself even more with your usual efficiency, Mr Speaker. So my apologies. I wasn't there in time for it.
Flattery will get you nowhere, Mr Madlone, but it's not too often that you're caught out, I'd have to say. But we now move to the urgent oral, and just as the Minister and the member gets in their place, I call Diane Forsyth. Clerk to read the question first. Apologies.
To ask the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to outline what action he has taken in response to the recent fires across the Mourne mountain areas, which escalated to a major incident being declared at the weekend.
I call the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs.
I want to first offer my sympathies to all those who have been affected by these terrible fires over the last few days, and also pay tribute and express thanks to the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service for all the work they are doing to keep people safe. Tackling and preventing wildfires will require close working by the relevant agencies, but also requires public awareness and vigilance. 2 weeks ago, my department issued a press release in conjunction with the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service and the police, highlighting the risk of wildfires over coming months and provided advice in terms of how to help prevent them. Prior to the wildfires over the last weekend, my officials also issued an updated Natural Hazards Partnership Amber Wildfire Warning to key stakeholders to enable increased vigilance over the weekend. However, some of the recent fires, which were started after dark and are very difficult to catch, are unfortunately still happening. The dry and warm and often breezy weather is leading to conditions for wildfires, and they are severe. As part of my department's preparation for the current wildfire season, my department deployed specialist wildfire ATVs, and these were pre-deployed with the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service. These vehicles are located across Northern Ireland, where the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service deem to be the greatest wildfire risk. The Northern Ireland Environment Agency wildfire officer was also in attendance over the weekend, and I want to say thank you to him and so many other officials in my department. And he remains on call to assist the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service should this be required. The Northern Ireland Environment Agency specialist wildfire all-terrain vehicles also remain available for use by the emergency services, and all 3 of these were deployed by the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service over the weekend at Rostrevor, and 1 was used at Bencrom. My department continues to support wildfire prevention work, in particular the continued implementation of the Eastern Mourne Wildfire Project and the management of strategic wildfire control points in conjunction with the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service and Mourne Heritage Trust. In essence, these are a number of points, mostly within the Mourne walls, in which vegetation is kept purposely short to slow the rate of spread of wildfires and to allow the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service extra time to deploy appropriate personnel. Further work was planned to review and develop a wider wildfire plan for the Mournes, but unfortunately no applications were received for an associated tender which was issued in January. Officials are reviewing why no applicants were received, with the intention of revising and issued a new tender for this work to commence as soon as possible. Going forward, I have also asked officials to expedite the strategic way forward for wildfires in Northern Ireland so that I can bring it to the Executive urgently. Thank you.
Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber on this devastating issue today, and I join him in expressing thanks for the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, our police, Mourne Mountain Rescue Team, Mourne Heritage Trust and others as they've worked together. Over recent weeks there have been a number of fires, and this escalation at the weekend to a major incident being declared is incredibly concerning. From Saturday night in Hilltown to waking up to this Silent Valley in Bencrom yesterday, Steve Donard last night, and today my phone hasn't stopped as Berna and Doane are currently blazing. And Minister, I welcome the progress on all of these strategies, but I ask you to take urgent action today as our mountains are on fire. I'll be going home to that again this evening, and the people who have been in touch with me today are extremely stressed. Minister, would you support the calls for helicopter support and further support to the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service to deal with this fire as it continues to blaze?
Minister.
Thank you, Diane. And I spoke to the Health Minister, who has overall responsibility for the Fire and Rescue Service, both yesterday and today, and will remain in close liaison. I would take the points you've raised to Mike as Health Minister. But one thing I want to say around this is that we all within this chamber and within society have a role to play in relation to this. If we are aware of anyone or any information whatsoever in terms of the deliberate and malicious setting of these fires, we owe it to ourselves, but also wider society and our environment, to report this either to the police, and if we don't feel capable of doing that, to Crime Stoppers. I know this may be difficult because it may be reporting upon a neighbour, but we need to bring the culprits for this to justice.
Dennis.
Thank you, and I appreciate the Minister being here today to respond to this important matter. Will the Minister review the current DERA regulations around the burn period, which allows burning in the countryside up until the 14th of April? Given that we are in bird nesting season, we have many birds nesting in the Mournes at the minute, and given that clearly the existing regulations and procedures and safeguards that are in place at the minute are clearly ineffective.
Minister.
Thank you for this important question, and it's important for me to say that anyone who is lighting deliberately malicious fires in the countryside should be held to account, and I'm blind to the culprits in relation to this. But I'm also aware of the concerns in terms of the burn period. And what I am urging, and I'm urging that today, is for everyone to restrain from using this last week of the period which allows prescribed burning in Northern Ireland. So I know there's a week left, but I'm asking people to draw it to a halt today, because the impact this is having in terms of the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, in terms of resources, but also in terms of the risk to lives and livelihoods and our environment is very, very significant. I hope to bring to the Executive very soon a strategic way forward in relation to wildfires, and within that I will request that we consult upon a different approach towards burn periods in Northern Ireland. I'm very conscious of the situation that's in the south, which is 6 weeks earlier than ourselves. We also need to consider that, but alongside that we also need to look at better upland management for Northern Ireland. We've got to change what we're doing here. I know that's going to be difficult for people, but we can't continue the current way.
Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I echo the remarks about the work of the fire service over the weekend. They were absolutely pushed to their limits, and they did a sterling job trying to help our natural environment. But we had a serious issue back 4 years ago, and one of the only things faster than the fire service was the Sinn Féin Finance Minister and MP down calling for all sorts, from an innovation hub to a fire management plan to a strategic wildfire group to a wildfire stakeholder forum. Does the Minister feel that he has enough money to be able to deliver the interventions that are required so that this does not become an annual event for us?
Sir.
Finances are always a challenge within my department, and the Fiscal Council set it out in terms of the budgetary settlement for my department. But can I just say one thing around this? We're facing a very serious situation here. And if these fires don't stop, I really worry that lives are going to be lost. And there's a tendency in this place to divert to blame game and finger pointing. And that doesn't resolve any of this. I'm working within my department, I'm working with the Health Minister. There's a cross-departmental, statutory, joined-up approach in relation to this. And I think it's really important I praise the work that's been undertaken by the Fire and Rescue Service, by the police, by Northern Ireland Environment Agency, by Mourne Heritage Trust, by so many people coming together in relation to that. And to be honest, if that preparedness and that prompt response hadn't been in place, I dread to think what would be happening. But I'm now receiving reports that there's another fire having broken out in relation to the Mournes. And it's really important I say to everyone across Northern Ireland, knock it on the head, stop these fires.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. And I want to associate myself with some of the comments already made, and especially in paying tribute and thanks to the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service and all the associated agencies involved and individuals too. I also just want to echo what the Minister has said. As someone that has worked in the Mournes and been in the Mournes, I know that it will not be a matter of time before loss of life happens. I mean, I was 53 weeks ago, I was camping in the forest just across the road from where the Hilltown fire was, so I dread to think what could have happened, again, how these fires spread, and they're not wildfires, they are fires. But could I ask the Minister, will the Minister come to South Down to meet with residents to discuss the impact of these fires? Minister.
Thank you, Andy, for your question, and I'll answer that in two parts. Let's call this what it is. It's rural arson. And if it doesn't stop, we're going to have homes burnt down, we're going to have people killed, and we're going to have serious environmental consequences beyond what we've just seen in recent days and weeks. It is really, really concerning that this situation is unfolding. I am happy to meet up with residents. I am planning to go down to the area this evening. I would say, as a result of the evolving situation, I will not be going anywhere near the state of these wildfires, because it's important that I do not divert any resources away from the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service. So I'm going to be well away from the scene, and I'm going to encourage others to do likewise, because we need to let the Fire and Rescue Service get on with the job. I will meet with residents further away from the scene, much further away from the scene, because it's important that we give thanks to the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service and let them get on with the job, which is an extremely challenging circumstances.
Jonathan Buckley.
And I think we all share the sense of concerns expressed across the House about the fires in the Mournes. It's a place of natural beauty in which many of our constituents, indeed members, enjoy on a regular basis. So I commend the Minister on the cross-departmental aspect of this response. But the Minister will know that there requires adequate management of the countryside in relation to the Mournes, particularly from farmers. And there are those that have lived in those environments their entire life who responsibly, whether it's through burning or management of the land, successfully look after and manage that land. Can I ask the Minister, in relation to these fires, are they arson in terms of careless behaviour from those that are going to the Mournes, or is this concern the farmer themselves? Because I'm just fearful that sometimes the message can become mixed and where the point of blame can become.
Minister.
Get involved in any particular blame game, because the only way we can go forward in terms of knowing the exact cause of this is when you get people in front of a court. So regardless of who's responsible for this, I would say if anyone knows any information, lift up the phone and ring the police or ring Crime Stoppers. But I would say to people in terms of their actions in the countryside, there is guidance given to me in terms of what you should and shouldn't do in the countryside. I'm going to make it really simple. Don't light any fires. Stop them today.
Steve Egan.
Thank you very much, and thank the Minister for his remarks so far. And of course, we associate ourselves with about the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service and the good work they've been doing. Minister, what are you doing to ensure that farmers affected by the fires are being supported, particularly as this seems to be becoming a recurring occurrence?
Minister.
So we're doing all what we can say. I can hear Mr Buckley chuntering from a sedentary position. But the situation that we're having in terms of this countryside is really, really serious. The impact in terms of Fire and Rescue Service personnel and resources is significant. And I've been very, very clear that the situation that's unfolding here at the time ahead is really, really quite concerning. So what I'm saying to people is it's important that we do all we can to ensure that we don't have any more incidents unfolding within our countryside. I'm doing all I can to support people in terms of the impact upon this. We do a lot of engagement between non-governmental organisations who we fund as well. Mourne Heritage Trust is an example of that. We give grant support to Mourne Heritage Trust. I'll be meeting up with them this evening around that, and they play a critical role in relation to this, and we will continue to do that. And I just want to thank everyone who's working together on this issue.
Minister, your task to answer questions, and my task is to step in when members overstep the mark. John Blair.
Speaker, if I could turn to the practicalities around tackling these fires when they are in situ. Fires often started by humans, by whatever means, and destroying our natural environment. Can I ask the Minister what difference the specialist equipment deployed by the Northern Ireland Environment Agency has made in terms of tackling these fires?
Minister.
So the Northern Ireland Environment Agency has specialist ATVs, and they've been upgraded with additional equipment, including a portable pump. These vehicles are pre-positioned at following locations. Well, that's where they're meant to be. They're probably out and about at the present moment in time. But it's Ballycastle, Coleraine and Omagh fire stations, plus also Sprucefield Police Station. They're proved really, really invaluable, especially to the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service towards their deployment. And I want to thank Northern Ireland Environment Agency for the advanced planning and the deployment of those vehicles.
Justice McGilday.
Minister, this last week there were more fires than in the Mournes. In South Armagh there were fires in Fathom and in Drummondtee. About 5 years ago there was a serious forest fire on the Slieve Gullion where the Irish Air Corps were engaged to pick up water from Camel Lake and drop huge deluges of water on the fire, helping to quell the flames very, very effectively. Has the Minister been in contact with the Irish Air Corps in relation to the Mourne fire?
Sir.
And you're rightfully pointing out that this isn't just in the Mournes. There's also been fires in Donegal, for example, also in Galloway in Scotland. So this is an issue beyond just Northern Ireland. I will pick up your point and I'll raise it with the Health Minister because I'm answering questions here as Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. But we need to work together, and I'll speak to the Minister for Health because he has also responsibility for the Fire and Rescue Service.
Nuala McAllister.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, in my constituencies we sometimes have fires in the Cave Hill which cause damage to a much smaller extent, and I can't imagine the damage that is caused by these fires on the Mournes. I wonder if the Minister might be able to update this House when an assessment of the environmental damage can actually take place, or if this has been done already in some instances where the fires have obviously gone out.
Minister.
So we'll do that in slow time, but these on many occasions are designated sites. They're jewels in the crown in terms of our nature and biodiversity, and they're being destroyed. And that's where the real worry I have, not just in terms of the risk to lives and livelihoods and farms and houses, but also in terms of the implications for our environment. And in due course we will calculate the impact towards our environment, but it doesn't need to be like this. We need to be able to get control of this, and I'm really worried in terms of the weather forecast for the days ahead.
Thank you. That concludes questions to the Minister. Sorry, point of order, Mr. Castle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the 24th of March, I remind the House of your remarks on the 18th of February to the member for North Belfast, Mr. Brett, when you said MLAs should not have to go down the freedom of information route because they have access to questions. I want to draw your attention to questions tabled in October of last year about a private meeting between the Chair of the Executive Office Committee and the First Minister ahead of her giving evidence, which remains unanswered. I do that because on Friday past, the latest deadline imposed by the Information Commissioner ran out for the Executive Office to furnish me with all the information it held about that meeting. The Information Commissioner is pursuing the Executive Office for breaching the Freedom of Information Act. What can you do, Mr. Speaker, when the First and Deputy First Minister ignore their duties to this House under our rules, namely Standing Order 20, which requires ministers to answer priority questions within 2 days, not 6 months?
Well, again, I would urge ministers to respond in the appropriate timescales that are set out there for ministers, and ultimately there is no excuse, zero excuse, for not responding to questions in a reasonable time frame. It may be that if you ask an urgent question, you don't get it back in 3 days. There may be some reasonable excuse for that, but there's no reasonable excuse for taking months. And, you know, information that the ministers hold that are available to the public should be made available to the public, and there should be no effort to withhold that information from the public. I'm very clear on that issue. At that point of order, Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And further to that point of order, it would appear that the Justice Minister is also reluctant to answer very serious questions of public concern in relation to the Police Ombudsman and indeed wider policing concerns. Could I ask the Speaker for a ruling on this and advise how members of this democratically elected House can get answers to questions which are quite rightly of huge public concern to many of our constituents, because we're getting no answers via this chamber?
Well, in my ruling last year, I set out very clearly that ministers have a duty to comply with requests for information from the Assembly, and that it was not in order to respond to Assembly questions by telling members that they need to approach an arm's-length body directly. And I recognise that there are different accountability measures and mechanisms for the PSNI and PPS. Therefore, whilst I understand the Minister may not be able to answer every question relating to PSNI and PPS, and I give clarity on every question, because if she does hold that information, she should answer it and not refer you to the PSNI and PPS, but there will be occasions that she doesn't. But we will make exceptions for that. But she is accountable to the Assembly for all other ALBs and NDPBs, including the Policing Board and the Office of the Police Ombudsman. Just to follow up on that, we have a management statement financial memorandum for the Northern Ireland Policing Board, and on responsibilities and accountability for the Minister is accountable to the Assembly for the activities and performance of the Northern Ireland Policing Board. Her responsibilities include agreeing the NIPB strategic objectives and the policy and performance framework within which the NIPB will operate, as set out in the management statement and financial memorandum and associated documents. And most importantly, keeping the Assembly informed about the NIPB's performance. There's another document associated with this, and this is the management statement. And I'll just read you the appropriate references on it. And again, the Minister is accountable to the Assembly for the activities and performance of the Office. This relates to the Ombudsman's Office, including upholding the operational independence of the Office, approving the Office's strategic objectives, and again, keeping the Assembly informed about the Office's performance. So there's absolute clarity in this, absolute clarity. And ministers, be the OFM, DFM ministers, or be the Justice Minister, on both these issues, should be very clear that they need to be responding to this chamber in a timely fashion, in a respectful fashion, and do not be discourteous to this House.
Mr. Speaker, for that very detailed ruling. I take it from the response, which seems quite clear, that there has been occasions in this House where members have not been furnished with subsequent details in relation to questions asked in this chamber by the Justice Minister. So on a first point, will the Speaker undertake to ensure that his correspondence is directed directly to the Justice Minister? And on a second point, would the Speaker please give clarity on what action the Chair can take if in the future this ruling is ignored?
Well, in all of these things, we expect ministers to be respectful of the rulings of the Speaker's office, because the Speaker's office is here to facilitate this Assembly. Who puts the ministers in place in the first instance? I would anticipate, from previous experience, that when an issue like this is raised, that the minister's private office will bring the Hansard details to the Minister, and the ministers will have the opportunity to read the Hansards and what has been said. And I think that we do need to reflect where standing orders are not being observed by ministers, that something more needs to be done. But we'll give them an opportunity to reflect on those issues at this point. But if this issue keeps being raised, and I'm getting a little fed up with it being raised, not by the members who are raising it, but by the reasons that the members are having to raise it. Then we will have to see what further can be done. Thank you, and we now move. Point of order, Ms McAllister.
I thank you for your response to the previous point of order from the member from the DUP, but I might ask if you also direct that correspondence to all members of the Executive. In particular, I think about the Minister for Communities, in which he often does respond with regards to the Housing Executive and directing questions to him, and I might also refer to the Minister for Education. The same could be said for the Education Authority, and I also wish to highlight how in your well-prepared response to the member that piece of information that you relayed out with regards to the Policing Board did not mention about operational independence of the PSNI, of which the Policing Board is the authority to actually hold the police to account. And if you could remind members of the DUP that they do in fact have 3 members who sit in the Policing Board who should be well equipped to ask questions there and should get answers of the Chief Constable.
Well, you're coming close to a question, Mr. Speaker, but nonetheless, Mr. Gaston had the courtesy to call with me to indicate that he was going to be asking the question in the first place. So I had that understanding. And members, the door is open for members to do that, to call in my office if they wish to raise a point of order. And in that instance, then you get a point of order which has had some research carried out by staff. And what was quoted is the management practices that are expected. So I'm not standing for any excuses for any minister. The information was clear, which was quoted to you, which was expected of ministers. Mr. Lyons was the first person who fell foul of a ministerial ruling on this matter, followed by Mr. O'Dowd, I think, and both have subsequently. I haven't had the complaints. If there is complaints about them, I will certainly deal with them in the same manner as any other minister. I have an expectation that ministers answer questions to this House, irrespective of what party they belong to, because this House is a duty to hold them to account, and therefore I have a duty to ensure that members get those answers to the questions, because they are accountable to the public ultimately. And we need to respect the fact that we hold a public office. It doesn't matter whether you're a backbench MLA or the First and Deputy First Minister, you're still accountable to the Northern Ireland public. Thank you, and we will now move to the next item. And Gemma Dolan is the next speaker on this issue. Ms Dolan.
And I welcome the progress on this bill, which will make temporary relaxations for registering a death or stillbirth that was introduced during the pandemic permanent, and also enable the creation of a baby loss certification scheme. The electronic transfer of documentation is something which many of us take for granted in the workplace and in our personal lives, and while these changes were necessitated by COVID-19 initially, they are now considered as a normal registration process and have been viewed as positive by stakeholders, the public and funeral directors. The development of a baby loss certification scheme will give families the opportunity to have formal recognition of their heartbreaking loss and sends a clear message to parents who have lost a baby prior to 24 weeks that your love and grief is real and you are not alone. The introduction of baby loss certificates is not merely a bureaucratic change, it is a compassionate acknowledgement of the profound loss experienced by parents. Ensuring equality for registering births and stillbirths for same-sex couples is also an important aspect of the bill, and moving forward, this will ensure they are able to register in the same manner as opposite-sex parents. I support the progression of this bill.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to thank the Minister for Finance for bringing forward this second stage of the Death, Stillbirth and Baby Loss Bill. I certainly welcome the bill before us today. The aim of the bill, as outlined in the explanatory and financial memorandum, is to amend the law relating to the manner of notification of deaths and stillbirths and the manner of giving particulars relating to them. Importantly, it does provide a legislative basis for the introduction of a baby loss certificate scheme in Northern Ireland, and this scheme aims to provide formal recognition for parents who have experienced the heartbreaking loss of a baby before 24 weeks in pregnancy. And, Deputy Speaker, I will now declare an interest, as I am one of those parents who has grieved the loss, for me it's 13 children through miscarriage. Therefore, on behalf of all of the parents and the many parents who I've met over the years who have been through miscarriage, we appreciate the formal recognition that will be considered for us that our babies existed through the provision of a baby loss certificate. Currently, under existing legislation, the death of a baby is officially acknowledged only if it occurs after the 24th week of pregnancy, and this leaves many parents without formal recognition of their loss. It compounds grief and a sense of isolation. Recognising this gap, the then Finance Minister, Dr Kiva Archibald, and Health Minister Mike Nesbitt committed to working together to implement a baby loss certificate scheme. Indeed, Minister Archibald stated at that time, "I want all parents and families who have suffered the devastating loss of a baby to feel that their grief is recognised," and she further emphasised that her department will introduce new legislation to enable this scheme in collaboration with the Department for Health. The Health Minister, Mike Nesbitt, echoed this sentiment, acknowledging the profound impact of pregnancy and baby loss on parents. He highlighted the vital role of bereavement midwives in supporting families through such tragedies and expressed his commitment to progressing the necessary work to establish the baby loss certificate scheme as soon as possible. The importance of this was further recognised by the Northern Ireland Assembly's Finance Committee, which had called for baby loss certificates to be recognised in law. And the committee emphasised that such certificates are crucial for parents who lose a child in the early stages of pregnancy, providing a means to acknowledge and memorialise their loss. They've expressed readiness to work with the relevant departments to expedite this change. And earlier in this debate, I welcomed Diane Forsyth, MLA, when she talked about the consultation period that would be brought forward by the Committee for Finance on this matter. While the commitment across this House is clear, there remains a need for clarification on when the regulations for the issuance of baby loss certificates will be brought forward. Ministers have expressed their dedication to implementing the scheme promptly, but as of now, a specific timeline has not been provided. It is imperative for the concerned departments to communicate a clear schedule to ensure that grieving parents can access this vital recognition without undue delay. I will do.
For giving way, and for her experience in this regard, and for her contributions to this House in topics like this. She talks about a timeline for the baby loss certificate, and the Minister has stated, along with the Health Minister, that he hopes to have this enacted by the baby loss certificates enacted by the end of this year. Does the member not think that's really ambitious, considering we are only at second stage of this bill, and this bill then only enables the department to bring forward secondary legislation?
And I thank the member. I welcome the ambition because to have parents who have still loss or stillbirths and those who have miscarriage to be on a separate path is a difficult one. But because the systems are already in place for people who have died and getting their death certificate and for stillbirth, it may take a bit of time, but I think that there are enough people out there who want this so badly that they will certainly work with the department, and I intend to work with the department and with the committee as they take that through. And I think it comes to the point of what the devil is in the detail on this one, because it's important, like England, baby loss certificates are not time limited from when the loss occurred. I've had it's a hard way to describe it, but I've had the opportunity, I suppose, to stand in St Anne's Cathedral and St Peter's Cathedral in Belfast, surrounded by parents who come together annually to think about the children that they have lost. And I could stand in those churches with parents who are in their 80s, parents who are in their teens, parents who are devastated. They could be with their other children. And it means then for many of us that no matter how long ago it was, it's important that there isn't a time limit put on that, so that we can at last get a certificate that acknowledges that our children were here, even for a very short piece of time, whether that's weeks or months. Sorry, yes.
Given way, and I agree entirely with her outlook in terms of that timescale issue and the backdating. if you like, of these certificates. She referred to the fact that in England there is no limit. She will, I'm sure, be aware that at the outset there was a limit. However, they soon saw the error of their ways, if you like. Same within Wales, I believe, and then sought to remove that limit. So would she agree that we'd be best not to put a limit in to begin with?
I absolutely do, and I think this comes back to the type of tone that has been taken with this debate, and I very much thank the Minister for Finance when he did the opening remarks and moving the second stage and how he spoke about this. This is a very sensitive and difficult subject for so many people, and we need to get it right. But we need to have ambition to do it as quickly as possible, and having no time limit will allow those who have had their losses some time ago to be able to have their children recognised in the same way that somebody who maybe has lost more recently, in the last year, for example. The other thing about those certificates is the wording of those certificates and how they will be produced. And I am very grateful that digital registration and even digital production of those certificates are possible, because it will allow those parents who have difficulty with the language used about the loss of their child. Some people don't want to hear the words miscarriage. Some people want to hear the words like born asleep. Others want to talk about the day that their baby died. And it's a very difficult thing for parents who have been through baby loss earlier than 24 weeks in pregnancy. And I think it would be really helpful if we could consider, as part of the consultation period going forward, options that parents can choose of how they wish that recognition to be voluntarily recorded on those certificates. So being as flexible as possible with these certificates will allow people who are suffering grief for many years, or very few years, even months. It will allow parents who have difficulty with language to have the appropriate language on their scheme. For instance, if we were to say, tick a box to say what gender your child was, I don't know what gender my children were. They passed away so early in pregnancy that apart from a positive pregnancy test, I don't know whether they were girls or boys. I can dream in my mind, as had been talked about others, what I think they may have been, but to have to put down the gender of a child on a baby loss certificate would be very difficult. So there are sensitivities, but I do believe that across this House we have the ability, the kindness. We are, after all citizens of Northern Ireland. We're all in the same place. Some of us may have had losses. Somebody may know somebody has had losses. It's a terrible thing to have, but to have a certificate in your hand that acknowledges that your wee one was here for however long or short is so important. And I have to say, unfortunately, I have been to my local council office to register a death. Oh my goodness, that is not a nice experience to go through. So I'm very grateful that the opportunity for those parents who are probably suffering quite a bit, grieving for their miscarriage child, will not have to present themselves in person, that they may be able to do that online. And I think that is such a kinder way of doing that. Before I conclude, could I just say to the committee and to the Minister and to the staff, my best wishes, but could I also ask you to look after yourselves when you're going through this, because having been a bereavement counsellor at one stage for the Miscarriage Association, it is very personal, it is very emotional, and it's quite a difficult subject to go through. And if you are hearing heartbreaking evidence, I do ask that you take care of yourselves, because it's a difficult one. And people will disclose to you that you never knew had been through the situation, and they need their voices to be heard, and you will be hearing them. So please do take care of yourselves. Just finally, just to say that the introduction of the Baby Loss Certificate Scheme represents a real, compassionate and necessary step towards acknowledging the profound grief, and I say profound grief, experienced by parents who lose a baby before 24 weeks of pregnancy. It is a testament to our collective commitment to supporting bereaved families and ensure their loss is formally recognised. So let's continue to advocate for the swift implementation of this scheme, because it will provide so much solace and validation to those of us who have suffered loss that we wouldn't wish on anyone else. Thank you.
And thank you. I call Deirdre Hartley.
And thank you to the Minister for bringing the second stage of this important bill to the House. which will see the enabling of a baby loss scheme and the production of a certificate to recognise their loss prior to 24 weeks. As has been heard by other members in this chamber, this is an important issue, and it's a welcome step that we're here today discussing this. It's extremely important to those families who have experienced their sense of loss. We have heard their stories, and we have heard their ask for their sense of loss to be recognised, and this legislation is a commitment to do just that, an official recognition of the loss that they have felt. I also welcome the commitment from the Minister here today to engage as part of this process with the families and with those organisations that have campaigned for this change, and indeed through the Finance Committee as well. As the Vice Chair has said, we will be doing a call for evidence, and we'll be listening to all of those issues and concerns and complexities and trying to craft the proper type of legislation that really meets the needs. I also welcome the making of COVID provisions permanent. As you know from the information, we see over 17,000 deaths and 75 stillbirth deaths registered on average each year. And this change in the legislation will allow for those important documents to be done electronically. And again, we heard today the importance of that when someone is going through a bereavement, the last thing that they want to be doing is traipsing down to council offices or trying to go to the different practitioners to allow that death to be registered. So if we can continue the seamless transition for those documents to be done electronically, then I think that is the right thing to do. And again, I also welcome the Minister's move to see same-sex female couples in achieving equality in terms of this scheme and allowing joint registration to take place. I think it is an important unintended consequence maybe from previous legislation and an inequality that was being carried out, being rectified through this bill. So again, I welcome the second reading here today. I look forward to working with my other colleagues in the Finance Committee to ensure that we can progress this as urgently as possible, but also that we do look at it in depth to make sure that we get legislation that is fit for purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Paul Fruit.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the moving to the second reading of this bill, the Death, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill. My colleague Diane Forsyth, who was speaking on behalf of the committee, outlined very succinctly and adequately the frustrations that have been felt by the Finance Committee in the time that it has taken for this bill to come to this point. And that has been what I would call quite an eye-opening journey with regards to, could we do this through secondary legislation? No, we can't. Yes, we can. No, we can't. And then we went to primary legislation. Then, at the tail end of the summer, September time, it was decided that the department would move then on the baby loss certificate, which we're thankful for. But of course then that inevitably led to further delay, and then there was a delay with regards to the same-sex couples registering of births and stillbirth deaths, and the chance then and the opportunity to close that loophole, which we will also support too. So it's been quite a journey in the infancy of this bill to get where we are here now. And I suppose what this started off as is making a piece of law, the Coronavirus Act, the temporary measures around the registration of deaths and stillbirths, making it permanent. I would struggle to find another aspect of the Coronavirus Act that actually had a positive contribution to life other than this. I think this is common sense. I think that if it hadn't been for the pandemic, this is something that the department should have been striving to do anyhow. And so I do believe that it is right and proper that this is put on a permanent footing. And it is right, when we think about it, that this would be done through a piece of primary legislation. Because I think it's right and proper that it sits in that statute frame. So we welcome this bill. We welcome all 7 pages of it with regards to the text. And of course, we will then, as a committee, scrutinise this bill. Take time, not too much time, to scrutinise this bill. There are aspects at this second reading that I want to raise with the Minister. New bill, page 2, clause 3.6a, line 25. It states, for written notice of a stillbirth accompanied by such a certification as is mentioned in paragraph 3, substitute. Should it not read, written notice of a stillbirth accompanied by such a certificate and a copy of such a certificate as is mentioned in paragraph 3, which is as the 1976 order states. Now, maybe I am reading the 76 order wrong. Maybe that has already been omitted, the wording and a copy of such certificate. And in the grand scheme of things, it won't necessarily change the effect of the clause. But if we do not get the writing right, if we do not get the text right, and we do not substitute something that should be substituted, then we may then have to come back and look at it at a further stage. And we want to avoid that even at this early stage. That's something that I have picked up just in reading the 1976 order. I could be wrong, but just I would ask the Department and the Minister to take it away and look at that in case there is something that needs to be added by amendment at this stage. On the new bill, page 4, clause 6.2a, we've removed the regulation 12.4, and I just don't understand why. I know that the form 1A and 1B, the registrar should call upon the qualified informant to verify that the particulars have been entered correctly, and if it applies, then any error has been made. A fresh entry of the birth shall be made containing the correct particulars. I don't understand why that is being removed at that part. Now, I understand that when you read on down page 4, the wording is actually in the face of the bill, and maybe that is me answering my own question, but I just don't know why we've had to remove 12.4 from Regulation 16 of the 2012 regulations in this regard. Those are just some aspects, Minister, that I have picked up in the early scrutiny of the bill. Then leads me on to page 5, which is the clause 8, minor amendments relating to births and stillbirths. The schedule to this Act contains minor amendments. I just don't know why we have this clause. I just don't know why we're actually amending legislation by schedule, and why it isn't in the face of the bill per se. And maybe the Minister, if not today, when we get to committee stage, can answer that question for me. It just seems to be we're able to amend the two pieces of legislation, the 1976 order and the 2012 regulations, but when it comes to then the same-sex couples, we have went to schedule. And I just don't understand why we've used that vehicle. And just when I'm on that point, Minister, I will talk to the schedule on page 7. I can understand why we're bringing this in. I agree with it. I think that it's needed. But it does trouble me at this stage that in the 2012 regulations, we are actually substituting the words father to other parent. Now, I can understand why it's written like that, but then it leaves me to think, are we then creating a grievance and an inequality to a biological father? And I worry about that. And I wonder, whilst it's right that the other parent, the female, gets the rights and acknowledgement that she needs and deserves with regards to being a parent, why are we substituting what could be a biological father? Because surely if we are trying to right a wrong, are we creating a wrong by leaving out the biological father, who may well and should have rights in this regard also, even with registration of birth, death and stillbirth? So I would ask the Minister to take that away. I have not solidified my thoughts on this, Minister. I just haven't got a great enough understanding of it yet. But I wish to pursue the aspect of, are we removing a wrong and righting it in one regard, but creating another wrong by leaving out the biological father? There may well be different scenarios. There may well be different scenarios for which way a same-sex couple have a child. And I just worry that we leave out, we substitute the word father for other parent, and that creates an anomaly. It creates a blind spot in equality and rights. And I would ask the Minister to consider that, maybe not today, but certainly as we move on in this journey. Which leads then, Minister, to the certificates of baby loss. And I have no doubt that everything I've talked about will be eclipsed by the fact that this will enable the Department of Finance to make, by regulation, certificates of baby loss. That will be the substance and the material that the media use when describing this bill. Because, of course, the registration, the electronic registration of deaths and stillbirths is something that's been ongoing now for a couple of years. It's now normal, it's now normalised, and so it should be. And this is really an exercise in tidying up and making what is temporary provision into permanent law. So that part of this bill, which is still very important, will probably be missed by most of the media, and they will centre on the very emotive issue of baby loss certificates. And that's probably rightly so, to be fair. So we will have to be mindful as to how we proceed. And we had wise counsel from the member opposite there when she says that we need to protect ourselves in this regard and look after ourselves. And I acknowledge that fully. For my family has suffered too with regards to miscarriage too. So I get that. But I understand that whenever we first talked, and when the committee and the DUP here first pushed for the certificates of baby loss, that in order to ensure that there wasn't a delay on this bill to do away with the coronavirus extensions, that we could put in an enabling clause for the certificates of baby loss. But since September, since that decision has been made, it struck me that the department could have been going through a consultation already. The department could have commenced a consultation in September past, which would have been completed by now. And so I wonder, when the Minister talks about having this certificate in place by the end of this year, how that's even an impossibility. A possibility. Because it could take months yet for this bill to pass final reading. It then could take months for the department to consult, which they should have already done, and then also bring forward secondary legislation with the issues around the bill office with regards to OLC, with regards to the solicitor's office. How the Minister thinks that they can produce a secondary piece of legislation so fast after this bill has been passed by this Assembly. Because, let's face it, the enabling clause doesn't come into force until this bill is passed. So if this bill doesn't pass until the autumn of this year, how will the Finance Minister produce certificates this year? I believe it's an impossibility. So I think that whilst it's good, and whilst we thank the Department and the Minister and the officials who work with this, whilst we thank them for putting this clause in with regards to enabling certificates of baby loss, I must say that I believe that this isn't ambitious and that more should be done in the face of this bill to bring in certificates for baby loss. And that is something that my party will explore in the weeks ahead. I also want to reinforce the comments from the member above, Mark Durkin, when he says about charging for this certificate. When you read the website in GB, The very second sentence you will read is, "This certificate is free of charge." And for some, that makes a big difference. But it's not only just about the cost of the certificate, it's the actual fact that we're charging a fee for a loss that we are recognising that a family has went through. So I really do worry that this then is in the face of the bill with regards to the charging of fees for certificates. It also states that who may apply for the certificate. And I think this is something that, whilst it will be that for people who lose a child before 24 weeks, a chance to have a certificate to mark that loss, there should be means for retrospective application. There absolutely should be. And so there may well be a cost to that. And how do you ever measure that at this stage? So I just worry that there would be a fee put on that forces everyone to pay for the acknowledgement of the loss that they have suffered and how that looks, particularly when England or when GB don't charge. And I think that's something that the Minister should take with regard in mind as we go forward. I look forward to scrutinising this bill. I look forward to doing the work in it. Most of you members know that I love legislation. I love getting into the nitty-gritty of it. I love scrutinising it, turning it upside down, inside out, and finding if there's any loopholes, if there's something that we can do better. We should use this vehicle, this bill, in order to do that better, to do that good for our people. And so I commend this bill to the House today. I thank the Minister for bringing it forward. I thank the officials for working all these months on it. And again, I look forward to scrutinising it in the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now call Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the loss of a baby during pregnancy can be a deeply traumatic experience for parents, but is too often met in our society with silence or treated as though it is taboo. Pregnancy loss affects approximately 1 in 4 pregnancies, and yet sadly, where that occurs prior to 24 weeks, as other members have said, support for and acknowledgement of that loss is, in some cases, non-existent. We have heard repeatedly from parents who have experienced loss, from the health professionals and organisations who care for them, and from campaigners that much more needs to be done. And at the outset, I want to pay tribute and add my thanks to the women and parents and campaigners, including my own colleague Kelly Armstrong, who for years have told their own personal stories with enormous courage and selflessness in pursuit of change on this important subject. And so that is why I rise today to support the Death, Stillbirth and Baby Loss Bill at second stage, primarily as an important step towards a more compassionate and progressive approach to baby loss in our society. As others have said, the bill would firstly make permanent temporary provisions that were made during the COVID-19 pandemic, which allow documentation relating to deaths and stillbirths to be transmitted electronically. That has become the norm since the pandemic, and it is important that we make that permanent in order to consolidate the modern and more efficient interaction with the registration service that people now enjoy, both at the happiest and saddest points in their life. The most important element of the bill, however, from my perspective, is that enabling power to finally create regulations for a baby loss certificate scheme, to finally recognise losses before 24 weeks. Whilst every family will deal with their grief differently, and some may not wish to access a baby loss certificate, it is important that that option is there to provide comfort and acknowledgement of a loss for those who wish to utilise it. Of course, the scheme will bring Northern Ireland into line with Scotland and England, and as others have already mentioned, I think it's important that we learn from the experiences of other jurisdictions in respect of the scope and cut-off point for any certification scheme, as the initial proposals in England did feel arbitrary and were met with, I think, legitimate criticism from campaigners. I somewhat share the disappointment that we are, of course, debating an enabling function here today in the Assembly rather than a fully fledged and consulted upon scheme on the face of a bill. But I do appreciate the constraints that existed when the Minister took office and his predecessor, and that there has been some creativity in terms of getting us to this point. And I do welcome the commitment to public consultation to ensure that those families and those who have been affected by baby loss can input fully into the design of the scheme. In respect of questions around timeframe, I do welcome the ambitious timeframe in terms of wanting to have this scheme up and running by the end of this year, but I'd be grateful if the Minister, in his response to the debate, could outline exactly what we expect that timeline to be in terms of how we move from passage of this bill at final stage to getting that secondary legislation passed and the scheme operationalised. Of course, in addition to the provisions in respect of deaths and stillbirths, the bill also proposes to update the Civil Registration Act and the Births and Deaths Order to enable a second female parent to register a stillbirth without the mother being present, and also to ensure that same-sex female parents can register a birth or stillbirth in the same manner as opposite-sex parents. This is a small but incredibly important step forward for equality, ensuring that everyone, no matter their background or identity, can be treated with fairness, dignity and respect as they navigate the registration process. And so, in closing, Mr Speaker, I welcome, and like every other member who has spoken so far, support the bill before us today and look forward to engaging with it further as it progresses through the remainder of its legislative hurdles in this Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Colin Gildernew.
And I want to start off by thanking the Minister for moving the second stage of this hugely important bill. This is an issue which I suspect many of us will have had a personal experience of in our own families or our extended families, and I want to acknowledge Kelly's very personal testimony in that respect. For expecting parents, I urge you, there's nothing more devastating than the loss of a child, as it is indeed for siblings and the wider family. It's a time of profound sadness and grief, and for many parents, nothing will ever be able to fully compensate for the loss they have suffered. But what can actually further compound the grief for parents is the lack of any official recognition of their loss. Under our current law, parents who experience a baby loss prior to 24 weeks have no recourse for seeking official recognition of their child. This bill will change that so that when parents can now apply, if they so choose, to have their baby recognised in this official way. A baby loss certificate gives parents a chance to experience validation, dignity and perhaps most importantly to remember their child. Baby loss certificates may also help parents to begin the healing process. These certificates have been available in England and Scotland for the past year, and the response from parents has been overwhelmingly positive. Parents in those jurisdictions have expressed relief and gratitude for being offered a tangible acknowledgement of their loss. I would also like to take this opportunity, Last Concordia, to again raise the related and ongoing issue of a complete lack of paediatric pathology services here in the north. Grieving parents are still being placed in the position of having to make that terribly sad journey to England if they wish to have a post-mortem completed for their deceased child. I appreciate the Health Minister has confirmed he is engaging with his counterpart minister in the South to explore the potential for improving this situation via enhanced cooperation here on an all-island basis, and I wish him all the best in that endeavour and for a timely resolution to this unacceptable situation. Acharya, this is not a political issue, this is a human issue, a family issue, a matter of empathy and respect. So today, let us stand on the side of compassion, let us give grieving families the dignity they deserve, let us affirm together that even the shortest lives leave lasting marks. Members, let us support the creation of baby loss certificates, not just as a document, but as a symbol of love, remembrance and healing, and as a tangible indication of how we here in this Assembly can make a real difference for the families we serve in the very real difficult situations they face.
Thank you. Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Like all the rest of the members, I welcome the attention behind this bill presented to us here today. The loss of a baby at any stage is a devastating blow to any family, and something which the mother in particular will feel very deeply, having carried the child. In many instances, the loss of these children is something which is mourned privately. For those of us who have a faith in Christ, we have the consolation expressed in 2 Samuel 12, when on the loss of his infant son, David said, I shall go to him. Even then, however, the experience is a sad one, as David immediately followed that statement by saying, "But he shall not return to me." It is therefore right that for parents who wish to have them, that we make provision for the issuing of certificates recognising the loss of a baby. I commend those who have campaigned to get us to this point. I do, however, want to make some observations about the bill and the language which it employs. The title in the bill before us today is Deaths, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill. Throughout the bill, the word baby is used. A baby is never in this bill referred to as anything else. It's never, for example, referred to by the cold term fetus, and nor should it be. I put it to this House that the language in the title of this bill and its clauses is an acknowledgement of the personhood of the unborn children who tragically never get a chance to live outside the womb. It acknowledges their value. It acknowledges their potential to have brought love and joy into the world. It acknowledges their potential to have contributed to society, to have grown up to become a great leader, a great writer, or a great scientist. It acknowledges that while they may not have become any of those things, they would still have been loved as a daughter, as a sister, as a wife, as a mother, as a son, as a brother, as a father. The fact that this bill acknowledges all of those things is right, just, and good. But, and here we come to the uncomfortable truth contained within the bill, if all those things are true of the child who sadly is stillborn, they are equally true of the 8,093 babies which have been aborted since our abortion laws were changed. Yep, go on ahead.
The member for taking an intervention, and I think that it is true to say that anybody will be able to access the new certificate, and I think that if you are about, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, it never should be the case that one mother's pain should be pitted against another mother's pain to prove a point. So I'm going to ask the member, please do not do that.
I thank the member for her intervention, and I feel a moral duty on me that during this to speak out for the life of the unborn. I am pro-life, and I will be taking this opportunity and brief remarks to point out some of them points. Deputy Speaker, I'd remind this House that the floodgates on that tidal wave of the slaughter of the innocent only opened because of the Executive Formation Act, a piece of legislation which brought us to evolution for 2 years. Happy to give way to Mr. Free.
The member for giving way, because he does raise a valid point. So before the law was changed on abortion here, you could get an abortion if the mother's life was in danger. So there will still be scenarios where that takes place and where abortion has to be performed. It would be right and proper that those families would be able to avail of a baby loss certificate in that regard.
Stuart Gaston, before you continue, to make it clear to you and to anyone else who may be thinking of intervening, this is not a debate on abortion, and it's not going to become one. It's a respectful debate. Some very poignant examples have been quoted by members of the House today. The rest of the debate will continue in the same vein, and it won't divert to another issue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Continuing on with my remarks, while I regret the fact that this bill isn't wider and will not even, I believe, provide scope for amendments which would address the issues and the threat to the unborn babies, I do welcome the fact that it does address an important issue. But I must say, shame on those who brought us back to Stormont, and the price that certainly wasn't worth paying for these institutions was the installation of the Executive Formation Act. But in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome the fact that in supporting it, members across this House today will, whether they care to acknowledge it or not, by the very fact and act of voting in favour of this legislation, they will be accepting the central tenet of the pro-life argument. An unborn baby is just that, an unborn baby.
Thank you to members who have spoken. I now call on the Minister of Finance to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Laskin and Collier, and thank members for their contributions to this debate on the bill, which by and large has been, as the Speaker said, a very respectful and thoughtful contribution from most members in regards to the debate, because it is a very, very sensitive subject, and I've no doubt it impacts on many, many people in this room, in this building, and those who are watching in on us as well. I think it's important that the Executive and the Assembly are seen to act in this matter, and this legislation is a small step forward in terms of the recognition of those who have lost a baby at whatever stage that may be. It also, as has been pointed out, in terms of the Coronavirus Act, it now corrects that piece of legislation, or removes the requirement for that piece of legislation moving forward. And as Mr. Frew said, we've found a piece of the Coronavirus Act that we actually agreed with, which in itself is a major step forward. But it is a sensible adaptation of legislation, and a sensitive piece of legislation which allows families in the most difficult moments to deal with those scenarios. I want to thank the Vice Chair of the committee who outlined the work of the committee in this regard and the discussions they have had thus far. And she also outlined the somewhat torturous journey this legislation has taken. And I don't think anybody expected it, when we set out in this journey, that it would be so many twists and turns on it. But I think we're on the right pathway now, and we can move forward with the legislation. In terms of Mr. Durkin's contribution, who again set out the need and sensitivities around the legislation, in terms of the clause which refers to charging, it is not my intention to introduce a charge. I suspect that is a piece of regular instalment in such pieces of legislation. But even if a future minister was to plan to introduce a charge, it would have to be brought before the Assembly. So therefore the Assembly would have the final say in these matters, and I think it's only right that we follow the examples of other jurisdictions and do not introduce a charge. In relation to the matter in relation to IVF and registration, the member will be aware under Westminster legislation, parents who undertake fertility treatment have different registration rights depending on their marital status and where they receive treatment. Under the Human Fertilisation and Embryology Act 2008, married or civil partner couples may name two parents on the birth certificate irrespective of where the treatment took place. But where either of these couples are neither married nor in a civil partnership, then a restriction based on where the treatment took place applies. Resolving this matter is likely to require engagement with the UK Government over the HFE Act. We intend to return to this matter once this bill has been progressed. The member may wish to bring forward an amendment. I don't know if it will be within the scope of the bill, but again, I'm happy to engage with the member further on that, and my officials will do likewise in that regard. In terms of other members' contributions, all members refer to the personal nature of this legislation. Kelly outlined her own life experience, and you know, so many people refer to this as you know, you go through this sometimes in silence, others not knowing. And couples suffer on their own. So that if we can help ease that pain in any way with this legislation, then I think it's a good move forward for the Assembly. A number of members referred to, and Mr. Free referred to this as well, will we have the time to bring the scheme forward within this year? Well, I think we do have to be ambitious about it. I know that the Health Minister is keen to work together on this, and as officials are keen to work with my officials as to how we move the scheme forward. I will do with everything within my power to deliver the scheme within this year. It depends on how long it takes the legislation to get through the Assembly, etc. But if we can't start that consultation in tandem, then let's do that. Let's move as quickly as well as possibly we can. The use of language will form part of the consultation. I think it's an important point around how we use the language and language that is used. A number of members have raised the issue of legacy, and I believe it should be the case that this should be retrospective. Again, that will form part of the consultation process as well, but I think it is important that it is retrospective and dates back. Now, there may be some technicalities around that and legislation around that, which we may just have to be conscious of, but certainly my hope would be that we have a retrospective scheme moving forward. In terms of the various clauses that Mr. Frew referred to, officials have taken note and will engage with you on that, and perhaps even ahead of the committee, just so you have the answers in your head ahead of the committee. There are other issues there which I think need further explanation and discussion with you, but let's do that and see if the issues are satisfactory in terms of the responses you receive. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I welcome, as I say, I welcome the tone of the debate. Members, I think everyone who has spoken has supportive of the principles of the legislation, and I look forward to working with the committee as the legislation progresses. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that conclusion. Members, the question is that the Deaths, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, any no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the Deaths, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Finance. Thank you, members. Okay, members. Moving on, the next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory instrument. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the draft Medicines for Human Use Clinical Trials Amendment Regulations 2024 be approved.
Thank you, and I call the Minister of Health to move the motion. Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit in this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. So I'm seeking the Assembly's approval to the making of this draft statutory instrument, which will amend the Human Use Clinical Trials Regulations 2004, the aim to improve and strengthen the UK's clinical trials legislation, again with the aim of helping make the UK the best place to research and develop safe and innovative medicines following the UK's exit from the European Union. I am grateful to have been given the opportunity to debate these amendments with you today. They represent the most substantial reform of UK clinical trials regulation in over 2 decades. Clinical trials are vital for developing safe, effective medicines, especially for those with limited treatment options, such as the estimated 3 million people who are living with cancer in the United Kingdom and the 17.5 million people managing long-term conditions. To support innovation, our clinical trial regulations need to be flexible and they need to be proportionate. And this legislation will do just that by delivering streamlined and efficient regulations, removing barriers to innovation and creating a patient-focused research environment. The reforms will support the development of new life-changing treatments for those in need and strengthen the UK's position as a global leader in clinical trials. Let me now turn to why this change is necessary and indeed timely. The current legislation no longer aligns with the rapid advancements in medicine and in technology. We now have the opportunity to create a world-class regulatory environment for clinical trials, delivering a modernised framework that supports the safe development of innovative treatments. And to this end, I will now outline the key aspects of the reforms. Firstly, risk-proportionate regulation. Regulatory requirements will align with the risk level of a clinical trial. Low-risk trials will receive faster approval through automatic authorisation without compromising patient safety. Secondly, future-proofing. We have removed duplicative and granular legal requirements in favour of tailored guidance, ensuring flexibility for future innovations and moving beyond a one-size-fits-all approach. Thirdly, international alignment. The UK will remain aligned to global standards, ensuring trial data is recognised internationally and strengthening our position as a preferred site for multinational clinical trials. Fourthly, cementing the UK as a destination for international trials. Streamlined processes will simplify applications and deliver globally competitive approval timelines. And finally, increased transparency. We want to ensure trusted information about clinical trials is publicly available, and that is for the benefit of all. New legal requirements will be introduced to register a clinical trial and publish a summary of results, including an easy-to-read summary for participants. These changes will build public trust in research by improving access to information about ongoing research, thus enabling informed decisions. These reforms will also bring the benefits to the HSC and the wider National Health Service. Evidence shows hospitals which undertake research have better patient outcomes and improved staff retention. Improved efficiency in conducting clinical trials will enhance research efforts and foster innovation in prevention, diagnosis and treatment across various conditions. Those conducting clinical trials will also benefit from a streamlined, risk-proportionate regulatory framework, thus reducing delays and administrative burdens. These reforms will stimulate growth in the UK's life sciences sector and position the UK as a global hub for clinical trials. I want to re-emphasise, however, that participant safety remains paramount. While this legislation streamlines processes and removes some barriers to innovation, it prioritises robust oversight of clinical trials, ensuring the safety of trial participants is never compromised. I'm pleased to confirm that the Health Committee initially considered the policy intent of this SI at its meeting on the 13th of February this year, and then again on the 6th of March, when they confirmed they were content with clarification given by officials that the distinction drawn within the amending SI between the EU Commission Directive 2003/94 in respect of Great Britain and the EU Commission Delegated Regulation 2017/1569 in respect of Northern Ireland would have no differential impact on clinical trials here. The Health Committee subsequently indicated at its meeting on the 6th of March they were content that the draft SI be laid in draft form at the Northern Ireland Assembly Business Office to allow for the debate here today. It is therefore with the committee's support, Deputy Speaker, that I now bring this SI before the wider Assembly and its members today, and therefore commend this motion to this Assembly.
Thank you, Minister, for that. I now call on the Chairperson of the Committee for Health, Philip McGuigan, to open the debate.
And I welcome the opportunity to confirm the Health Committee's support for the motion. The committee recognises also, as the Minister has just said, that this is the most substantial reform of clinical trials regulation here in over 2 decades. As the Minister has also outlined, clinical trials are crucial to the development of safe and effective medicines, especially for those with life-limited treatment options. High-quality clinical trials contribute to creating a modern health service designed to foster innovation and deliver world-class care. Organisations which carry out clinical trials produce better outcomes for patients. The Department of Health officials briefed the committee on the draft SI on the 13th of February 2025, including on key changes that will streamline clinical trial approvals, enable innovation, enhance clinical trials transparency, enable greater risk proportionality and promote involvement in clinical trials without compromising on safety standards. The regulations introduce a more flexible and proportionate regulatory framework while promoting patient safety. For example, the notification scheme introduces risk-proportionate regulation, wherein low-risk trials will receive faster approval through automatic authorisation, but clinical trials which have a significant safety concern with the product will not be eligible for notification. This new approach will reduce the time to get lower-risk clinical trials up and running without undermining patient safety. A move away from a one-size-fits-all approach reflects modern, innovative clinical trial methods. The new transparency requirements aim to reinforce public trust in clinical research and to enable the wider scientific community to build on previous findings. There will be some exceptions to this, for example, delays to protect confidential information or waivers for national security. Department officials briefed the committee on findings of the MHRA-led public consultation, which was carried out from the 17th of January to the 14th of March 2022. The committee welcomed that there was strong support for the proposals. Members noted that ensuring patient safety was an overarching theme of the responses and that there was strong support for the legislation to embed public involvement. The committee asked the Department to comment on the decision by MHRA that it will introduce detailed guidance to support embedding the patient voice into the design and conduct of trials rather than legislating for this. The committee was advised that clinical trials are extremely tightly regulated here through complex processes currently. Patients who participate in clinical trials are much more closely monitored than patients receiving treatment outside the context of clinical trials, and every single potential adverse event that occurs is recorded and reported. Currently, participation in a clinical trial is associated with considerable attention being paid to safety, and the rights and well-being of the participant remain central to the regulatory framework. The committee was advised that the involvement of patients and the public is currently central to research strategy and approach to delivery of clinical trials, and patients are heavily engaged in the process. The MHRA guidelines will detail what is already commonly followed. At the briefing on the 13th of February 2025, the committee asked for clarity on the distinction drawn within the statutory instrument between the EU Commission Directive 2003/94 in respect of GB and Commission Delegated Regulation 2017-1569 in respect of the North. The committee noted a response from the Department on 27th of February 2025. MHRA confirmed the necessity to draft the references in the SA in a way which ensured that legal references for here were aligned with the EU as required. MHRA stated there is no significant operational impact on clinical trials here anticipated, and that it would issue guidance before the new regulations come into force to ensure those who are running trials understand slight differences, mainly regarding manufacturing practice principles and how they should be managed. On the 6th of March 2025, the committee considered the draft SA and agreed that it was content with the policy intent, and on the 27th of March 2025, the committee recommended that the draft SA be approved by the Assembly. So the committee looks forward to the benefits this significant reform will bring to clinical trial sector here and the improvements for patients to access new safe life-changing treatments.
Call Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion. Like other members of the Health Committee, I was briefed on this previously. These regulations form a critical part of the framework that governs how medicines are authorised, manufactured, distributed and made available to patients here in Northern Ireland. While technical in nature, their implications are far-reaching, affecting not just clinicians but manufacturers, patients, carers and everyone who relies on timely access to safe and effective treatment. As the Minister has outlined, there are advantages to patients, the health service and wider society. As a healthcare professional, I understand the essential role that clinical trials play, not only in driving innovation, but in giving real patients in our communities early access to potentially life-changing treatments. In recent years, the UK has seen a sharp decline in trial activity. Between 2017 and 2021, the number of industry-led clinical trials dropped by 41%. Over that same period, patient recruitment fell by 44%. These are not abstract figures, they represent lost opportunities. They represent patients who waited longer for new treatments, researchers bogged down in bureaucracy, and a system that frankly needs to move faster to meet modern challenges. This legislation aims to do just that. It introduces a more proportionate and streamlined process, particularly for low-risk trials, without compromising on what matters most, patient safety and ethical standards. To put it in context, the median time to start a clinical trial in the UK is 186 days. In Germany, it's 92 days. In France, 141 days. We are simply not competitive. And in a post-Brexit landscape where collaboration is crucial, we cannot afford to fall behind. These amendments will help us cut out unnecessary delays, support our researchers and accelerate innovation. I want to highlight the importance of maintaining open channels of cooperation between the MHRA and the Department of Health in Northern Ireland and our local health bodies. In post-Brexit context, Northern Ireland finds itself in a unique regulatory position due to the Windsor framework, within elements of EU medicines law continuing to apply here. While this dual alignment can present challenges, it can also offer opportunities, particularly in terms of ensuring continued access to both EU and UK authorised products. But this will only work if we have clarity, consistency and a genuine commitment to ensuring Northern Ireland is not left behind in terms of availability or innovation. Mr Deputy Speaker, Northern Ireland has both the talent and the infrastructure to lead in this space. Our life and health sciences sector contributes £1.9 billion to our local economy, with over 250 companies exporting to more than 145 countries. Queen's University, Ulster University and our health trusts have played key roles in international research, but to grow that we need a regulatory environment that enables ambition. These changes help to make Northern Ireland an attractive, reliable place to conduct world-class trials, with benefits not just for our economy but for our patients across the region. Let's not forget, clinical trials are not about future treatments, they are part of our healthcare system today. Industry research contributes £7.4 billion to the UK economy and supports more than 65,000 jobs. Patients in trials often receive earlier access to new medicines, and trials can ease pressure on the health service by offering alternative pathways for care and treatment. This amendment represents progress, a clear and necessary modernisation of how we regulate clinical trials. It will make it faster and easier to run safe, effective and ethical studies. It puts transparency and the public trust at the heart of clinical research, and it gives Northern Ireland the tools to be a leader in health sciences, in discovery and in patient care. I support this regulation and I would urge all members to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak with great reservations about the regulations before the House today. I say that because, having read the summary of consultation responses, I believe that profoundly serious issues have been raised about them. Question 22 asked, do you agree with the proposal to remove the requirement to include listings of serious adverse events and serious adverse reactions in annual safety reports, and instead include an appropriate discussion of signals risks associated with the use of the medicinal product, as well as the proposed mitigation actions? There were 1,214 responses, of which 380, 31.3% agreed, 660, which equates to 54.4% disagreed, and 173 which had no opinion. The main concern across both individuals and organisations was that the removal of the listings would reduce transparency and introduce a deviation from the international standards. Question 17 in the consultation asked, do you agree that legislation should enable flexibility on consent provisions where the trial is considered to have lower risk? While the majority of the 1,181 responses agreed, a significant minority of 379, or just over 32%, did not. I noted that many raised concerns that with flexibility consent provisions, participants may be unaware of what is being investigated and what alternative options are available. And I do believe that is contrary to some of the comments that Mr McGuigan made on behalf of the Health Committee. There were many requests for clear guidance and definitions to ensure clarity on what would be required and the different consent options available. Some contended that this guidance should be developed with suitable patient and public involvement to provide flexibility, whilst also continuing to provide assurance on safety. Members, since COVID, many people have rightly started to question what they are being told, both by the Health Department and throughout government. In Northern Ireland, we had an executive led by a First Minister who operated under the mantra of do as I say, not as I do. We operated under a lockdown philosophy which has left a generation scarred by a mental health pandemic. Yes, medicines play a vital role in the health of our society, but government should never again step over the line and try to force a medicine on people through coercive tactics. I trust we have learned many lessons from how we dealt with the COVID pandemic. In closing, I would be obliged if the Minister could address the consultation matters that I have raised in his summings up.
Mr Donnelly, for your point of order.
Deviating from the actual theme of the debate here.
That will be given consideration. Mr Donnelly was being given consideration. I think it was on the general theme, it was about the consultation. But Mr Gaston has been reminded, if not by you then by now, by me, that we'll be sticking to the main theme of the proposal. Mr Gaston? Oh, you finished, have you? Thank you. I now call the Minister to conclude and wind on the debate on the motion.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Particularly want to thank the Chair and the Deputy Chair of the Health Committee for their remarks. I think the Deputy Chair particularly clearly well across all the detail of the issues and the importance and the benefits of clinical trials. I have to say I do regret Mr Gaston's remarks, because they could be interpreted as trying to undermine confidence, not just in the Northern Ireland Executive, but in the Department of Health and in people's view of the health services that we provide for them. And you know, if you're going to undermine, you need to be backing it up with evidence, not just a survey result. And I think what we are doing here in terms of clinical trials is providing solid scientific evidence. I firmly believe this change will help modernise and it will help strengthen the United Kingdom's position as a global leader in clinical research. They'll support the fostering of innovation, and they will maintain the highest safety standards. And I'm going to stop short, Deputy Speaker, suggesting we're missing a trick in terms of clinical trials. But I think if you speak to experts like Professor Ian Bruce at Queen's University, or indeed my own Chief Scientific Advisor, Professor Ian Young, they would make that point. There's a lot of potential here. It's good for patients, it's good for healthcare professionals, not least in workforce retention, and it is potentially also good for the budget, and that can all be achieved under these regulations while continuing to prioritise patient safety. So once again, I commend the regulations, the SI, to the House.
Thank you, Minister. Members, the question is that the draft Medicines for Human Use Clinical Trials Amendment Regulations 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, take your ease before we move on to the next item and allow for a change at the table.
Next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Education to extend the committee stage of the bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to 3rd of December 2025 in relation to the committee stage of the School Uniforms, Guidelines and Allowances Bill.
I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there will be no time limit in this debate. One amendment has been selected and is published in the Marshall list. I call the Chairperson to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise firstly in my capacity as Chair of the Education Committee to propose the committee's motion to extend the committee stage of the School Uniform Guidelines and Allowances Bill to the 3rd of December 25. I will outline how the committee agreed this motion and extension date, although I think it is worth noting that we are in a slightly unusual context today of parties confirming today via the media they will in fact be supporting the amendment rather than the agreed committee motion. But speaking first as Chair, I can only frame my remarks in terms of what was actually discussed and agreed formally in our meetings. I can't speak to other parties' contributions subsequent to that outside of the committee structures. So for the first part of this debate, Mr Speaker, I will limit my remarks to my role as Chair, but may conclude with some as an Alliance MLA at the end. Committee took primary legislation guidance on the 8th of January and again when the bill was introduced in March. The committee then took pre-legislative and introductory briefings from departmental officials, had procedural advice from the committee and bill clerks, and discussed the components and reasonable timeframes for good committee stage scrutiny. And committee was in agreement that those components are A call for evidence, not equivalent to the Department's consultation timeline, but a first chance for the public to consider and reflect on the provisions that are now before them in the draft law. Oral evidence sessions, again, on the substance of the bill itself. Committee deliberation on the evidence received in those oral evidence sessions. Further engagement with departmental officials to answer queries arising from evidence sessions and members' own consideration of the bill. Development and consideration in conjunction with the bill's clerk, if required, of potential committee amendments. An informal and formal clause-by-clause scrutiny and approval of the bill. And then consideration and approval of the final committee report to the Assembly. These are the steps the committee agreed to take, and it was agreed in terms of those being the appropriate stages of committee scrutiny by all members that those were appropriate things for the committee to do when considering any bill before it. The timelines allocated a window of time so as not to prejudge any of those stages or the outcomes of any of those stages. And it is entirely usual for the committee stage to be extended, and it is in fact highly unusual for the 30-day term set out in Standing Order 33.2 to be applied. Members will be aware it is rarely, if ever, applied in practice. Committee members emphasised in their contributions that we were not yet at the end of the mandate, and that there was time, therefore, to consider fully the views of stakeholders and ensure, on behalf of the whole Assembly, that the legislation being made took account of all the factors in the round to enable good, effective law to be enacted without, we hope, any unintended consequences. Further to the committee's deliberations around this and the agreement of a date of the 3rd of December, factoring all those timescales in, the Minister wrote to committee to express his disappointment at this timetable that had been proposed, and he formally proposed in writing to the committee a truncated committee stage ending on the 30th of May. And I think it would be helpful for me to set out how the committee responded to the Minister so that members can understand really what was being reflected from the discussions in committee that gave rise to that response. So I will now quote from the committee's response to the Minister, which clearly sets out what was agreed. The committee appreciates and shares your focus on making a difference in terms of affordability for parents in relation to school uniforms. The committee also recognises and commends the effort that you and the Department of Education have made to urgently progress the bill to this stage. The committee noted your desire to see the committee stage concluded by the 30th of May. Unfortunately, this would have afforded us no time following the close of our call for evidence to engage with stakeholders, raise any issues with your department, or indeed consider any amendments which may be proposed. While we share your desire to see the bill progress quickly, we do also need to be satisfied that the bill will address the cost of school uniforms effectively and comprehensively. The committee sees the extension of the committee stage of the bill to the 3rd of December not as a target to be met, but as a window allowing the committee time to carry out the component elements of bill scrutiny without haste or unintended consequences arising. The committee will nonetheless endeavour to complete the committee stage with urgency, hopefully well in advance of the 3rd of December, while carrying out the careful scrutiny that its statutory rule requires. It is the committee's intention to work with both the department and stakeholders to deliver the best possible outcome for parents and pupils. So that was the position that was agreed by the committee at that time in terms of the response to the Minister that reflected our conversations around his request to close the committee stage on the 30th of May. Now, Mr Speaker, it is of course not for the Minister to determine the length of the committee stage of any bill, and the committee has reassured him in that correspondence that it will proceed with urgency, but applying appropriate scrutiny and allowing enough time to do so. Neither is it for the committee to determine the next steps that the Minister may envisage, but he has been clear, and in his correspondence he was clear that he hopes to have this law in effect to permit schools to reflect it in their prospectuses, which must be published in November. And when this was being considered by committee, members did express concern that those timescales felt extremely pressured, that once a bill would be passed, to channel new guidance through various layers of consultation and communication via parents and boards of governors into prospectuses by November for application next year. And that's not even factoring in engagement with suppliers and their supply chains that need to be taken into account. Unless, of course, the guidance is now ready and remains at that point completely unchanged. But I don't think we should assume that that would be the case. But that aside, the committee was interested in the effectiveness and comprehensiveness of the provisions of primary legislation, and it was clear from our discussions that there was likely to be appetite from members for amendments across several areas of the bill, not least the central planks of the bill relating to uniform styles and a potential cap on costs, which it seems from the bill as currently drafted, the Minister is not in a position to commence, if indeed we have any assurance that they will be commenced at all, and committee members were keen to receive more information from the Department on that point. So completing the committee stage by the 30th of May, therefore, would have left the Assembly just 5 weeks to pass it through all of its Assembly stages before summer recess, which was the Minister's request. That was 5 weeks to complete consideration, further consideration and final stage. And the scheduling of those stages, the committee was clear, would be a matter for him and the Executive Committee. But to deliver those stages so close together, it was highlighted, could seriously constrain members' ability to bring amendments and contemplate the bill fully before final stage. So I am content that on balance what I have set out, that this is reflective of the committee's deliberations, and that with full awareness of the Department's assurances in working to effect positive outcomes for pupils and parents in a cost of living crisis context, that the committee stage extension to the 3rd of December is a reasonable and serious one, representing the committee's equally good faith and commitment to making good law for every constituent who will be affected by it. And I caveat that with the clear information that was included in the committee correspondence, that the intention and the hope was to complete committee stage well in advance of 3rd of December. Turning to the amendment by my committee colleagues Peter Martin and David Brooks proposing that the committee stage should end on the 30th of August, I do not have a committee position to reflect other than the agreed motion that I have just set out as proposed. So I reiterate my comments therefore as to the rigour of a process that potentially doesn't duly allocate time to the work required. Other committee members have clarified today through media channels what their position will be, of course, and will have the ability to speak to that in the debate today. It is not for me as committee chair to do so. But in terms of the scope and capacity for a committee stage to be delivered over the summer period, I would draw members' attention to that on Tuesday last week we received notification that from the Business Committee that the Assembly would be in recess from the 4th of July to the 31st of August 2025. And I hope that the members who brought the amendment will clarify precisely how they foresee that playing out, because it will require either the committee to complete its deliberations by the 4th of July or to sit through the summer recess. The concern with that is not around, as was suggested in the Chamber today, an unwillingness for the committee to engage in that kind of work. It is unclear at this stage whether the necessary support from staff in the Assembly via the committee clerk and their team and the Bills Office, and indeed departmental officials, will in fact be available over the summer recess to allow that process to be delivered effectively. We will be aware that staff in this building are often required to take their leave during the recess period because they are not permitted to take absence when the Assembly is sitting. So I would be concerned that if we attempt to run a committee stage running over recess, we could be severely constrained by staffing, resource and availability. But either way, it was clear from committee deliberations that the proposers of the amendment did not divide committee at any stage to propose this alternative date, so committee does not have a record of their intentions in this regard. Furthermore, they have not, as far as I am aware, engaged directly with the Assembly staff to understand their capacity to support a committee stage over the summer. I trust that they will have clear proposals at our next committee meeting to outline how that will be delivered. It is worth noting, as I have already, there were 2 separate meetings of committee where we discussed this motion and the proposed date. 2 separate opportunities to divide committee which were not taken, and instead we have before us a rather unorthodox approach of tabling this amendment. But Mr. Speaker, with all of that said, I am content therefore to move the motion previously agreed by the committee. I will now turn to make some remarks in my capacity as an Alliance MLA and one of our education spokespeople. Firstly, I want to make it abundantly clear that Alliance fully supports legislation being delivered to address the cost of school uniforms. Had the Minister not brought this bill forward, I was working on a private member's bill on exactly this issue. So I welcome the bill being drafted. I welcome that committee is getting the opportunity to look at it. I welcome that here in this Assembly we'll have the opportunity to do something about those costs. And I hope that once we have that law on the statute book, it will tangibly and meaningfully address the challenges parents face. But it is not enough just to legislate. The legislation must be effective. And Alliance is clear that it wants to see legislation in this space that meaningfully delivers on bringing costs down. It is therefore entirely appropriate, in my view, that the Education Committee, or indeed any committee with the legislation in front of it, should take the time it needs to scrutinise the bill. The Minister's initial proposal that we should finish up by the 30th of May was effectively saying there should be no scrutiny of this bill required at all. Once our call for evidence would have closed, we wouldn't have been able to hear from stakeholders, and we certainly wouldn't have been able to have time to reflect on the evidence that they brought us. Members would have had no time to seek further engagement or clarifications from the Department, which will undoubtedly arise. There would be no time to discuss and agree amendments. The Minister's position, therefore, to me, seems predicated on the assumption that this bill is the finished article, that it cannot be improved and should not be amended. Now, the amendment that's before us today proposes a date of the 30th of August and leaves us, as I've already referenced, in an equally unclear position. Assembly staff, we have to deal with facts, are on leave over recess and in many cases are unable to take it at any other time, as will many of the Minister's officials. So are we potentially here proposing an extension of a committee stage but with no support staff to deliver it effectively? Is it a smokescreen that looks like we're going to do the scrutiny work? And I would like to know as well, in terms of any members proposing it, if they, as it seems Assembly staff may be asked to do, will be cancelling holidays to make that happen. I want to be clear, I'm ready to bring forward the work and do the work over the summer if that's required, but we need to know that it's being supported appropriately and effectively by the staff who are put in place in this Assembly to deliver that. I will give way.
But he acknowledged that it is not the only committee in which this happens. I refer solely to the Committee for the Windsor Framework, whereby staff, both legal and indeed committee staff, supplement that committee in periods of recess when and as required.
I thank the member for his intervention. I'm not an expert on the staffing structures around the Windsor Framework Committee. My understanding is that they are engaged on a different set of terms and conditions, but I'm happy to be corrected on that point. I'll move on. Many questions about the bill itself are raised, even on an initial cursory reading of the bill before we get into any of the detail. And the biggest question is surely what in fact the Minister intends to do in relation to a cap on costs. This received wholehearted support across the board from the majority of parental respondents to the Department's consultation. But the bill that we have before us only provides an enabling power. We have no idea if the Minister will ever use this power. We have no idea what a proposed cap will look like if he were to do so. And we don't know what criteria that either the Minister or his departmental officials will apply to assess when it would or would not be appropriate to use the enabling power. That these provisions should receive no serious scrutiny, as they are undoubtedly complex. They will undoubtedly raise a whole range of issues around potential consequences of delivering a cap, but also what a cap should look like. And again, those questions of when and how it should be brought forward. The idea that the Education Committee won't be interrogating the reasons for the absence of a cap in the bill or looking seriously at how it could potentially operate, to me seems completely unacceptable given the huge amount of public support that was demonstrated in the Department's own consultation. And there are many other issues that require attention. I think it is concerning that the Minister has set this forward as almost a very simple bill. It has been presented as something so straightforward that why would the committee require this time? I don't think any legislation ever really transpires to be so simple that we can just nod it through. That's the purpose of this place, to actually ask the hard questions of it. Some of the questions that I think do stand out in the bill is how will the effectiveness of the bill be measured and monitored? Will there be a way of actually assessing objectively if costs have come down? Will the enforcement regime be robust and effective enough? What exactly will that enforcement regime look like? Are we clear on what is actually going to be in the new guidance? What it will actually look like when it lands on boards of governors' desks, who then have to revise their policies? Are we to take the departmental assurances that committee has had that all of these things will be dealt with in the guidance and that we shouldn't get too hung up on the detail of what that will look like? Ultimately, we can deliver this legislation quickly. We can trust the Minister that the bill is the finished article and does not require amending, or we can do it right. We can make sure that the legislation that will impact parents' pockets for years to come, not just next academic year, but for years to come, we can ensure that that legislation is fit for purpose, that it is effective and that is comprehensive. The timings around the publication of school prospectuses are not in our control, and of course I want to be clear, as an individual member I want to give my assurance there is not a single thing I will do to stand in the way of delivering the scrutiny work well ahead of that date of the 3rd of December to facilitate, I would hope, getting that into those prospectuses in time. However, I don't believe that parents will forgive us if we rush to get this done to a timeline that's being imposed by the Minister just to make sure that we don't miss a cut-off of one academic year, but we ultimately run the risk of delivering ineffective legislation. I think that would represent a real failure. I will give way.
And I thank the member for giving way. And I suppose something that, as someone that's not a member of the committee, that I'm really struggling to understand. The period that is suggested for committee scrutiny surely could not be more significant than, say, for example, the piece of legislation that went through in the previous mandate in relation to integrated education. But I also look to Westminster, where the committee stage for terminal illness took 3 months. Are we suggesting that this piece of legislation requires more committee scrutiny than those significant pieces of legislation that I referenced?
To be very clear, I don't think it's helpful necessarily always to draw comparisons, or this piece of legislation is simple and this one is complex. I want to highlight this committee stage had 3 recess periods through it, so I think the comparisons around time are not necessarily accurate around that. So we have, if we don't sit over the summer recess period, then the committee stage is considerably shorter than is being proposed. Yes, I would give way.
For clarification, because I don't sit on the Education Committee and I'm a bit unsure of this particular process, if I can ask if assurances were given that if it was, and it was completed and members decided that they would sit over the summer recess period and do all the work then and be able to actually hear from all the people and organisations involved, will this law be implemented by the next academic year, or if the same process could be set for December, will it actually have the same start date by the time at which it receives royal assent?
Yeah, thank the member for her intervention. So what the Minister is proposing and has suggested to the committee is that if we can conclude this process by he had hoped by the end of June, but let's say the end of August, given the amendment that's before us, that then the bill would move through all of its stages at the Assembly within a number of weeks. I think 4 weeks was suggested to committee as the timescale he had hoped. That would be a very, very rapid progression through this place. But if that were to be done, the Minister would then suggest that between October and the publication of schools' prospectuses in November, that all of the consultation that schools will now be required to do with parents, with young people, their engagement with their suppliers around lead-in times and their ability to deliver it, the Minister is confident that that will be delivered in time for November. I have to say that I am sceptical as to whether that is deliverable, because again, do we want schools to be revising policies on a matter as important as this on a basis that is cobbled together and rushed based on something that at that stage would not actually be law? It would still be waiting for royal assent. So I do think we have to be realistic about that. And I think for me as well, we all know, and I'm not going to name and shame, we all know who some of the very, very worst offenders are in terms of the cost of school uniforms, the ones that genuinely price some parents out of even considering sending their children to those schools. I'm not convinced that those schools are going to do the Minister a favour and redo guidance based on something that does not yet even have royal assent, is not actually on the statute book. So I think we have to be realistic. We want this to be effective, and I think the first step for it to be effective, it actually has to be law that schools are compelled to adhere to, and I'm not sure in the Minister's timescales that that is what we would be dealing with. I'll speak more broadly now. The issue of school uniform costs, it has sat at the desk of successive Sinn Féin and DUP education ministers for years, and with DUP ministers who watched costs spiral since 2016. And no action was taken. We were assured that the guidance was okay, it was appropriate, and that if schools just followed it, there shouldn't be an issue. But no action was taken to address it. So I ask, given that context and that timeline, and I would factor in those times when this Assembly was not sitting, comments were made in this chamber earlier around members maybe just need to work harder. I would ask the question about the 2 years when nobody sat in this place to then lecture around how hard members need to work. I think the public will look at that and at the very least raise an eyebrow. I've given way a number of times. So should we now be rushing through good scrutiny to meet a deadline for this academic year, but fail to assure ourselves that this legislation will actually deliver? I don't believe parents will thank us for acting quickly if the law doesn't make a difference. So I am committed to trying to ensure that the legislation is first and foremost robust and effective. And I emphasise again, I want this on the record, I sincerely hope and will do all that I can to try and deliver that in advance of the 3rd of December. But I don't think any member here should be apologising for building in time to ask hard questions of legislation, because it's the good scrutiny work that we do now that will protect parents' pockets in the future. The Minister has been clear he wants to deliver this quickly so that the new guidance can be with the prospectuses, and we've already by November, and we've already discussed that point through amendments, so I'll not labour it. But I do think we have to be realistic. Is that actually deliverable? Are we going to potentially, with undue haste, rush through our committee stage, fail to deliver the scrutiny, but potentially still not have this reflected properly and appropriately and meaningfully in a way that makes a difference for parents in those prospectuses? We could end up doing neither. And again, I'm not sure the public will thank us for that. So I would encourage members to consider supporting the motion today and not to vote for a truncated committee stage, particularly because that truncated stage runs over a summer recess where it remains entirely unclear if committee members will in fact have the Assembly staff support available to reliably allow us to deliver a committee stage. Regrettably, based on what has gone out in the media today, I would suggest minds are already made up, despite, in some members' cases, speaking in committee with very clear, unequivocal support for the motion that we have before us today. Unequivocal. But choose not to support it in the chamber today. But those members can articulate that for themselves. I would give way.
Just while he returns to the subject, would the member accept that whilst we chose not to divide committee, at least on our part, we did make our concerns known at committee?
Thank the member for giving way. Both the DUP members on committee did express their concerns around the time, but I would add, did acknowledge the critical importance of good scrutiny and that there was a balance to be struck around that. And I think that is important to note. Ultimately, this is about ensuring parents are protected from rising uniform costs, and all members agree on that. And I want to be very, very clear. I have welcomed the Minister's legislation. I am glad to see that we have a Minister who has finally brought something forward for the Assembly to look at. But parents want the law to be enacted as soon as possible. That's right and that's appropriate. But I would imagine they also want that law to have been fully scrutinised, to ensure that it achieves what it says it will set out to do, to bring down the costs of uniforms. They will look back in years to come, and I think we have to be honest about this. And they will not ask, that school uniforms bill, how quickly did the Minister deliver it? That's not what I believe that will be the question they will ask. They will ask if he delivered something that was effective and actually made a difference where they felt it in their pockets. So I hope today that members will consider giving committee time to do that work properly and appropriately in the best interest of the parents out there who need this legislation to be effective. Thank you.
I call Peter Martin to move the amendment. Thank you. There will be no time limit on any contributions to this debate. Please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the committee chair for the considered comments that he made, and I'll try and address a couple of those before making some other comments. I mean, the date he mentioned there was the 30th of August, and he referenced a date the Minister had previously suggested. So, I mean, we see this as a compromise that does give scope to allowing for the scrutiny rule that he said, and I agree with him, is so important. He mentioned dividing the committee, and I appreciate that some of his comments probably weren't particularly levelled at myself and my colleague, as we did at that committee raise obviously concerns about the length of the proposed committee stage. We didn't divide the committee. However, I would point out that I have divided the committee on 3 occasions and lost 3 times. I think for the Education Committee members who were there, I think it was fairly clear to all of us where everyone stood and I would hope that other committee members would know where David and I stood on the extension, the 38-week extension. In terms of just addressing the comments, the committee chair and I had a very congenial debate about this on a BBC radio programme this morning, and we did mention about scrutiny, and we did mention about the fact that we think that's important, and we also, I think I committed myself and certainly my colleague behind me to coming in during summer recess at some point to provide additional time for scrutiny of this bill, because there's no doubt, and no one will argue the case in this chamber, that scrutiny is crucially important, and we are committed to doing that, so there's no doubt there. I appreciate that that could be problematic, but I think if we can find full days, a couple of full days, that would probably be doable and would certainly be helpful in terms of giving the bill the due regard that it needs at committee level. I'll make some other comments along the way. Mr. Chamber, we have repeatedly heard in this chamber the need to support hard-working families. We have rightfully heard many call for a reform of school uniform costs and school sportswear. We have heard the SDLP opposition call for more legislation to be brought forward by executive ministers. And before us this afternoon, we do have a bill brought forward by, as has been referenced, a DUP Education Minister that does meet all of those criteria. However, and I'm not planning to go into the detail of the committee chair because we're not here to debate the bill, we are here to debate how long the committee should take to do its work. If the motion proposed by the committee chair does go ahead, it could see the Education Committee debate this bill for a possible 38 weeks, and this will have clear consequences for the families that this legislation is undoubtedly seeking to support. As was mentioned by the Minister earlier this afternoon in the Chamber, this bill is a DUP manifesto commitment. We've been clear about that, and what we want to do is make sure that the benefits of it are realised for all people, regardless of creed, colour, faith, background in Northern Ireland. However, for those parents perhaps watching this debate this afternoon, or those stakeholders who contributed to the Department's own consultation, own very recent consultation last year, such as the Trussell Trust, Parent Kind, Children in Northern Ireland, the Children's Law Centre, Carers and I. There's about a list of 18. I'll pick those 4 off. You did hear that right. We are considering committee consultation stage of 38 weeks. I fully accept that during the committee consideration, the chair made clear that 38 weeks was not the target date for completion. That was not the thing that we were aiming towards. However, if this committee motion passes, then the committee can, if it so wishes, debate and consult on the bill until the 3rd of December. Following the close of the Department's consultation last year, I will indeed, sir.
Would the member agree that, as you have already highlighted, that I have been very clear that the 3rd of December is not a target, but also that when we were factoring in our considerations, the option of sitting over recess wasn't one that had been set out, and indeed for Easter recess as well. So would the member agree that perhaps characterising the length of weeks that he has of the committee stage is not entirely accurate in terms of reflecting the committee's deliberations on this?
I thank the committee chair for his intervention. I can really only go by calendar weeks. I accept the point that he's making in terms of there is an Easter recess and there's summer recess, and I will address those comments a little bit later on. But I do accept his point. The 38 weeks, however, is the calendar period. Following the close of the Department's consultation last year, the Minister managed to get this prospective legislation drafted, I assume by OLC, and tabled in the Assembly within 20 weeks. And I want to pay tribute to the Minister for his enthusiasm and vigour that he's brought to this role, not least in this particular area. And I also want to note the excellent work carried out by departmental officials, Shirley Sweeney and Margaret Rose McNaughton, who have worked on this very particular policy area. The Department received 7,500 responses to its consultation. That in itself is a staggering amount for a government consultation. And the figure that really stuck out to me was that 4,000 of those were received from children and young people in Northern Ireland. And I think that illustrates the strength of feeling out there where the proverbial rubber hits the road. Lots of views on some of the issues that the committee chair has highlighted, the cost of uniforms, especially the cost of school sportswear, the types of uniforms that we see in our schools were all highlighted. And it further illustrates the need that this place take this issue seriously and prioritise this legislation. And I'll maybe just pick up on one other theme that the committee chair mentioned, and that is that our amendment isn't seeking to limit the scrutiny on this bill by any stretch of the imagination. And what we are instead, I suppose, saying is that this piece of legislation needs to get committee priority. And we all work in committees, we all know how those committees function. And what we're saying is that rather than not scrutinise, rather than not pay due attention or due regard to the issues that are obviously very important to people in Northern Ireland, instead we're saying that actually this should be prioritised and to a degree carry that weight, especially over the next few months. We know there are families in Northern Ireland right now who are counting every penny, and this bill should significantly reduce at least one cost that they have to face on a year-to-year basis. Or in our case, just this morning I put, I think it was Sam's jumper in the dry cleaner, and it shrunk to a size that no man could fit into. So that might be one more. I did have that burden to bear just this morning as I tumble-dried something that actually shouldn't have been tumble-dried. We all accept that change is required and needed in this area. I think as well in this chamber there is agreement that this bill is non-contentious, that this bill will, and the benefits that it brings, be felt by all families, regardless of their religious background or political affiliation. It doesn't seek to advantage anyone in particular. And I find that exciting, and I think that's something that I hope everyone agrees with. At second stage of the debate in this chamber, the Alliance member for Lagan Valley said the following: school uniforms are important in ensuring a sense of community and equality. And I agree with her completely, both in terms of the issue itself and also the wider one that equality is important. I would therefore point out that the last piece of legislation that came before the Education Committee for scrutiny was the Integrated Education Act, as my colleague behind me has pointed out. And this was brought as a private member's bill by a colleague of hers. On that particular occasion, it took the Education Committee 18 weeks at committee stage. It should also be noticed that during that, I will indeed.
Members 100% right on that, because they actually extended their period not to include the summer recess. It was actually 1,000 days that the Education Committee, believe me, I suffered every day of those, but that 18 weeks doesn't actually include the summer recess period.
I thank the member for her comments. I'll not claim authority on this. I think she probably should have authority on this. I did go to the bill process and I did look up the dates and I got up my calculator. I did notice that, however, summer recess was in that time period. It did run over that, and it had, so therefore this bill has similarities in that the Integrated Education Act and the 18 weeks that I'm referring to did run through the summer recess, but I'm happy to be corrected on that. And this bill, similar to the one that I have just discussed, is a similar length. I would probably make the case that this particular bill is less complex than the Integrated Education Act. Members can disagree, but I suffered it as well. And I would suggest that this bill is actually less complex and that it's certainly less contentious. So, Mr. Speaker, I mean, in getting this bill, I will indeed.
The member for Given Way, and you've been very generous taking interventions. Would you accept however, that we are not in the same context as when the Integrated Education Bill was coming forward, where we were at the end of a mandate and time in this place was under huge pressure. I'm sure the Education Committee would have welcomed more time to scrutinise it. But as was referenced by the Deputy Chair of the Education Committee, in our discussions around this, we're not at the end of this mandate, so we shouldn't feel the need to shorten our scrutiny stage.
I always appreciate the Education Committee Chair's comments, and look, I can't disagree with them. We are in a different place in terms of the mandate, and I think there was a sense of urgency in the Integrated Education Act. However, I would again gently point out that we will receive no thanks if we don't manage to get this through. I think families out there, many of whom are facing bills, many of whom this is a large cost, and I think it was maybe one of the members opposite that made the point in a recent debate around this, and I thought it was a very, very good one, that in no way should the cost of school uniforms ever dictate what school a child ends up in. You know, if a child wants to go to a certain school and has got whatever it needs to get into a certain school, surely the last barrier it should face is looking at a large uniform bill that will somehow prohibit it from getting there. Anyway, I'll get back to my comments. So, in getting this bill through this chamber and committee in a timely manner, it's a win-win. And if others decide not to support our amendment, as has already been noted, it's up to them, obviously, to explain that, and we have had some chat about that even in this chamber this afternoon. I'm one of the parents who has kids at school. I am one of the parents who wants to see this bill go through. And it is certainly my understanding, and the committee chair mentioned this as well, that if we can manage to get committee stage through by the end of August, which reflects our amendment and is maybe a compromise between what the Minister initially suggested and what the committee wants to see, then there remains a chance, an open door to complete the 4th and 5th stages during September 25. That will be up to this Assembly to prioritise, obviously, the scheduling of that, and out of our hands. But I believe that at least gives us that opportunity, and a realistic opportunity, to see some benefit for parents in 2026. And certainly the feedback that I have received is that if we leave the motion as is, it is patently clear that we will not see the benefits, and the parents will not see the benefits until 2027. I will give way.
I'm going to ask this question because it has me confused. The department, or the Education Authority, has actually already asked governors to submit their proposals for the next year's choices. So I'm just wondering, in calculating the timescale for this extension, how is that actually going to come into effect in the timescale that you've said? Because as governors, we're going to have to sit, I'm on a board of governors, and we're going to have to sit again, we're going to have to go through all our criteria and rewrite that. So I'm really not sure the practicalities of this will work, and that's just me simply as a governor of a school asking the question, because I don't think that the timings might work like that, even if the legislation was put through in 4 weeks.
I thank the member for her question. I'm not on a board of governors, but I think I understand what she's saying. Certainly that time frame around, say, the bill progresses, and the committee chair did mention it could well not get royal assent until after the things that you're talking about actually have to come into effect. However, I would say that, you know, schools, if they know it, schools, if they know it has been passed by this Assembly, that this is going to be legislation, even if it hasn't got royal assent, and we know that bills always get royal assent, that actually that, and I'm not even going to call it policy intent, it's legislative intent is coming into being. Now, I accept the committee chair that some schools may just choose to ignore it, and maybe at that point in time they could. But I would say that would be, if any, a very, very small number, and would be, I would say, very silly of them to do that. But I do accept that with these timeframes, it's certainly going to be tight. And there are few certainties in life. However, if members do support this amendment, then I feel that this bill has at least a very good chance to be enacted, or at least a chance to be enacted in 2026. And I think that would be marvellous for the parents if we could get that through. Mr. Speaker, in closing, let me be crystal clear. Scrutiny is crucially important in this chamber, and it's also crucially important at our committee. This is an integral part of what we do, and by agreeing to our tabled amendment, it still leaves the committee time, I believe, to do its job. Yes, we may have to do some additional committee sessions, but this party is certainly up for that work. The schedule might need changing. Yes, this bill may need to receive full priority over the next number of months. And yes, the forward work programme may need some rejigging. But I believe we are up for that challenge. The DUP absolutely believe that getting this issue across the line is pivotal to support hard-working families in Northern Ireland. And I therefore commend our amendment to the House.
Danny Baker.
Families are under huge financial pressure, and we need to act swiftly to make school uniforms more affordable. But that being said, scrutiny is essential. There are real issues in this bill, and that need to be addressed. And to have tangible changes for families, then it will need that scrutiny. There is key principles, in my opinion, missing from this bill, so a lot of work needs to go in it, particularly around special educational needs and gender neutrality. So we need to make sure that we deliver what actually works and not what looks good on paper. But let's be clear, we're determined to do that quickly and efficiently. And if we have to come in and work, and I will work with the chair, we will do that there. But we have to work across the chamber, and that also means the minister who isn't here needs to be positive as well. There's an onus very much on him and his officials, because it isn't the finished article, far from it. But we're willing to work with everybody in this chamber to make this happen as quickly as possible, because families do need that support, not in 2 years' time or a year's time. It needs to be done quickly. And so we're up for that challenge, and I'm willing to be here every single day to make sure that happens. So thank you.
Owen Crawford.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a piece of legislation that has the potential to make a real and meaningful difference in the lives of children, young people and their families right across Northern Ireland. It's designed to address a growing and deeply felt issue in our communities, and that's the escalating costs of school uniforms. This bill has one clear and simple objective, and that's to make school uniforms more affordable. And members, that should not be controversial, or that should not be complicated, but it should also be given the diligence that it deserves. The cost of school uniforms has become a growing burden for families, particularly in the current economic climate. And as members, each of us have heard from parents struggling to meet the rising costs of blazers, sports kits and branded uniforms that are often mandated with little regard for affordability. Members, these are not luxuries, these are not optional extras, these are basic, essential requirements for access to education. When a parent is forced to choose between buying a winter coat or a school jumper, that is a political failure. When families are turning to food banks to cover the cost of uniforms, that is a societal failure. And when this chamber have the power to act but fail to do so, that is a legislative failure. And members, you will be aware that this will not be the first time that this House has failed. Let's be honest with ourselves and with the public. As the Chair alluded to, over the past 10 years, this Assembly has spent more time collapsed than it has spent legislating. That is a damning indictment of political dysfunction. and it is our constituents, the very people we represent, who have paid the price. During those years of impasse, key legislation was stalled, opportunities were lost, and vital decisions were left unmade. For too long, we have expected the public to carry on while we've stood still. Mr. Speaker, now with Stormont restored, the public rightly expect us to go on with the job at hand. I understand the importance of due process and the need to hear from stakeholders, and as a committee, I also, like the Chair and other committee members, pledge and commit to do all I can, even over the summer recess, to play my part to ensure that takes place. Let us work collectively across party lines to progress the committee stage of this bill. Let's show that this Assembly can function as it should, not just as a debating chamber, but as a vehicle for real change. I will.
Much. And I'm standing not to argue with you. I'm simply wanting to ask a question. I sit on the Committee for Procedures and we consider the standing orders of this House, and as we know, Standing Order 33 is about the committee stage, and it is for a committee or even a minister to extend a stage. I'm just wondering, given the consternation that this issue has caused, should we be looking at our standing orders and perhaps putting in an extended time frame away from the 30 days? Because as others have said, there's no scrutiny happens in 30 days. It's too short. Is it time that we start to review our standing orders to make it more reasonable for both the bills that are coming forward and for us as members to do the scrutiny as you've talked about?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for intervention. And yes, potentially that is something that definitely does need looked at over time. Members, every week we delay is another week a family goes without support. Another school term begins with financial strain, and another child feels different, singled out or excluded because they cannot afford the branded items that others take for granted. That is not what this Assembly, or as we as members, should stand for. We should be standing for fairness, for inclusion, and for practical solutions to everyday problems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I call Michelle Guy, as the business and order paper is not expected to be disposed of by 6 p.m. in accordance with Standing Order 10.3, I will allow business to continue until 7 p.m. Mrs. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the Deputy Chair's unexpected U-turn on this motion, I will be winding on behalf of the committee motion, which is to extend the committee stage period to the 3rd of December. Can I emphasise that this is a committee motion, not an alliance motion?
Order.
Yep.
Mrs. Guy, are you going to be winding on the motion? Okay, well, I understood Nick Matheson was doing that, so I will call you after Mr. Brooks, because he has to wind on the amendment first. Sorry about that. Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In winding on our amendment today, I don't think we need to rehearse the arguments for the bill in its entirety, as has been said before, which has been well discussed in this place, and I think in fairness, which all parties, I think I would acknowledge, are not that far removed from each other in terms of our general aims and wishes. There's not much new in what I can add to what my colleague Peter Martin has outlined for us earlier, and others have covered through this discussion. But our concern is, as stated, extending the committee stage to from the 30th of August rather than the 3rd of December means the provisions contained in the bill. But our concern is, as stated, that extending the committee stage to the 5th of December 2025 rather than the 30th of August means that the main provisions contained in the bill not becoming operable until September 2027 rather than September 2026. That delay, in our view, would be unnecessary and unacceptable, and we should do all the work that we can towards as early implementation as possible. For us to have the luxury of additional time, the cost is parents waiting a further year for implementation. Members will be well aware of the complexities around timelines in relation to this bill, which, if implementing fairly, means having regard not only to the school term and prospectuses, but also to the lead-in time and turnaround times for local retailers to ensure they are not left holding stock that they might be unable to sell if local schools change their policies around uniform as a result. But all of that rightly considered, my colleague and I brought this amendment because we believe we should be doing what we can to ensure parents feel the benefits of this legislation as soon as possible. I don't think we have heard today any truly compelling reasons as to why this bill could not make its way through each of the stages in this House in a more ambitious timescale. And it seems to me that extending the committee stage may well be right and necessary in certain circumstances. But I would question whether it should be the business as usual approach for the legislative scrutiny process in this place. Again, I would emphasise that more time for MLAs means a longer wait for hard-working families, and having given due consideration, we felt that the balance was wrong, and that we were not, and was not something we were prepared to go along with. This is already been, there's already been significant consultation, as again said by my colleague, by the Department of Education. The committee must rightly exercise our own primary function diligently, and of course conduct appropriate engagement. But there also needs to be an ambition to avoid undue delay. I would say that while I personally have not been through this process before, my party colleague has rightly pointed to much more complex and contentious pieces of legislation like the Integrated Education Act, which I believe he's just looked up and confirmed took just 18 months. Yes, happily.
I thank the member for giving way. I congratulate the member for Strangford in making me really doubt myself in terms of the length of the Integrated Education Act's committee stages, but I have it in front of me, and I can confirm that the committee stage for the Integrated Education Act ran from the 6th of July 2021 to the 24th of November 2021, at what point at that time it made its committee report. So I can confirm that it was similar in that it also ran over the summer. Would the chair, would the member agree with me that there is some level of similarities between these two, with the exception that the amendment that we have suggested is actually 7 weeks longer than the scrutiny that took for the Integrated Education Act?
I would, of course, and I thank him for the promotion of chair, but I'm not going to be challenging my colleague on committee for that. But I would, of course, agree with him. And I would say the committee has recently undertaken its RSA inquiry, which I have to say, respecting the views differ across this House, was at best, I think, a misstep in terms of committee priorities, given the scale of challenges across education. In that not so many inquiry, we heard very many voices, mostly relevant, but often with large degrees of duplication of arguments that had been made to us. Don't get me wrong, it was right that we heard from a spectrum of voices, and the chair, I have to say, was trying to meet that challenge in good faith, and I recognise the work that he was and the challenge that he faced in that regard. But I think we all shared a view that if we were doing that over, we wouldn't undertake it in exactly the way we did. The main point I would draw from that is that yes?
We didn't have a bill in front of us, but I'm sure all the members in the committee would agree that it was a very effective piece of work that was done around RSE, particularly when you talk to our young people. And if you haven't watched the hit show Adolescence yet, I suggest that you do, because there's key parts in there that we all need educated on, and we need to support our young people. So I have to disagree with the member saying it wasn't good use of our time. It very much was. And as a member of the committee, we work extremely hard, and I have to give credit to the chair and the clerk. They do great, tangible work.
I thank the member for his intervention. I think the member would recognise that I did give credit to the chair in that regard. I would suggest we might not all agree on what we would change, but I do think that most members would say that there are probably aspects of what we undertook that we would look again at if we were put in the same position again. I think, look, I will return to the
remind the member that we're not talking about RSA
yes,
today.
Yeah. I'll return to my comments, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. But I would say that the main point I would draw from what I was talking about there is to say that with the considerable evidence undertaken and the significant committee time given over to it, I'm not sure that many members around the table ended with a very different point of view or voting intention than they did at the start. Clearly this is a slightly different proposition, and I acknowledge the member's point in terms of delivering scrutiny to a bill, which is our primary role. While school uniforms is an issue on which there has been a greater degree of agreement, at least in terms of general direction, I don't think we require a similarly lengthy or quite so expansive process to allow those who have specific issues with or considerations of the bill they may wish to share with us to be able to do that in a meaningful way. Most such organisations, as with our own parties, will have considered this in the round already, will have already helped inform the departmental consultation, and will be able and prepared to share analysis with us. We need to ensure that the opportunity for points to be raised appropriately is there, but we also need to do that efficiently. If we are to get on with the business of delivering real change for families facing hardship and uncertainty in our society, there must not be prevarication on our part in this Assembly. It does seem to me that some very clearly, and they have outlined today, even on the media, want to see a cap in a different form within this bill. I may well be unduly sceptical, but I don't think that their or our ultimate view in this will change on the basis of a longer committee stage. On this, I would just say to them, we have been in principle supportive of a cap, and the Minister has, within the bill, as been mentioned, given himself the ability to bring this forward in future where deemed necessary and beneficial. And probably more to the point, when we have seen the outworking of this policy elsewhere in terms of success, and we know the system elsewhere where it has been tried has not been without its complications. Further work on the detail of how a cap might operate can be taken forward in parallel with, but without delaying the implementation of the statutory guidelines and other aspects of this bill. The School Uniforms Bill will deliver. It delivers the necessary powers to cap branded items and or uniform costs. It delivers access to uniform grants to eligible pupils attending independent schools. In a range of ways, it will support parents and families, and we want to see that sooner, not later. It gives that statutory effect to departmental guidance, placing a duty on relevant schools to adhere to that guidance, providing a power of direction in the event of non-compliance from schools, and defining key terms to be addressed via school uniform policy, such as specific styles and unfair cost aspects. All of this, when taken together, will make a real impact for hard-pressed families. Let us realise that impact and do it quickly. Speaker, on that basis, I commend our amendment to the House. Thank you.
I call Michelle Guy to wind on the motion. Ms. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll try this again. So, I rise to support the committee's motion for extension of the committee stage period to the 3rd of December. Can I emphasise this is a committee motion, not an alliance motion? It was agreed unanimously by the committee after the chair offered 2 opportunities to divide and no member took up that offer. Let me be clear that the 3rd of December is a limit, not a target. We can only extend the stage once, so it is a hard limit. The committee... Yes, go for it.
I would say I think it's slightly disingenuous. I know that we did not divide committee, but the member is well aware, as the chair has confirmed, that we did make clear our objections and did not divide committee largely because we didn't feel that there was an appetite for that amongst committee.
Thank you for the intervention. I think that's reasonable for you to say that because I think you're correct. There didn't seem to be an appetite, so today's outcome is peculiar to say the least. But yes, you were consistent and you did raise objections and others did not, but have since changed their mind for some reason. They can explain that. So let me be clear. The 3rd of December is a limit, not a target. We can only extend the stage once, so it is a hard limit. The committee took advice and consideration and considered a timeline that included all the phases of a good committee stage, all the assembly recesses and other relevant factors, many of which are outside our control. The committee stage provides the first opportunity for stakeholders across the public, private and voluntary sectors, not to mention parents and school children themselves, to take the time and space to consider the bill as introduced and bring their perspective to the committee. The bill addresses matters that are significant and long-standing for parents and children across Northern Ireland. The committee supports the general principles of the bill and welcomed its introduction. We are committed, however, that the bill is delivered right rather than fast and given due consideration by the Assembly throughout the legislative process. Committee stage is the sole stage of a bill's process, which is not in the hands of the Minister, and as a committee we are obliged to ensure that we consider the bill's provisions and their effects as fully as possible and set aside sufficient time to do so. My priority and my colleagues' priority is to get this right for families, and I am genuinely concerned that this condensed committee stage will result in us letting them down. I would like to add a few words now just in my capacity as Alliance MLA. The Alliance Party supports and has long campaigned for legislation to make school uniforms more affordable. It is essential that we get this legislation right, that we ensure families actually feel the difference in their pockets. That is where my focus is. It isn't on press releases or optics, it is on actually delivering effective legislation for families. At the most fundamental level, I want assurances that when the bill comes into force, parents see prices become more affordable. That is the very clear test of success or failure. It remains to be seen whether this bill, as it stands, will have that effect. That is why proper committee scrutiny of the bill is essential, including giving young people and families time to give their views and be heard by the committee. We need time to take evidence from stakeholders and engage with departmental officials. We need time to really consider the cost cap mechanism and what legal requirements will ensure it is enforceable. The committee have been clear that the extension is not a target, but instead it provides a window, allowing the committee time to carry out proper scrutiny. We will scrutinise this legislation in good faith and with every intention of expediting our work as quickly as possible. But nodding through a bill that has raised genuine concerns about its effectiveness from both within the committee and externally from stakeholders is poor governance. Of course, I won't stand in the way of speeding up this process. I want it done as quickly as possible, but only as long as there are commitments that proper scrutiny can be ensured, and I haven't been provided with that assurance. Maybe the Sinn Féin and the DUP can give that assurance. To close, it is worth repeating that the DUP have held the education portfolio for 10 years. The issue of unaffordable school uniforms isn't a new one, and yet they haven't done anything about it over that time. In fact, they, like Sinn Féin, have been happy to collapse this place, meaning legislation like this can't progress. So we will continue to vote for good governance and actually having an impact for families. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the amendment standing in the name of David Brooks and Peter Martin be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is the motion is amended. Be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, during the debate, the chairman of the committee indicated that it would be the responsibility for DUP members to outline at the committee meeting how they would deliver on this. Mr. Speaker, can you confirm that, having agreed now unanimously by the Assembly that it is the responsibility of the committee, particularly the chairman of the committee, to comply with the rulings of this Assembly, which has now just been passed unanimously?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was watching in my office there. Is it right and proper that the Minister would sit in this chamber and not contribute to a debate related to his department and then wait until the chairperson of the Education Committee does not have a chance to respond to a point that he's raised? I think that is very poor practice.
I'm not here to judge on poor practice or whether the member should or should not participate in the debate in this instance. It was a committee debate and the committee members spoke eloquently on the issue. The member has heard me speak about the importance of scrutiny and it's important that proper time is given for scrutiny of legislation both in committee and in plenary, and we've seen of late that most committees have taken the view that the minimum bill or the minimum period in standing orders is insufficient to scrutinise the bill. However, the appropriate length of the committee scrutiny period will vary according to the nature of the bill in question, and it is for the committee to take a view on that, but it is ultimately for the House to decide. It is also one of the main purposes of the summer recess to enable staff to take leave. As members will know, most of our staff supporting Assembly and committee business cannot take leave in the Assembly sitting. However, that does not mean that there are no staff here over the summer. I understand that if a committee indicates that there is a need over a recess period to meet in relation to a particular issue, every effort would be made to provide resources to facilitate that, even if it's not the committee's full normal team. Members will know that from the past that whether it is for a recall of the Assembly or additional meetings of a committee, the issue of staffing has never been a barrier to the progress of this Assembly. So there would be an expectation that what is passed in the Chamber today would be fulfilled. Moving on, before we move to the next item of business, I have received notification from members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10.3a. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday 7th of April 2025 be extended to no later than 8 p.m.
I call Sinead Ennis to move the motion. The question is that the motion stand in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The motion is carried and the Assembly may sit until 8 p.m. this evening if necessary. If members would take their ease just while we change the chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on the order paper is a motion from the Committee for Health on the Core Grant Scheme. I'll ask the Clerk to read the motion, please.
That this Assembly expresses disappointment that only 25 out of 259 community and voluntary sector groups were successful in their application for the new Core Grant Scheme. Acknowledges the vital role that community and voluntary organisations play in supporting patients, alleviating pressure on our health services and improving public health outcomes. Notes that the current level of core grant funding falls significantly short of what is required to sustain and expand essential services in our communities, and that this will have a significant impact on the number of patients receiving treatment and support in the community. Urges the Minister of Health to engage meaningfully with stakeholders to secure long-term sustainable investment in voluntary and community health services, and calls on the Minister to urgently review the amount of funding allocated to ensure that the sector is adequately supported.
Thank you. I call on the Chairperson of the Committee of Health, Philip McGuigan, to move the motion. Philip. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Philip, please open the debate on the motion.
And moving the motion on the order paper on behalf of the Health Committee. As outlined on the Department of Health's website, the Core Grant Scheme is in place to support community and voluntary sector organisations and charities cover their fixed costs. These costs cover areas such as 25% of a permanent member of staff's annual salary, training costs, rent, rates, electricity and gas and equipment. Last July, the Minister announced that there would be a redesign of the scheme to address the unfairness in the scheme and that the scheme had funded the same organisations for over 20 years. The Minister outlined that the new scheme would be co-designed in partnership with NICVA and that the scheme would be relaunched in the autumn. In February, the Minister announced that the total funding pot for 25-26 was 1.8 million. The third year running, the amount available was 1.8 million. I do have to say that does bring into question the redesign process when it does not consider demand, need, increasing waiting lists and the desire for more services to be provided in the community. The Minister advised that a total of 25 organisations were successful in the process, that is despite 259 bids for funding being received. The Chief Executive of NICVA, Celine McStravick, the organisation with which the Department co-designed the new process, said the following when the funding amount was announced. The Department of Health cannot deliver its strategic objectives without a strong, sustainable voluntary and community sector. The current situation, where less than 6% of applicants receiving funding, reveals a serious misalignment between the Department's reliance on our sector and its investment in our capacity to deliver. We are calling for an immediate review of the core grant scheme to ensure it reflects the sector's vital role in health service delivery. This review should examine both the purpose and scale of funding needed to support a sustainable voluntary sector that can effectively partner with statutory services. Following this review, we urge the Minister to commit to a properly resourced 3-year funding programme that recognises the sector's essential contribution to healthcare delivery in the North. These comments outline the disconnect between the Department and the sector in the delivery of services in our communities. Across our constituencies, we see countless examples of charities, community groups and voluntary organisations stepping up to deliver essential services, offering care and support to the most vulnerable in our society. Their work is not supplementary, it is indispensable. The contribution to the voluntary sector in health and social care cannot be overstated. These organisations provide frontline services from elderly care and mental health support to disability assistance and palliative care. They bring expertise, flexibility and a deep understanding of local needs that often surpasses what statutory services alone can achieve. Furthermore, they foster a sense of belonging and community cohesion, ensuring that people do not feel abandoned or isolated. The COVID-19 pandemic was a stark reminder of just how vital these organisations are. When public services were stretched to their limits, it was community-led initiatives that filled the gaps, delivering food parcels, offering mental health support and ensuring vulnerable individuals were not left behind. The resilience and adaptability of these groups were extraordinary, yet they continue to operate under significant financial and resource constraints. Investment in the community and voluntary sector is not just a moral obligation, it is also economically sound. Studies show that for every pound invested in voluntary health and care services generates significant social and financial returns by reducing pressures on hospitals, GP surgeries and emergency services. Prevention and early intervention, key pillars of community-based care, ultimately reduce the burden on our already overstretched NHS staff. However, these organisations cannot continue their invaluable work without proper support. We must ensure that they have sustainable funding, clear policy frameworks and the recognition they deserve within a broader healthcare strategy. So I urge this Assembly to champion policies that provide stable financial backing, encourage cross-sector collaboration and reduce bureaucratic barriers that hinder the vital work of volunteers. I would note that while the scheme does not directly fund service delivery, it does provide the funding that puts the structures in place that allows organisations and charities to bid for contracts and provide essential services to our communities. So we have to question what additional services could be provided in our community if there was additional core grant funding for these community and voluntary sector organisations and charities. I think it would be fair to say that if the community and voluntary sector stopped providing health and social care services in our community, the health system would grind to a halt. So I want to pay tribute to those many organisations and charities, the many thousands of workers and volunteers who make an active contribution to our health system and improving health and social care outcomes for our communities. We thank you for your service and the care and support that you provide. The Minister will outline today that there are significant financial pressures on the Department and the Executive, and there is no denying that we are in a difficult financial position. However, while the Minister may say we cannot afford to invest in the community and voluntary sector, the reality is that we must invest in this sector. While the Department is making short-term decisions in relation to funding this sector, it will result in long-term funding pressures further down the track. We will continue to see waiting lists grow. We will continue to see increased pressures on our GP services, on our emergency departments and our hospital services and domiciliary care services. The Minister has been clear, both with the committee and in the media, that he wants to see a shift left and to place services out of secondary care and into our communities, and we welcome that focus. However, with the announcement of only 1.8 million for core grant funding in this financial year, This does not indicate a willingness to move services into the community. It indicates maintaining the status quo. We can see from the applications to the fund that there is a significant demand for this funding. 259 applications were made with bids totalling over £13 million. Again, the question is, what services could these organisations and charities have provided that would have relieved pressure on our creaking system? The committee motion urges the Minister of Health to engage meaningful with stakeholders to secure long-term sustainable investment in voluntary and community health services, and calls on the Minister to urgently review the amount of funding allocated to ensure that the sector is adequately supported. I think an important first step would be to restore funding to the previous amount of £3.6 million. There should also be a review of the programme, which would include meaningful co-design of a new multi-year scheme that would allow organisations and charity to not only exist but to grow, innovate and meet the needs of the people in our communities. In closing, last Concollier, we must acknowledge that a thriving health and social care system is not just built on hospitals and clinics, but also in the dedication of volunteers and community groups. Their work strengthens our society, enriches lives and ensures that care reaches those who need it most. It is our duty here to support them.
Thank you, Philip. I call on Diane Dodds, and Diane, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for coming to the House today in relation to this very important motion. Now, I have no doubt, Minister, that during the course of our discourse today we will hear talk from you about pressures on your budget. I think there might be an odd irony klaxon thrown in there for good measure, and I don't want to steal your thunder, but I do think that budgets are about political choices and what a department deems appropriate. And I do think that the cross-party nature of this motion today would indicate that you're at odds with others in this House on this particular issue. The core grant has been cut from 3.6 to 1.8 million. That is maintaining the cut that was instigated for the last 2 years. But it is a minuscule amount of money in a budget of 8.5 billion. And not to steal my colleague Peter Martin's thunder, I think he has calculated it at 0.02% of the budget. But the impact of that cut is going to have real and serious consequences for the ability of the voluntary and community sector to deliver to the most vulnerable right across our community. And I do want to be really clear that, I'm not querying those awards that have already been made. They are very important, and I wish those organisations every success for the future. But I have met with a number of organisations who received no funding at all. And all of them talk about the ability to deliver on core services. And for example, Relate indicated to me that 40% of their referrals actually come from the statutory sector, so from GPs, etc. Yet their exclusion from that core grant scheme will have an impact on staff and the ability to actually deliver on those core services and on this agenda of shifting left. And and it would be interesting, Minister, if you have any data on this aspect of the issue, for the defunding of all of those core services, what will the impact be on that kind of policy intent? I understand that you fund the delivery of programmes through the voluntary and community sector, and that is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the need of organisations for staff to work through the administration of programmes, and simply allowing those organisations to go under or to reduce services certainly will not help the department to deliver for people. I noted, Minister, that in a response to my colleague Paul Frew, you indicated that you were committed to increasing the budget for the core grant scheme. And I would ask you, maybe in response to this debate,
to expand upon that written answer that you gave to my colleague. I've just very recently got the equality impact assessment when we asked what equality impact assessment had been done. And you indicate that you didn't do an equality impact assessment on the new scheme. However, the previous decision to cut funding was actually put through a quality impact assessment, and that recognised, and I quote from your letter, that the cost reduction measures may have a differential impact on Section 75 categories. So I would really also like, and I know this House would like to understand, why there was not a screening exercise on the new programme and the new design, and the decision to maintain a cut that is obviously so damaging. In concluding, Minister, I just want to say a few words about the way the Department considers the voluntary and community sectors. So Professor Bengoa, in his report, said that the HSC should continue to work in partnership across government with industry, academia, the community and voluntary sector staff and patients to deliver new models of care. And one of the more advanced descriptions of the role of the voluntary sector is contained in our current mental health strategy. Action 17. Fully integrate community and voluntary sector in mental health service delivery with a lifespan approach, including the development of a protocol to make maximum use of the sector's expertise. It is difficult, Minister, to see how these ambitions, and publicly accepted and part of the documents of your department, will actually be fulfilled if this kind of funding is continued. We make substantial...
could the member draw remarks to a close, please?
We make substantial use of the voluntary and community sector, and I would ask you, Minister, to look at that relationship and perhaps longer-term contracts and better arrangements.
Thank you. And before I call Nuala McAllister, may I apologise, we were having a bit of clock problems, as you may have noticed. And Ms Dodge, you might have actually got an extra minute out of all that. Not because we're being that generous. I call Nuala McAllister. Nuala, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the committee motion here today, but before I start, I just would like to highlight, not just to the Health Minister, but also to the public and those who did receive the core grant this year, was that the motion is specifically not aimed at those who did get the funding. It's very important to highlight that, and I understand my colleagues in the Health Committee have done the same. We understand the difficult situation of which the Health Minister and all our executive colleagues are in with regards to the funding in this upcoming year, but as the member before me stated, there are political choices and priorities that must be made. As the motion points out, only 25 out of the 259 community and voluntary groups which applied for core grant funding were successful. And as many of the organisations who have reached out to us before we made this or brought this motion here today have highlighted, that the fact that the funding was reduced so drastically in 2023 could only have resulted in one thing, and it's the service collapse that we are seeing in the community and voluntary sector. We hear time and again from the Health Minister and his officials at the Health Committee about the commitments to shift left to ensure that we actually fulfil our promises on prevention before we need to spend significant costs further down the stream. But in order to actually support that shift left agenda, I would ask that the Minister does reflect on the role that the community and voluntary sector play. We will all have heard from constituents and organisations both within our constituencies and within our portfolios. It just doesn't just affect those who are initially health providers, but those who offer some services to do with health too. I think in particular my own constituency in North Belfast, Newington Day Centre in particular, were one of the applicants, one of the 259, unfortunately not one of the 25. And whilst all of the services that are directly should be associated with the core grant funding, many of the organisations have had in the past to rejig their funding to make sure that they can make ends meet, and now are having to do the same but unfortunately many of those will actually have to cease some of the operations they run, and there are other organisations that are indeed worried about having to cease altogether. Newington Day Centre in particular have highlighted to me that they will have to potentially stop the provision of some of their services. This is provision that actually enables adults to actually avail of respite day services. The reason why that's so important is because it's not just a health issue, it's a societal issue. Many people with complex needs, particularly adults and older people who rely on carers, often do go without in society, particularly when it comes to actually being able to fulfil and enjoy many aspects outside of health. So it's important to realise that this isn't just a health issue, but it's incumbent upon all of us to ensure that each of those organisations can actually maximise the funding that they do get. When I spoke to Newington Day Centre in particular, I want to actually just get assessment of not what it is that they offer, but actually what they save the health service. And just to highlight, the services that they provide, if they are trust run, it costs the trust £144 per person. But when it's run by day centres that are not trust run, it's £17 of funding per person that they receive from the trusts. So at some point, the people who are not going to be able to avail of those services are going to have to avail of trust-run services, or are we just not going to offer them services at all? Because that's what it's coming to. We're already seeing this in many other areas. Whenever we removed funding for the pilot of the Happy Healthy Minds, that didn't stop children needing counselling services. It just meant that they had to go on to the statutory functions, and we all know that the first cull is non-stat services. But if we are going to truly actually enable a shift-left agenda, put more into prevention, then we need to actually put our money where our mouth is and prioritise what is needed within the health department. I look forward to hearing what the Minister will say in this, but just to highlight, among the Carers Coalition, they do have 3 asks. And their asks are not to remove the money from anyone who has received it, but to actually understand part of the scoring criteria, a review of the funding scheme that is open and that will open again in autumn, and see a coordinated response.
Could the member draw remarks to a close, please?
From within the executive. I outlined it's not just a health issue, but where it relies on the responsibility of the health, we must see the prioritising that. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. From the outset, I want to pay tribute to the breadth of community and voluntary sector organisations that are involved with the day-to-day delivery of impactful and invaluable support right across Northern Ireland. At a time of so many profound challenges facing Northern Ireland and within the health and social care field in particular, one has to really question whether such a factually flawed motion is really the best use of this Assembly's time. There appears to be some misunderstanding in relation to this year's core grant scheme, because whenever we are engaging with local charities, many of which provide absolutely essential health and social care services, it is important that we as MLAs don't speak out of both sides of our mouths. Despite severe pressures on health service finances, the Minister took the decision to invest circa £1.8 million in core grant scheme funds, rather than allow the funding to be withdrawn from the sector entirely, as he was getting advised by officials. Coming into office last May, the Minister could have taken the advice he was getting and allowed the scheme to draw to an end, but instead, in July 24, he announced that the core grant scheme would be redesigned in order to address the huge unfairness in the previous scheme. This new scheme was designed last year in partnership with the community and voluntary sector in a process facilitated by NICFA and relaunched in autumn 24. That is why the reference to meaningful engagement in the motion is so misplaced, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Whilst we would all have liked to have seen the level of funding greater than it was, we need to remember that the Minister was operating in the context of ongoing severe pressures across all parts of health and social care. But regrettably, members can't seem to see the contradiction in, on one hand, cutting the health department's opening allocation both in cash terms and real terms, and then demanding that the Minister invest even higher levels of funding. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Dylan. I call on Cara Hunter.
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak today on this important motion which has been discussed at length at the Health Committee and on behalf of the SDLP. The number and scale of groups who have contacted us about their concerns with regards to this issue and the very real impact such a loss of funding will have on a group's ability to operate is truly shocking. Let's be under no illusions as to the work our great organisations do within the community and voluntary sector across our constituencies. They are doing the work which should be done by the statutory sector. They are plugging the gap which has been left by years of underinvestment and financial mismanagement within the Department of Health. The core grant scheme has funded these organisations for more than 20 years. Let's be clear, the community and voluntary sector are absolutely essential to the delivery of strong healthcare within all of our communities. All of us in our individual constituencies will see firsthand, whether it's the field of mental health support, suicide prevention, support for our carers or disability services, we see the hard work each and every day from our staff within the community and voluntary sector. Undermining the core grant scheme puts these organisations' availability to deliver positive outcomes in severe jeopardy. It leaves their talented staff, their caring staff and boards questioning the future viability of the organisation itself and their position within that organisation. It is a very stark and sad reality that we are facing. And all of these organisations, and I know many have dropped a few names here today, there's too many to mention. These people who work in the community and voluntary sector are truly the backbone of our communities, and they've done this work for decades at a time with the utmost dedication, care and professionalism. And just on that note, I would really like to put on record my significant thanks to the Northland Centre in Derry for the incredible work that they do. They are the backbone of the Northwest when it comes to providing support to not only people struggling with addiction of all kinds, but to families. And addiction really is something, it's a family disease. It impacts your loved one, it impacts you as an extension of your loved one. The Northland Centre for nearly 50 years now has been helping people within my constituency, within Foyle, within the wider West Tyrone area. And it is absolutely devastating. When I actually read the Derry Now article there, that Northlands will not be receiving core funding, it's absolutely devastating. And I think today, across the Northwest, somewhere that is so filled with a sense of hopelessness, it's a high level of deprivation, high levels of addiction, high rates of suicidality. And to hear that the funding has been pulled for the Northland Centre, I have more questions than answers, so I just wanted to put that on record. So where does that leave us? I think NICBA summed up perfectly what needs now to take place. An immediate increase in core funding to at least match previous levels, a comprehensive review of the scheme's purpose and scope, development of a new 3-year funding programme that reflects the sector's essential role, clear criteria for grant allocation that recognises the organisational impact and sustainability in our communities, long-term commitment to supporting voluntary sector infrastructure. And it's great that we're having this conversation today, and this isn't just a task for the Health Minister and at the Health Minister's feet. This is something for the whole executive to really look at and to really address, because it requires a collective solution to what is ongoing problems in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Under. Colin Allen Robinson.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise today, like others, to express our disappointment that only 25 out of 259 community and voluntary sector organisations were successful in their application for the redesigned core grant scheme. Over 90% of applicants, organisations provide wonderful support to some of the most vulnerable in this province, left without a key amount of funding to cover their fixed costs that they need to continue their work. I want to stress that it is fixed costs that are impacted here, but when fixed costs are impacted, then the organisation's viability are impacted, and then so too are the services that they provide. I must say, however, and I'm not breaking rank from my fellow Health Committee members, but we had this debate last year in the Chamber. Nothing changed other than a redesigned scheme. As defeatist as it may sound, but we'll be probably having this debate next year too. I think members can see how frustrated and fatigued I am, but just imagine how so many in the C&V sector must feel who may be short of a contribution ranging from 5,000 right up to 100,000. I doubt tea and sympathy will cut it for the families, children, elderly and those with mental health issues must feel. Last year we heard how the 50% cut to the core grant fund placed some of the organisations on the brink. It led to staff being laid off and forced them to change the way they operate. Some of the groups back then said the move was short-sighted, and if the scheme was to cease entirely, they predicted that 62% would be the risk of collapse. This is the sector that sometimes is the first point of contact for individuals who may be reluctant to approach formal health services. During the last debate, I said that the health service cannot fill the voids left by the loss of these organisations, and we are only setting ourselves up for even bigger problems, and I stand by that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Individuals who use and are dependent on these services will end up in worse situations that could have been prevented with early support. How many times in this chamber have we been told that prevention is better and more cost-effective than the cure? Surely long-term thinking will say that it is cheaper to fund these services now than to deal with long-term consequences. Some of those organisations say it is penny-wise and it is pound-foolish. For every pound invested in these services, multiples are saved in future costs to the health service, to the economy and society in general. With a budget of £8.4 billion, are we so far gone that we can't fund organisations that are not mere add-ons, but who are integral to alleviating the already huge pressures on statutory services and who are dealing with issues at their roots and ultimately improving outcomes? I agree that demand was always going to outstrip supply, and it is good to hear that the standard of applications was very high. That tells me that their needs are clearly proven, but with only 1.8 million of a budget, there was always going to be many fallers in a high-stakes race. That is deeply regrettable. It is also regrettable that the one-year funding model does not provide security. The committee looks forward to the day when a 3-year funding model can be offered, and it is a positive that the Northern Affairs Committee are calling on the UK Government to provide 3-year funding following a recent inquiry. We hope that the game-changer comments as referred to by the Finance Minister today does just that. The current level of core grant funding is nowhere near sufficient to sustain, let alone expand, the current C&V services. We know that demand for this type of community-based support is increasing, and without investment, fewer people will receive the support they need. The impact of this funding shortfall will and is being felt across this region by patients, by families, and already highly pressurised health service. Just to include, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do hope the Minister of Health will continue to engage with stakeholders in the sector to keep listening to their concerns. I have no doubt that he does understand the challenges they face, and I do hope that they and the Executive work together to find a long-term sustainable funding solution. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Alan. I call on Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm not a member of the Health Committee, but I am really passionate about some of the groups who've lost funding, and I'm more than aware of the amazing work that they do. Very recently, I facilitated a meeting with my colleague behind me, Dan Dodds, with a number of groups who lost funding, and at that meeting they highlighted the real and tangible impact that kind of lost funding has had. Let me be clear, I'm not calling for the scheme to be run again or money taken off any successful groups, but rather instead just highlight the work that the community and voluntary sector do in Northern Ireland to deliver first-class services and how they fill gaps that sometimes public services don't reach. Members in this chamber have already highlighted a number of organisations. We all work with different ones. I was standing here 3 or 4 weeks ago highlighting the work of the Samaritans and the amazing work that they do. And I think previous to this round of funding, they got a very modest grant of about £10,000, but even that was significant for them. Celine McStravick has been mentioned in this debate already. She's a Chief Executive of NICFA. She said that the cut in funding reveals a serious misalignment between the department's reliance on our sector and its investment in our capacity to deliver within it. Mr. Speaker, I don't underestimate the difficult job that the Health Minister has. There's a lot of demands on health, there's a lot of demands on health funding. I would imagine that the Health Minister has already instructed his Permanent Secretary to look down the health sofa just to see if there's anything down there that he can get his hands on. Maybe he'll tell us whether he's done that in answering at the end of the debate. But other members have already highlighted the Minister's shift-left agenda, which I completely agree with. However, I feel in this one that if we displace some of the support and interventions out of the third sector that we're talking about today, very often they end up in more acute settings. And the more acute the setting, the more expensive the intervention. And we know that funding towards these sectoral bodies supports thousands of people who are receiving services. We know that these organisations are operating in really difficult fiscal circumstances, and again, 3-year budgets in the Assembly and in departments would be incredibly helpful to offset this. And I think, in sort of conclusion, the Minister should work towards a level of sustainability in the voluntary and community sector to ensure that the people who work in there delivering really first-class interventions for some of our most vulnerable citizens in Northern Ireland do feel completely supported. And certainly my ask today is that the Minister at least considers perhaps a reversal and an uplift of funding to the original amount, which I believe was 3.6 million. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Peter. Colin Orla Flint.
And to be honest, most of the points have already been made by all of the members that have already spoken, and I know that the Minister won't be surprised in what the committee is expressing here today, because he'll be aware that we have raised our concerns at committee level. We wrote to him via committee. As one of the members, Alan, had said earlier, we've debated the same issues previously in previous debates. And I know that the Minister and his colleague who sits on the Health Committee and who was uncomfortable about us bringing forward the motion, I know that they will be as frustrated and disappointed as all the other members. And we do know that the Minister obviously is working with a really constrained budget. But I think maybe the point to take out of today is, first of all, when the redesign process was taking place with NICFA and all of the groups to look at the model, I was really pleased with that. I think a lot of the groups were pleased with that, with the intent behind it to sort of try and, put an end to maybe just groups for 20 plus years getting the same amount of funding. And there was groups that hadn't really engaged formally with the department before, who I know were really pleased to be involved in that process now, who missed out, who lost out, but they were pleased at the time to be involved in that process. So to try and maybe take a positive out of a negative, following on from, as we know then, groups, many groups lost out. It's been raised around the criteria, and I know whenever I wrote to the Minister on that, he responded to say that, the breakdown of all the criteria is on the website, which is fair enough. I accept that, but I think it might be worthwhile doing a bit more of that co-production with the groups, regardless if they received the funding or they didn't, actually to help them understand that process more, so they can understand where you're coming from in terms of the marking, in terms of the criteria, so it's clear, it's crystal clear to them why they missed out. And then I know, obviously, when all is said and done, it comes down to the pounds and the pennies. So in trying to deal with that, I think that it's been mentioned a couple of times around the 3-year budget, and even if those groups that did miss out could get a sense of, if the Minister is in a position to plan for a 3-year budget, hopefully in the next financial year, that even if you were giving some of those groups a bit more hope that, you know, that you might be able to slightly increase the core grant scheme. So it's just to give them a sense if that 3-year budget will make a difference for the core grant funding. And then someone had mentioned earlier around, I think it was Diane mentioned around one of the action points in the mental health strategy. And it's just to make the point, as a West Belfast MLA, the Ministerial know that one of the key objectives of the Protect Live 2 was to ensure that areas of greatest need, i.e. the areas that are most deprived, that have the highest numbers of suicide, that they have the appropriate resources to deal with the issue of suicide prevention. And I know some suicide prevention groups missed out in the core funding, and some of the groups that I spoke about had applied from West Belfast and obviously weren't successful. So that's why I think it's really important to try and unpick why some critical local groups missed out on this funding. And if we can make that clear to people, make it clear to local groups and make them feel involved, and hopefully if the 3-year budget becomes a reality, that we can keep them involved and that they can apply again, and hopefully they might be in a better position to secure some of that funding. But I mean, I hope the Minister does take away from today that the Health Committee does really support him in his work, and the better that he can do in terms of helping people, you know, we want to support him in doing that. So hopefully in his feedback that it's not too negative that we're trying to get at him. We're just trying to obviously express frustrations, but we also want to try and find ways that we can help support him and help give these groups a bit of hope.
Thank you very much indeed. Minister, and Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. From the get-go, let's consider the irony klaxon to have been sounded. It is exhausted. As Mr. Robinson pointed out, we have been here relatively recently. The amended motion that day is interesting to me. It reads like this. This Assembly commends the work of the community and voluntary sector, which provides vital mental health services for the most vulnerable in society, recognises the immense challenges that will be faced by the health service as a result of a 50% cut to its core grant funding, and calls on the Minister of Finance to identify funding as a matter of urgency to allow the Minister of Health to reinstate this funding. So Mr. Robinson said nothing has changed, but the name of the Minister has changed, because the call is no longer on the Minister of Finance, the call is on me. And I suppose that is fair enough. And my department does continue to support and rely very heavily on the sector, as it has done for many years. What I found interesting, Deputy Speaker, was that not one speaker in this debate made any reference not to the core grant, but to the commission contracts that are paid to the voluntary community sector every year. And I will certainly give way to any member who knows what the figure was for financial year 24-25. Nobody?
I don't know the figure, I'm going to say that, but I actually do know that the community and voluntary sector don't just do commission services by the Trust, but they actually do services that the Trust themselves should operate, but don't, because they don't have the ability to do so. So I think that is rather unfair to actually put that back on the community and voluntary sector themselves, because these people, as well as running those contracts, are running an absolute plethora of services because our services on the statutory side are failing them.
I'm not putting anything back on the voluntary and community sector. I think you're entirely disingenuous to say that. I simply question members of the committee if they knew what we had paid in commissioned services last year. And the answer is £53 million. So I want to be clear, the core grant isn't the beginning and end of the financial transactions between the Department of Health and the voluntary and the community sector. So the first time I read today's motion, I was a bit taken aback, because you begin by expressing disappointment in the number of groups successful in their application. And I have to say, to me, that reads as you are expressing disappointment with the voluntary and community sector, who drew up the 6 criteria for this new scheme. The department didn't. It was the voluntary and community sector who did. And let me say, when I took up post back in late May, over the first day briefs in early June, the core grant came up, and it was clear to me it was moribund. And it was clear to me the advice of the department was let it die off, because such are the financial pressures on you that you're going to have to consider endorsing catastrophic cuts in your health budget. For example, closing an intensive care unit bed in an acute hospital, which could have cost somebody their life. And like Robin Swan before me, I said I will not sign off on catastrophic cuts. But I was advised, let the core grant scheme go. There's no budget against it, nothing. So just let it go and concentrate on other things. And I said, I'm not prepared to do that. At a minimum, go and find me the 1.8 that it had last year and the year before that. I was then shocked to be told this scheme had been in place for 20 years and was therefore a closed shop to those organisations in receipt of those funds. And any charity that had been established in the 20 years since the core grant scheme began couldn't even apply. Couldn't even apply for money. So I said, that's not good enough. And I contacted Celine McStravick and I asked her if NICFA would facilitate the workshops that would lead to a redesign of the scheme. And that is how we got to where we are today. And I actually take some exception to some of the language I've heard about the exclusion of groups, the defunding of groups, funding being pulled for groups. We had new criteria, 6 of them, drawn up by the voluntary and community sector, and some applicants were successful and some were not. I was surprised that so few groups were successful. I was particularly surprised to hear that it was some of the smaller charities who said, do not exclude the bigger charities. If they're best placed to deliver services, then let them apply. And it has skewed the outcome, and I do want to review it. And since the scheme was announced and completed, I have spoken to NICFA, I have spoken to the Carers Coalition, and we have decided we will look again at the scheme for next year. And in the meantime, everybody is getting feedback. Everybody will get feedback on how they were unsuccessful, what they might have done to have enhanced their chances. But if we're going to at least tweak the scheme, and we may do at least a tweak, then they have to have that information as well about what more it means. The motion goes on to say the Minister of Health is being called upon, I'm urged to engage meaningfully with stakeholders. Does that imply previously I haven't engaged meaningfully? Because that's how I read it. And within the context of self-praise is no recommendation, Deputy Speaker, I have been engaging meaningfully with the community and voluntary sector for decades. One of the privileges of having a high profile because you're on TV a lot is that charities come to you and say, will you help us? And I've helped many charities, big and small, patron of Action Cancer for many years. Also a patron of a much smaller charity I was very fond of called Shine a Light. Worked with children with cancer, organising trips and treats for them. I've raised thousands of pounds personally for charities. So I have engaged meaningfully in my time in television. And then as a Victims Commissioner, on a daily basis, it was voluntary and community sector groups who delivered the positive differences on a daily basis to the thousands of victims and survivors of the conflict we so euphemistically call our Troubles. I developed a very deep appreciation and admiration for the work of the community and voluntary sector as a Victims Commissioner. So you're calling me to engage meaningfully with stakeholders when the first thing I did when I was told about the core grant was meaningfully engage with NICFA to say, we've got to make this scheme fit for purpose. It's been going for 20 years. We've got to open it up so that everybody can apply. And by the way, this idea that 1.8 million isn't enough. The 1.8 million was announced before we reviewed the scheme, not at the end. I'm puzzled that people are coming at the end of the scheme and saying 1.8 isn't enough, because they could have gone to the very first workshop about the redesign of the scheme and say, I don't want to participate in this, or we must shout louder that 1.8 million isn't enough, because I agree, it's not great. It really isn't great. And it does have, as Mrs. Dodd says, real and serious consequences. But what in healthcare provision doesn't have real and serious consequences, up to including life-threatening consequences? So, I heard the Finance Minister say that this should be the last single-year budget, and I very much hope that is the case. And he says it's a game changer, and I think it is a game changer as well. And it could be a game changer for the core grant, being able to provide it on a guaranteed basis for maybe 3 years. Final point, Deputy Speaker. This motion calls on me to urgently review the amount of funding allocated to ensure the sector is adequately supported. Again, I'll give way. How much? What's the quantum? Anybody? Anybody? Can I remind you, Section 29(1)(a)(2) of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 gives you a statutory obligation to advise and assist me. Quantum, anybody?
If you had been listening to the debate, heard me and others say that in the first instance the scheme should be doubled to what it was, 3.6 million, and then a review could determine what a suitable amount be. So in the answer to your question, a number of members have said 3.6 million immediately.
With respect to the Chair, that doesn't answer the question. Calls on the Minister to urgently review the amount of funding allocated to ensure that the sector is adequately supported. I don't think 3.6 is going to cut it, and I don't think the member does either. We should really be on the same page here. The voluntary and community sector is absolutely essential to healthcare delivery. But I don't think this motion is appropriate. I don't think it does justice to my views and my desire to help the voluntary and community sector.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Danny Donnelly. Danny, you have about 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank all the members for their contributions and to the Minister for his response to the debate. And I look forward to engagement with the Minister and the Department on taking this forward on this particular issue, how we empower and support our community and voluntary sector who undertake an extremely important role in our health and social care system. In winding this debate, I would like to again thank all the staff and volunteers in our community and voluntary sector who play a key role in supporting our communities and improving health and social care outcomes for those in our communities. You are an invaluable part of our health system, and this afternoon we recognise your contribution. I will now make some comments on what some members and the Minister have said. The Chair of the Health Committee opened the debate, highlighting the expertise and the specialist knowledge that these organisations bring to our communities, highlighting the work that they did specifically during the pandemic. He also pointed out that not funding these services will ultimately cost the Department more. Diane Dodds pointed out that this funding is not 0.02% of the health budget, and she gave an example of Relate, who get 40% of their referrals from statutory services, such as GPs. She also highlighted that the community and voluntary sector service delivery is embedded in several key strategies with it, like the mental health strategy. My colleague Nuala McAllister pointed out that the cuts to the core grant have led to service collapse, and have given an example of a day respite service provider in her constituency and how they're affected by this cut. Alan Chambers called the motion factually flawed and pointed out that the Minister was under financial pressure but continued to fund the scheme. Cara Hunter pointed out the community and voluntary sector groups are plugging the gaps in services that are needed in healthcare delivery, and highlighted that the instability of these cuts is having an impact on the sector itself. She gave the example of the work of Northlands in the Northwest, who are supporting people with addiction and who have lost their core grant funding. Moving on to what the Minister had contributed there, he highlighted the difference between previous motions that were initially directed at the Finance Minister and pointed out that £53 million was commissioned from services from the community and voluntary sector in the last year. And the scheme previously had been in place for 20 years, and he spoke with his positive engagement with the community and voluntary sector. The Minister also said that he will look again at the scheme for next year and recounted his meaningful engagement with the community and voluntary sector over many years. And he looked forward to multi-year budgets, which are a possible game changer and potentially for the community and voluntary sector as well. In conclusion, we know that our health and social care system is a very challenging place. We have the longest waiting lists in Western Europe. We have primary care services are very stretched and in financial difficulty. We have massive gaps in our social care workforce. And here we have over 250 organisations and charities wanting to be funded and involved in the delivery of services across Northern Ireland. We must find a way to support these organisations and charities, and we as a committee have seen firsthand over the past year the important roles and work that this sector does. It is this sector that is providing some of the really innovative approaches to services. They have also proven they can deliver services to those who are particularly difficult to reach or won't engage with the statutory sector. It is clear that if we want to see the shift left that the Minister refers to services being delivered closer to the community, then we need to have a framework in place that will allow services to be provided. Many of the services that we want to see moved into the community will be delivered by the community and voluntary sector. However, if we do not put the support frameworks in now, then we may lose many of these organisations. We need sustainable funding in the community and voluntary sector that will allow it to meet the needs of our communities and their support. That is why the committee is calling for the Minister to urgently review the core grant scheme and consider how additional funding can be identified and rolled out to many of the 234 organisations and charities that were unsuccessful in this process. There is a need for meaningful engagement with the sector to consider how this fund can be taken forward in the coming years. And I thank the members and the Minister for participating in this important debate to support this committee motion. I would also like to take this opportunity to speak in my capacity as an Alliance MLA health spokesperson. I would like to thank all the members who have contributed to this discussion and to my fellow members on the Health Committee for their work in bringing forward this motion. The discussions today underscore a collective concern for the well-being of our constituents and the indispensable role played by the voluntary and community sector in safeguarding public health. However, concern must translate into decisive action. The reality we face today is stark. The budget for the core grant scheme has been slashed from £3.6 million to just £1.8 million. That decision, made in the absence of a functioning executive, has had devastating consequences for organisations that provide frontline support to some of the most vulnerable people in our society. As mentioned by Diane Dodds, previously the Department of Health's Equality Impact Assessment recognised that the removal of this funding would impact older people, children, people in the LGBT community, people with disabilities and carers. And further to that, the effect of those with dependents will disproportionately affect women who make up 82% of unpaid carers. NICVA, the Northern Ireland Council for Voluntary Action, have pointed out that less than 6% of applicants received funding this year, a figure that speaks volumes. Affected organisations like Positive Life, Northern Ireland's only dedicated HIV charity, have said that the cost of treating one additional person with HIV in Northern Ireland could fund Positive Life's core cost for 3 years. This highlights that there is a growing and dangerous misalignment between how much the department relies on this sector and how little it invests in its ability to deliver. It also raises the question, has there been any real assessment of the cost of losing these services? Has there been any impact analysis carried out to understand what happens to communities when these groups are forced to close their doors? The Minister is quoted as saying there will be winners and losers in this process, and I would urge members to pause and seriously reflect on who these so-called losers will be. When we talk about impact, we are not speaking in abstract terms. We are talking about the people of Northern Ireland, our constituents, our friends, our families, and those who look to this Assembly and its members to make the right decisions in their best interests. It is the people of Northern Ireland who, all too often, find themselves bearing the consequences of political indecision. The uncertainty faced by the community and voluntary organisations as they await news of vital new funding every year mirrors a broader reality. The public too are left in a state of perpetual anticipation, wondering not if, but when, the institutions of government will once again be brought to a halt. This persistent instability is more than a matter of inconvenience. It harms the delivery of public services, it undermines public confidence, deepens inequality, and places undue strain on those already most in need. We must face an uncomfortable truth. Short-term thinking, siloed funding, and reactive policy are no longer fit for purpose. Health does not exist in isolation. It is shaped by housing, by education, by justice, by community. If we want to build a health system that is truly preventative and person-centred, then we need departments working together, not in parallel, but in partnership. Reform must mean more than new structures. It must mean smarter investment, clear outcomes, and real accountability for delivery. Mr. Deputy Speaker, no one is pretending that reform is easy, but the alternative, continuing as we are, is simply not sustainable. Not morally, not socially, and not economically. This motion is not just a critique of what has went wrong, it is a call to fix it, to review this scheme urgently, to invest properly in the groups that are holding our communities together, and to commit to a political culture that doesn't leave people guessing whether help will come or whether government will show up. I would urge my fellow members to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Danny, and thank everybody for taking part in the motion and the debate. The question is, the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 6 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question is, the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.